to Berlin, Germany, and the LEC Spring Playoffs. Yesterday, Fnatic made it into the next round, and tonight, Splyce or SK Gaming will join them and challenge them for a spot in Rotterdam. We saw Splyce arriving. We saw SK Gaming preparing in their ready rooms. My name is Sjokz supporter. We're also in our ready room. It's just the Analyst set, and I'm here with Martin Deficio and Indiana Froskurinn. Black, welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Long time no see, Martin.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, what, Worlds?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's true, actually.
Oh, yeah, since you've been together on a
yes, and we're going to talk about LPL today, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They didn't tell me. I was like super excited to come to Europe, and they're like, I get to work with Deficio, and then I land here, they're like, by the way.
It's Vedius instead.
It's true, actually. That's actually really sad.
I think we've come to terms with it pretty well. I'm very happy to be covering the series today with you guys. And of course, yesterday, it wasn't the longest day because the back-to-back champions Fnatic, they continued their solid form, sweeping Vitality 3-0 in our first best of 5 of the LEC.
Yeah, the reality is that it was just a complete stomp. Vitality, frankly, just did not show up to play, and Fnatic cleaned house on them.
I'm kind of happy that both teams played the exact same style they played at the end of regular season. Obviously a little bit sad for Vitality.
You can prepare for them.
Well, it makes it a bit
Fnatic.
easier to prepare for it, but like I think with Vitality, as Frost just highlighted there, like they didn't really show up. We started seeing even mechanical mistakes that I don't think we've seen too often before, like the one on your screen here where Crownshot gets baited, and then Jack Troll for some reason decides not to follow his jungler, and he also
They were completely out of sync.
What I do think was interesting, though, is the fact that Fnatic didn't have to show anything. You know, a lot of people had Fnatic as heavy favorites coming into this playoffs, but the concern is that that's still 4 best of 5s to go to until you maybe take that spot at MSI. But when it's easy 3-0s like this, when you don't have to reach very far, when you don't have to reveal any picks, they didn't have to use any gas in the
MSI,
tank.
we're looking at the trophy here, Frost.
True.
First the trophy.
Oh, yeah,
It's harder
first the
to get
trophy,
than
then
MSI
That's
anyway.
like your gift, you know, after that.
It is true.
Yeah, but for Vitality, looking forward, yes, we saw some tweets yesterday from the members. We weren't happy. This wasn't what we came here to do. Eyes on summer now. For Fnatic, though, they are now on an 11-game winning streak. They completely turned it around in the middle of the split, and I think, as you guys said, Fnatic, they didn't have to show too much. Every single player was playing well. They played well as a cohesive unit. They also didn't have to give too much away. I think they're very happy campers.
I mean, they're super happy, of course. Great, again, coming in as big favorites and get a 3-0. They picked Vitality before they even saw the other game end, so you back that one up too by destroying them so hard. Some teams also say it is a benefit to actually play more best of 5s in a row, so start in the quarterfinal, because you get into that flow very, very quickly. And when you start like this, and even with Nemesis, in the end also getting to show up, I think it's perfect.
Yes, it was on Kayle. There was a bit of contention about, well, how hard is it to get a pentakill with Kayle? Really? Well, you can't do it, and he can't.
But
so there we go.
He understood how powerful the champion was, because the funny thing is 2 of his members leave him, and he keeps stepping forward. He's like, nah, we in this right now, and I'm going to style on them to do so.
And all the hard work has already been done right now because his team is so far ahead. He has like 3-4 items at this point, and he is in a late game state as Kayle. So yeah, if you get a fight where you can literally just stand there and smack people left and right, you will kill them all.
So then tell me, of course this was the first time we saw Kayle in the LEC, and here it was a bit of a steamroll game no matter what, but what do you think of the real power she has in competitive play?
So we have seen Kayle played in both the LPL and the LCK, and there's kind of 2 different build paths right now that's going. There's the LCK, which are looking for kind of that Trinity Force into Infinity Edge into Phantom Dancer. And the reason why you go for the crit attack speed is because on the splash damage, you're basically doing crit on your true damage. It's just disgusting. But the issue is that's one of the most expensive builds in the game, Trinity Force and Infinity Edge. And yeah, the LCK can play that slow, that Kayle is actually getting to that point, but Nemesis played much faster, looking for the Rage Blade and the Borg.
Yeah, it's a little bit smoother build path in the early game. Also Klepto, of course, being picked to gain more gold, because you really are useless in the early game. Like, as a champion, you don't really bring anything to the table when we watch the first part of the game, but once you complete 2 items, you are one of the scariest picks already, and you get stronger. That's kind of the crazy part. You just keep getting better and better and better, hit level 16, you know, get 3-4 items under your belt, and you are probably the best late game champion then, in a team fight at least.
I think kind of some of the cool things about this rune choice in particular for Nemesis is that, as Deficio was talking about, Kayle very weak in the lane phase, he spec'd for that. Not only with the Kleptomancy to get the extra gold, but if you do get that elixir of skill, you can actually cheat your passive and get it earlier on. Then likewise, taking the bone plating, so to help with those trades, and he maxed Q, so if he did need to farm from afar, he was able to do so with the Q skill shot.
Yeah, so he found the perfect scenario to play Kayle in in that game. And
Also against the Tilted team. So it was like, hey, everyone is dying left and right.
So Kale or no Kale, Tilted team or no Tilted team, Fnatic did get the job done. So before we dive into tonight's action, let's see what lies ahead and what's to come here in the LEC Spring Playoffs.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the LEC. Now we've made a few changes to our format, and it's pretty straightforward. So without further ado, let's take a look. During the regular season, our 10 teams will compete against each other in a double round robin best-of-1 format over 9 weeks. Now it's time for the playoffs. Each match will be played in a best-of-5. To start off, in round 1, teams ranked 3 to 6 will face off, but with a catch. Team number 3 will have a choice of playing team number 5 or team number 6. For this video's sake, let's say they choose team number 5, which means that team number 4 will play against team number 6. In round 2, not only do we get the winners from the previous week fighting it out, but also get to see 2 juggernauts in team number 1 taking on team number 2. Now it's on to round 3, with the winner of the juggernauts moving directly into the finals. On Saturday, April 13th, the loser of match 4 will play the winner of match 3. And on Sunday, we've got the cream of the crop, playing against one another for a winner-take-all. We hope you like the new playoffs format. Thanks for watching.
We do love the new format. Thank you, Dracos. But if we now translate that into the results we've already seen, of course, Fnatic picked Vitality, beat them, moves on to round 2, and will then play the winner of SK or Splyce in a best-of-5. And whoever wins that goes up into the semifinal against the loser of G2 or OG. The winner of G2 OG goes straight to the final and only needs to win 2 best-of-5s, which is similar to when we had the other system. However, when you now lose this first game in round 2 as G2 or OG, you do get a second chance to make it to the final.
Big positive, of course, in case you end up losing.
Especially for you.
Thank you. I think one other thing that's added to this format that we're not talking a lot about is the fact that between the semifinals, so the game on the Saturday, you actually only have 24 hours to get ready for that grand final. Of course, the team who's sitting in the grand final, they've had the entire week, but they don't know who they're playing. They have to prepare actually for 2 teams at the same time, and then say, okay, it's going to be this one. Then we select, we end up playing against, and then you know what you want to do.
Yeah, a lot is going to come down to the teams that are best prepared, that have the best coaching staff as well, is very important, and how they can do in that short turnaround time. But what is certain is that the top 3 teams will be fighting for the first LEC trophy ever in Rotterdam on the 13th and 14th of April. Tons is on the line both days, of course, semi-final Saturday, grand final on Sunday. So get your tickets now at eu.lolesports.com/Rotterdam. And as we're on the topic of Rotterdam, of course, that match of G2 versus OG is super, super hype and highly anticipated. It's probably the most exciting one in all of the rounds, I think, because we've been building up to it so hard. And it's between these guys in the mid lane. So, Deficio, first, the biased point of view. How is it going to go?
I think it's going to be a great match. I think we're not scared of G2. I said this yesterday as well. You have to respect them, of course. You have to respect what they can do, no matter which support they're using. But I think if you go in scared, if you feel like, okay, there's no way to win this, it's obviously a horrible mindset to have. I think also we have a small edge here. Nukeduck can actually hit the logo with his finger. Caps is a little bit above it. So mental edge for us, I think a small advantage OG.
This guy is PR trained. You have some broadcast training? That was very smooth.
I mean, he's making it easy. I don't know what he's doing up there.
Yeah, Frosk, so non-biased opinion on the match.
Caps, G2, Super Team, Kings, Dynasty. The one thing that I will say, because I think it's super easy to just hype up G2. You throw a rock, you hit any of their players, you hit a superstar. There's a reason why they are so terrifying and teams need to respect them. The nice thing that I like for Origin is that they have the second best mid laner in Nukeduck. And you can't say the same if it's, you know, Fnatic or Splyce. You know, Humanoid or even SK, that's Pirean, Humanoid, and Nemesis. They don't have the same hype factor as this matchup does.
I also think both times we played them so far, they split. If we look at this player for player, lane for lane, it's not just mid lane that can go even. Actually, top lane was the same, and bot lane as well. I think generally our players individually can match the G2 guys, so they don't have that advantage, which they have shown to have over a lot of other teams in Europe.
Yeah, and you have that win under your belt, of course, when G2 is still in their top form. We'll see next week. We're going to move on now, though, and today, for the very first time in ReadyCheck, I've got the great pleasure of introducing a game that is the crème de la crème in the world of cringe. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Champion Charades! Yay!
Yes.
Yes! So how it's going to work is production will tell each of us a champion name, and that person then needs to imitate the champion and the other 2 guess. And I'll go first. Okay.
So you're gonna act out a champion.
And you can't say anything.
No, I'm not saying anything, because in rehearsal...
She failed this in rehearsal very hard.
All right, so...
Lucian.
In Miss Fortune.
It's Lucian.
Oh. All right, we got that one really
it
quick.
wouldn't be misfortunate if her arms were straight. Lucian shoots straight.
I was ready to do like the and then.
I should have given. I should be like,
Alright,
is
you got
it
that
Annie?
easy.
Is it?
Okay, you've got.
You got that. Did you just piggyback off of my answer?
We got that one super easy.
I swear this wasn't planned. She just knew it.
I'm next.
Sejuani. What are you? Okay, do it again. Do your little whip.
That again? What is that?
Stand aside. What is he doing? Is he Ivern?
Is something coming in?
Okay, let's start
Jungler?
position.
Jungler?
Top laner.
On your back?
Kale.
Kale? No.
Kale.
You got it.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
What,
You got it.
what is this?
I was trying to do. I was melee attacking first, and then I was
Oh,
like,
it's one and then two.
now it's range, and I was like, woo, but it didn't work. And I tried to do the her ulti, but I couldn't really do the execute thing where it was like, woo, when she like explodes with it. It was really hard. I got the
so
wings though.
Frosk is great at this game. I think now it's her turn, which will also.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Nidalee.
It's a catapult?
It's a long spear. She's swimming.
Oh, who does this? Wait, did you do this in rehearsal?
Twitch chat is flaming you guys right now.
It's a
the same one as-
long cast time. Oh, into the ground.
Not Zillion. What was it?
What are you throwing to the
Ami.
ground?
Spear.
Callista? No.
Oh my goodness. Come on.
Why am I? Why are you
Why are you
swimming?
swimming? Who's
Nami?
swimming? Nami, a fish?
Something underwater? Oh, the Bard!
No. Wait, try it again. Okay, so it's a spear. It has to be a spear.
Yeah, it's a spear. So
Yeah.
Callisto, we had
And
Nidalee.
she's like charging it back slowly and throwing the spear, and then you're swimming
Xayah?
somewhere. Do we have a fish champion? that
Flame the
throws
Twitch
spears?
chat. Flame them.
What happens if we are too stupid to find it?
I'm really confused now.
Come on, the one more movement we have to find.
Give us a hint. You gotta give us a hint.
Support? Okay, great. Xayah, Braum, Bard.
Well, I said Nami, and you were like, hey.
Alistar.
Oh, your pike.
Ah.
Wait, you should. Oh yeah, I guess you tried to do a hook thingy.
Okay.
Ah, the swim one.
Okay, there is one more.
I really thought it was like a spear, and you were throwing it.
I feel like since Frosk won,
We have to make me a guest or production. This is.
I feel like we should make the guest.
I think Sjokz should do it. That was really bad.
Okay, oh, I'll do it. Yeah. Please give me something I can do.
Wait, we're both doing it.
Okay.
We're both doing it.
This is good
No.
out of hand. Yeah.
Martin,
Oh,
come
we're
here.
doing.
Am I going
you're
up or are you
doing it.
going up?
Wait, I'm never gonna find it.
Ready?
No.
Wait, you got it already? Snowball her! Snowball!
Oh God, put me down.
We gotta go back first.
Okay, I'm right there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm on
okay.
your mark.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so we're all winners.
That was so easy. The last
was
one was so easy.
Oh, we got our laps out. That's good. That was really fun.
Yeah, I hope
actually.
My
did
kill was
leg
definitely
day.
the worst,
I think we
but
should
the
do it
Nuna was
again.
good.
Yeah, great job, guys. Great acting, great guessing. I'm in such a good mood
Some of it
now.
was kind of bad.
I'm in a great mood. Only that pike. We're
The
never
pike
talking
was
about that
really
again.
bad.
Yeah. So anyway,
I mean, the guessing part.
we're moving on now. Although I think we should do this every
got a
week.
replay.
Oh, the live replay. Yes, this
Wait,
is where I got
I
it.
thought you were gonna throw snowballs at her.
I did.
Oh, there we go. We got it in the end.
I got it's full elbow motion.
Hey guys, it's
Sorry.
the playoffs.
Oh,
So-
take it seriously.
It is the playoffs. Also, last weekend we weren't here. We had a week off, but there was action right here because the Premier Tour with teams from Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, they visited the LEC studio and they created some great moments for the fans. So let's take a look at that while we compose ourselves.
Ja, das ist super wichtig, dass Tolkien da den verlor. 2 in 1. Oh Gott!
Was ist das schon nicht passiert? Schließliches Ende der Stunde!
Oh my god.
no.
Can do something.
Oh mein Gott! Und das ist der Moment, wo er glänzen kann. Auch da nochmal mitgenommen hier. Und Mausboard sagt, danke, nehmen wir. Danke für das Spiel. 1:0. Aufgepasst, Tolkien muss außen rumflashen. Hat man gerade gebraucht. Geht er nochmal rein. Und die holen ihn auch noch ab.
Oh, what?
Man will den Fight nehmen. Obvious kommt in die Flanke nochmal mit reingesickert. Stunt, aber da ist Sjokz schon mal down. Ganz wichtig. Und Tolkien hin. Gedui, die nimmt er einfach mit. Und es sieht sehr gut aus. Das werden sie beenden. Und sie holen sich das 2:0 für Mousesports.
Niemand weiß, dass er da ist. Er hat so eine super Position.
Der Schaden, jetzt geht's aber drauf, das aktiviert und da ist Jane down. Ganz wichtig hier, Xayah auch down. Und die holen das Spiel hier nochmal. Ganz stark mit dem Werlyb. Wahnsinn, wie sie das hier nochmal gedreht haben. Auf der anderen Seite ebenfalls die Support. Hier kommt
Mit dem Power gegen die von Jane, nicht so lange, aber der Lifesteal zählt komplett durch das Game. Immer noch nicht, und jetzt ist er gefallen, aber viel zu spät.
1:1 holen und sich so überzeugend zeigen. Und die Jinx von Jane, die hat schon wieder eskaliert.
Will weiter, der geht da nochmal rein. Mit der Klaus, der Nuxelot CC, die anderen kurzzeitig verlangsamt. Oh, der Fokus ist halt einfach strong.
Mensch, dass Braum hier wieder fast alle Autodex abfangen konnte und da. Oh mein Gott!
Oh mein Gott, super starker Catch. 2 Leute dort und das ist Game.
Sind schon wie weit gleich.
Oh Gott, der ist eingerastet. Rocket Jump ist mal. Oh Gott, er hat den Rocket Jump gecancelt. Jarvan, der kommt wieder her und Kasi ist wieder down.
Mitgebracht, denn hier gibt es viel zu begraben, vor allem die Hoffnung vom Big in diesem Spiel. Man sieht es, Triple Kill für Guardian.
Atok will doch nicht aufgeben.
Aber jetzt wird es sehr, sehr schwer, ist komplett zu White Knight versucht es hier mit der Ultimate und langsam kommen hier die ersten Kills zustande. Kasi 1 gegen 1, aber Crit ist nun mal sehr schmerzhaft. Trotzdem Triple Kill für Sasi.
Oh mein Gott!
5 Games hinter sich gebracht und kann sich hier nicht nur bei diesem Stop in Berlin den ersten Platz küren, sondern hat auch den kürzesten Weg bei den European Masters.
Sehr schön war das für Big und SK Gaming Prime.
Ja, Currywurst.
Einen Platz verdient in Leicester, and now in English, SK Gaming Prime
Ich
and
liebe dich.
Big. They earned themselves a spot at the EU Masters, which is something we're very much looking forward to. And the finals weekend will be held in Leicester this week after, no, not this week, the week after the LEC finals. You can get your tickets for the main event over at eumasters.gg/tickets. A lot to look forward to, but now we're going to look forward to our second best of 5 of the LEC playoffs. The reason why we're all here tonight, no more charade shenanigans, SK versus Splyce. And I'm actually quite hyped about this matchup. And to start with SK Gaming, this is of course an organization that has been around esports in general for a very long time, has had great success, and has also been a part of the European scene for a very long time. So I wanted to put the spotlight on kind of the different phases of their evolution, and we got to go back all the way to 2012 when Ocelot was the main star on the lineup. And I think you probably remember that or played against him often.
Yeah.
But that was kind of the heyday of SK with Ocelot.
Yeah, you know, this is for all the old school fans, you know, Aaron in the jungle, you had Ocelot in the mid lane. Yellow Star was the AD carry of SK back then. They actually managed to make it to Worlds in 2012, where it was kind of a big surprise. They actually made it, beating CLG.EU, but sadly they ended up
lost
just...
to the other CLG.
Yeah, they ended up losing everything.
I'm sorry, Carlos, that we chose this
We had to get one in there.
We had to get a clip in there. But it shows the passion that they had and also what made SK and Ocelot so popular back then. Then, of course, in 2014, you guys remember the Jessis Candy Panda lineup, Svenskar and Freddy in the top lane. They were actually #1 in the spring split of 2014 and even played the final. Unfortunately, I don't know if this was on purpose, but of course they didn't win that final either.
This is like a lot of salt in the wound right now in terms of these clips
Maybe
back to
we're building
back.
up towards
They've
SK.
gotten close very often, but they've sadly not been able to win.
Yeah.
But again, this is an organization that's been around in the LCS for so many years. If you're very new to the scene, obviously it's a little bit of a surprise maybe that this name has so much history behind them. But yeah, back in the LEC now, and I think for SK Gaming, very honestly acceptable first split with this lineup.
Yeah, I would say more than acceptable. The fact that this roster has never seen a playoffs before, at least at the highest level of professional play, and then on their first split, they walk into it with a very young lineup, a lot of inexperience. You have players like Dreams, Pirean, and Werlyb who have played around the ULCS and the NALCS beforehand, but just have never really made good on those accomplishments. It feels like the next chapter for this organization.
I totally agree, and I think they went about it completely the correct way. There are, of course, 3 players that won EU Masters with the Mad Lions, and they got those players from that stage of development and are developing them more here and making it to their first playoffs.
And I like that Selfmade and Crownshot have actually become the 2 players you really look at for SK Gaming to win games. If it's early game, you gotta win it Selfmade. If it's late game, it's been Crownshot. And I think if we compare them to some of the other new organizations in the LEC, like Rogue and Excel, well, SK Gaming have actually found great success by getting into playoffs.
It's the fact that this best of 5 is really kind of like the history of Europe. If you buy into this idea that Europe has an abundance of rookies, an abundance of new talent, if you include Humanoid, who's playing on Splyce today, as well as Nemesis, who's playing on Fnatic later on, you have all of the Mad Lions who are represented here. And it's just crazy to think that, you know, it's SK Selfmade right now, but this is just the start of a career where when he finally lifts the title, this is chapter 1. This best of 5 could go down in history as the start of another great Titan in Europe.
I think that's fantastic because we have a great history of rookies doing very well in their first years in EU. Now for SK specifically, of course, they made it into playoffs by beating Schalke 04 in the tiebreaker, and it's been 1,444 days since SK last appeared in the playoffs. They lost to HBK back then. But who's counting? I am. So, big tradition of rookies here in EU, but the question is, how much will that apply to this lineup? How many similarities do we see to that G2 lineup that went all the way? I think that was extremely special. Vitality, just last year. How far can these guys go?
Ooh, it's always one of the tough questions, especially now they're facing Splyce already in the first BO5 they're going to be
Otherwise,
playing.
it would have been Fnatic, so...
True, I mean, I guess maybe they would have loved to play Vitality based on recent games they played, but I think looking at the lineup, they have some unique tools, again, especially in the jungle with Selfmade, but you need to see something else from the solo laners if they're actually going to make it far here in this playoffs.
And I think one of the things that can be said about SK is the fact that it is a question. No one really knows how far they're going to go. We've only seen this roster compete in best of 1s. Best of 5 is a completely different animal. You don't know if these players will crack under the pressure. I know that being on stage was kind of a big growing point for a lot of them. Crownshot in particular was quite vocal about it. So yeah, it kind of feels almost like a victory lap because no one really expected them to do it. It's already so monumental that they're in their first LEC playoffs, in their first split. But at the same time, like, this is so explosive. It's just a giant question mark, and today we'll answer a lot of questions.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think when we look at their opponent Splyce, they will also have to think about that because this SK has gotten wins off Selfmade, completely carrying the game from level 1 till the end, but also off Crownshot late game, something that is a Splyce special. So they will have to prove themselves against this SK and cannot underestimate them. And for Splyce, it's always been a story of, yes, they make it to playoffs, but can they really push further? And I think in that they are very successful. But I think that this lineup could have some elements that can push them further than they have until now.
Yeah, I think if you look at the team right now, obviously eyes straight on Kobbe. The fact he's all-pro AD carry now, he's playing better than maybe he's done the last couple of years, and that's what they really need if they want to push all the way towards the final. But I'm also just looking at some of the newer members for Splyce, like Humanoid in the mid lane. To me, it's been a very positive surprise because when I saw that he joined the lineup, I didn't really know what to expect from another rookie mid laner coming in, and he replaced Niski, who of course was very successful last year with this team. But I think actually Humanoid has managed to step in and become a pretty strong force for them that can play towards in the early game because he's a very good laner.
Yeah, it seems at least that some of their DNA has changed coming into this year with the addition of Humanoid. Also in history, they're always able to push their opponents pretty far when it comes to the playoffs, but never push far enough. And in that context, I think they should just walk over SK Gaming. They beat them twice in the regular season. It was convincing, and they are rated higher. They made it to the playoffs much more comfortably than SK Gaming. So on paper, you have to say this is their chance to make it to that round 2.
Yeah, it's about bucking the trend. Because if you look at Splyce, most of their games do go to 5 games, but it's against very heavy favorites for the tournament itself. I think they've been knocked out 3 times by a team that eventually went on to the finals. So it's really hard to kind of figure out, are Splyce just the gatekeepers of the playoffs? Or when they were trying to make their playoff runs, did they just manage to run into the Giants every single time? And now this is kind of like, not their free ride into top 4, but I think it's fair to say Splyce are a top 4 team in the LEC, but how much farther?
Well, last time we got to see them play in a quarterfinal against the number 6 seed, it was against Urgot.
Yep.
And they 3-0'd them. It was a pretty easy game for them. They came in really prepared. We know if we look at this team, there's a big coaching staff behind them that preps very well. They have a very smart jungler as well in Xerxe who can study someone like Selfmade.
Yeah, a lot of studying should go into this match today, and one of the masterminds behind Splyce is, of course, the coach Duke, and he's standing by with Log for a couple of words.
Thank you very much, Sjokz, and thank you, Duke, for joining me. Coming in today, the fans see Splyce as favorite. Can the team feel it, and how does it impact you guys?
I don't know if the fans see it. Maybe this time they're on our side. Honestly, I think anyway we are kind of done with being an underdog. So we are usually seen as the underdog, but we are coming into those playoffs with confidence. I think we improved a lot during the split, a lot in the last 2 weeks. Players are confident, and yeah, we are just done being an underdog. And out of the 4 teams playing this weekend, I think we are the strongest one.
That's a good mindset, and I also feel like it's because Splyce comes here with experienced player, while SK comes here with a full rookie roster, and it's their first playoff appearance. So, do you think that experience can be a key factor here?
I mean, experience on some players. We have players like Xerxe, who has a lot of experience. On the other hand, we have like 3 players who are really young. One of them is his first appearance in LEC. I mean, at the top level. So I think on some players it has an impact, and I hope Xerxe will be able to lead the team if there are moments of doubts. But I think we are kind of a pretty young team too. So yeah, it will, like, the veterans will have to make sure that they calm people down.
All right, so outside of veterans force here, what is the plan? Without giving me too much, because I know you can't. What is the plan? How do you take down SK today?
I mean, I can't go into too much detail, but obviously the main player that has been the shining light of SK has been Selfmade, who is for sure a great player, great rookie. But I think people are really underrating Xerxe on that aspect, so we'll be focusing a lot on this guy. Crownshot has been having a good split, so bot lane will be and so is Kobbe, so bot lane and jungle I think will be the key elements in those games.
Well, thank you, Duke, and back to you, Sjokz.
Thank you very much. Interestingly enough, Duke saying that he is the strongest team Splyce is of all 4 teams we've seen this weekend, including Fnatic. Big statement indeed. And he also hits the nail on the head when it comes to the most important matchups, jungle and bot. I think we can all agree on that, and we want to dive into Xerxe versus Selfmade, because it's so easy to say, Selfmade, this guy who exploded onto the scene, carried a lot of games, he's certainly going to do the same, but I think then we're discounting Xerxe a bit and the way he's played this split, and actually last year as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think actually Xerxe and Selfmade have a lot of similarities in what they like to do. They've always valued their own experience above just perma-ganking lanes like some other junglers likes to do. We know they always want to try to be very strong in 1v1s.
Yes, before I forget, you can also choose who you want to watch in our POV stream over at twitch.tv/riotgames2. So spam in chat either Xerxe or Selfmade, and then you can take a look at whoever wins is Cam in the game. So sorry to cut you off. I just had to get that in there.
No, I mean, it's the same thing. But that said, I feel like a lot of people will lean towards Selfmade and kind of get behind him because there is all of this hype. He is a very explosive playstyle to watch. But Xerxe pretty much cleaned house on Selfmade when Splyce got to face them in the regular split, just by using deep vision, by tracking where Selfmade was going to go, and just outthought him. So it's not as flashy, it's not as easy to grab a hold of, but Splyce are a very disciplined practice team.
And I just like the fact that both teams rely so much on their junglers, and then when they face each other, because these laners are not solo killing each other, they're not getting big leads without the jungler being there, which is why at the bottom of your screen you're gonna see kill participation being very high for both Xerxe and Selfmade, and that's not because they're necessarily doing more in the early game than other junglers, it's just because their team is not getting kills without them.
Seems to me that the crowd for now wants to see Selfmade, no big surprise there, but the other lane we have to talk about, you mentioned it there, they farm a lot up, they make sure that their team is doing well, but the lanes necessarily don't do that much by themselves in the early game, and that is why both of these teams do prefer to go late with their strong AD carries, Kobbe and Crownshot in that bottom lane.
And there's a lot of similarities kind of across the board in terms of like the different pieces that make up these teams. Playmaking supports in Norskeren and Dreams, late game scaling ADCs in Crownshot and Kobbe, proactive early game junglers, but how they execute on them is very different, and that's why you always give the edge to Splyce, because it feels like they just have more versatility, more weapons, more arsenal. Kobbe can play way more champions effectively than Crownshot.
And I also think for me, Kobbe, now that he's finally getting that recognition that he's been, wanting for several years, he's playing fantastic, and this is also his chance to take this quarterfinal, round 1 against SK Gaming. He doesn't want to drop the ball here. He knows that he is in his best form, and he wants to make that run to final, so I'll be looking very closely to that bottom lane.
Yeah, 100%. I also think he's more flexible. You highlight the champions. I also just think positioning on your own in team fights is something Kobbe is great at. And it's actually a Crownshot has struggled a little bit. He needs very long-range AD carries to be very successful. So it's a select few champions he's really looking for if he wants to succeed.
So SK seems to be the underdog. I think that's pretty clear, and we're really going to need all these players to rise up to the occasion and honestly do better than what we expect of them if we look at how they played in the spring split so far. Splyce and SK together, their playoff run starts here. We're going to see if the rookies of SK can continue their climb and surprise everyone today.
Our first game in LEC was versus Fnatic. We were like really hyped and kind of stressed because they're basically world finalists, right? And after we won twice versus them, right? We thought that we were actually good. And the next game we faced Misfits, we got complete obliterated.
Here comes the engage, there's the Galio, brings down the hammer, and with the might of Thor, Misfits just wipe SK off the map.
We understood that either we go playoffs or we go home.
Now we're on a bigger stage against bigger players, so the stakes are obviously higher. There's way more people watching, way more people talking about us.
I think they are overambitious. I don't really see them as a team that could play for winning the split. Selfmade is basically the only player who's playing really well. He's just overshadowing the others.
When you say Splyce, I don't know what pops up into your mind, right? It's like, okay, they're a team.
People just don't like Splyce. They're so boring, they don't do anything. But we're never bad, we're always really close to actually making it. What keeps me going is my own skill, that I know that in the right situation I'm able to win everything. Because of the narrative that, oh, I'm always so underrated, I don't think I ever got the opportunities that I feel like I deserve.
Everybody's like, yeah, he's really underrated. So if everybody says you're underrated, I don't think you're underrated anymore. People are realizing he's good. Yeah, I'm just excited to play against Kobbe since I think he's one of the best in EU right now.
Judges on the break, the only man who's been on this team the whole time, it's Kobbe! And it's a party for Splyce!
Even now I think we're a good team in Splyce, but at the same time I see like 4 other really good teams, so I know it's really hard, but I always have the mindset that it's doable.
We can compete and we can actually win the split.
I think we're gonna do well in playoffs.
We are proving ourselves as a team.
For this playoffs you need to win 4 series in a row. Let's say we beat SK, it's nice, but I just see it as the first step. You just gotta take like one opponent at a time.
For sure, every single round in playoffs, we are looking to win them and then make it to finals and win finals.
It's your boy Medi. It's your boy Vedi. It's your boy Medi. It's your boy Vedi. And it's your boy Andy.
Ender, this is the playoffs. Can we take this a little bit more seriously, please, Ender? Can we just focus? SK versus
I'm
Splyce.
Chamberlain, it's Andrew Vedius Day, Christian Deficio. We apologize for our call.
Really sorry.
It's playoffs, it's SK versus Splyce. It's going to be a good series, I am sure. We saw Fnatic take their first round 1 game yesterday, and these guys are fighting to contend against Fnatic next week.
Yes, they certainly are. I'm expecting a pretty exciting game. The fact that Fnatic chose Vitality, many people were wondering, ooh, how will that look? How will that matchup go? And it was a very one-sided affair. Then we heard from Duke today that Splyce consider themselves the strongest of the 4 teams in round 1. So we'll see if they can match up against Fnatic's dominance that we saw from them yesterday.
And on the other side of the rift, of course, SK Gaming coming in after winning the tiebreaker match, led by Selfmade in the early game. A lot of people watching know just how good this man is and wondering how hard can SK challenge against Splyce.
Now, one of the big things we talked about, Ender, is junglers and AD carries. We heard it from Duke. It was a big talking point for us in this series. How will the focus look like for these 2 picks specifically? Now, right now, there are very few jungle-specific bans. Actually, a lot of mid lane directed bans. And something we also considered was how big is the pool for Pirean in the mid lane?
Yeah, and Lissandra, of course, has been his most played champion by far during the regular season. And for SK Gaming to enable Selfmade, having a strong mid laner for Pirean is so important. That's why, with the Lissandra banned away, they snap lock in the LeBlanc to secure that strong mid-jungle 2v2.
But it does give Splyce a lot of options for a counter pick if they can find one. Now, Morgana has been locked for Splyce straight away.
And I think this is a mid-lane Morgana. We've seen it up against the LeBlanc. It was the OG counter pick all the way back in the day at MSI 2015 up against FLICKR. His undefeated LeBlanc back in the day, and it's so strong at just neutralizing and nullifying the impact of that champ.
I also just think that it's a very strong flex pick. In the event that it doesn't go towards the LeBlanc, you can move it down towards the bot lane. I think that as a champion, she does very well against many of the current meta supports right now. Braum, Analyst, Thresh, her Black Shield is very effective against them, and with a Xayah, you can get a lot of pressure in that lane. And when we think about one of the weak points for Splyce, you know, arguably a point of attack where Kobbe has often been struggling during the laning phase, I feel with that duo, you're already guaranteeing a strong 2v2.
Especially with this Xayah that has been buffed on the patch. At max rank under W, getting 20% extra attack speed, this champion priority is rising highly here, and you still have the option to pair it with something like the Rakan if you are lacking engage.
Well, there you are. You called it, and the Morgana is going to be in the mid lane. Unless we see some crazy flex up towards the top side of the map, this will be a Xayah Rakan down towards the bot lane, Morgana in the mid lane, and what we see from this engage is that Splyce, they already have solid engage. They have a pretty strong laning phase with the Xayah Rakan. They also have a decent mid game, and is definitely gearing towards that team fight style.
Gearing towards the team fight and just putting all the eggs here in the Kobbe basket because you have protection with the Rakan as well as the Morgana in the mid lane. Kobbe should and will be the focal point of this Splyce composition come those team fights.
Now, I want to talk about some of the flexibility actually coming out here from SK. With the Jarvan pick, that could of course go towards the jungle, but could also be a top laner, and we're starting to see some top laners get banned out in the form of the cannon here from Splyce.
Interesting that Splyce would choose to ban that one away. Remember that they do get counter picks, so they will be able to guarantee a strong matchup towards the top side. What interests me about SK's pick is, or draft right now, is that it is very mid-focused. If we assume that LeBlanc and Jarvan is the mid-jungle duo, something you talked about, Ender, was setting up Pirean to allow Selfmade to have a strong lane to play around. This is already gearing towards the playstyle that we're used to seeing from SK.
Yeah, I think they're actually in a really good spot at the moment for that mid-jungle 2v2, but actually looking at SK's bans here, I think they have a telling story because it's these champions that want to kite back in fights, that want to give protection for the backline. The Kindred and the Poppy, which Vizicsacsi has been very comfortable on so far, the split being removed, mean that Splyce have less options to peel for Kobbe.
So Splyce have actually pulled a little bit of a tricky one here with the Urgot lot. Of course, that used to be only a top laner, but now we are seeing a little bit more in the jungle as well. So they still have hidden that top lane pick for last.
And Xerxe is a player that innovates new champions. While we have seen Urgot popping up in solo queue and around the world, I would not be surprised to see him take it in the jungle. We all saw Cadril play that champion a few weeks ago, but some key buffs to it have made it significantly improved in the jungle role and just all across the board. Its win rate went up 7% in solo queue, which is just absurd.
Definitely is. Ezreal is the next lock here for SK. Get themselves a safe-ish bottom lane, and then the Hecarim last. Expect that to be seen up towards the top side.
Now, we saw this band pretty consistently in yesterday's series, but what's great about seeing it today is Werlyb was an OG Hecarim top lane player. Back in the days, the early seasons of when he played in the original EU LCS, this was one of his staple picks, and now he gets his hands back on it after the big buffs that we saw on 9.6 Ender.
And now with Gangplank being locked in, that will indicate it is going to be an Urgot in the jungle here for Xerxe. So once again, going for more of a scaling pick on the side of Splyce. They're looking for the later stages of the game, whereas SK have more tools to play early.
Early on, we set the expectation that Splyce had a stronger bottom lane than they usually would. They kind of mitigated some of their weaknesses down there. SK have played around this strong 2v2 mid. Is that how those drafts have now played out, or do you see something new coming out from these teams?
I think they absolutely have, especially on the side of SK. I think they went for exactly what they wanted to, because you have very safe bot lane with the Ezreal, which Crownshot is comfortable on, and the Braum. And what that means is Selfmade can sort of ignore this bottom lane, play entirely around Pirean in the mid lane, which against Morgana may be hard to get kills, but use that to unlock Pirean to roam up towards this top lane and really punish the Gangplank. Gangplank can be shut down so hard by strong early game junglers.
Yeah, what I'm really surprised about is this Gangplank pick. This does suggest to me that they may even leave topside, just leave him alone to farm and actually invest more resources.
Do the Blippo.
The bot, exactly that. Just invest all their resources into the bot side of the map, use the Gangplank ultimate to potentially set up a dive, use that ultimate to also mitigate some of the split push power that Hecarim will have as the game progresses. And he does contribute a fair amount in terms of the team fights that we're expected to see later on. But in terms of early game presence, until level 6, I don't think Splyce have many tools to really create opportunities, especially against an Ezreal or Braum. And I think SK, they've drafted very safely and smartly. It's difficult to dive this Braum lane. They have a lot of mobility with the Morgana, and I think that with this scaling Hecarim pick, SK right now are set up for a lot of successful early game opportunities.
Feels like it's a story of a map split down the middle. SK will play towards the top side, Splyce will play down towards bot side. It has been 1,444 days since SK Gaming were in the playoffs. Splyce have made the last 6 in a row. Couldn't be a bigger story of inexperienced rookies versus the old dogs of our league. And the question is, which team will come out on top today? I do believe we have a pause getting straight on into the game, so we get a little bit more time to break down and maybe set some expectations for people watching at home as to exactly how this early game is going to play out.
Yeah, and I think everyone's eyes will be immediately drawn to Selfmade, because this is the obvious early game playmaking jungler here with the Jarvan alongside him. And specifically, you have to look at how does he path here in the early game. And one thing that Jarvan can especially do up against the Urgot is look for early scuttle crab control, because Urgot, he needs some time to rank up his levels. Once he gets his W to max rank, he can farm pretty well. It becomes a toggle. It's great for the Urgot, but early levels, Selfmade will have control over this jungle matchup, and that's where I want to see him be a little bit more proactive, look towards mid lane, and more especially top lane to get the ball rolling.
So a couple unique things that I do see that's quite interesting. First is teleport on the LeBlanc. Not very conventional. Usually the reason, usually she likes to run things like Ignite because you often play to try and get the lane ahead or to have kill threat in a side lane. But mainly you do it for the Morgana matchup because of how impressive she is. We might not have time for that as we see a bit of a level 1 shenanigans. Ward invested towards the bot side.
Crownshot was in the right position to spot it out and of course very safe on the Ezreal early on. Has taken the Mystic shot, so if someone does get caught, it wouldn't be the easiest escape for them, but Splyce just forced back early on here by SK.
But the other interesting thing that I noticed is actually press the attack on Urgot. Now, normally we see the Conqueror, and very common that we've seen from many solo queue players that like to run that. It's very easy to stack on the Urgot, especially with the changes made to his W. I'm curious as to what you think about the press the attack.
Yeah, so I'm of the opinion that I prefer the Conqueror a little bit more, especially because when you look at Urgot, you think more of a scaling champion, so the true damage later on in the game is going to be much more appreciated. But what Urgot can do is stack the press the attack very quickly with his W, which, as we said before, is going to be your first max in the jungle. It's a little bit different than the top lane Urgot we were used to seeing a few patches ago, because now with 5 points in the W, the rapid fire auto attacks coming through becomes a toggle. So there's actually no cooldown on that spell, and that makes him very potent when it comes to dueling at level 9.
Yeah, and you'll also notice that there is a Glacial Augment on the Morgana. That extra bit of utility really helps against someone as mobile as a LeBlanc. So for anyone that may be interested in this matchup, it's a cool keystone that you can run to help out.
And when you see the Glacial Augment, because we've seen it a little bit, especially in solo queue a few months ago, you think, well, do you go for items like the Hextech GLP to get that extra slow field whenever you press it down? And I think that's actually a really good option for Humanoid in this game, because looking at the entire composition of Splyce, they do have some engage tools with the Rakan and maybe a Gangplank ult as well, but they're not super hard engage. And if they could get that extra slow from long range, that will give them more playmaking tools if they see an opening.
Yep. And
we did wonder if Selfmade would get control over both of the Scuttle Crabs. It looks like actually Xerxe gets the bottom side one, whereas Selfmade gets the top, splitting the map down the middle as we kind of expected. But the question for me is how much we're going to see Selfmade actually gank in this early game. How often is he going to be able to get his team ahead?
Well, right now he just saw Xerxe path over this blue ward at the moment, so he knows Xerxe is on the red buff. He can actually loop around, avoid the vision of this Gangplank, and look for an early kill. Remember, Werlyb has Ignite.
The fight here as Chachi lands the barrels, but Selfmade coming in from the side. Chachi still has the flash, doesn't use it yet. Slowed down with the red buff. Werlyb still on the chase, but no flash to chase, and Chachi can just walk away from the gank in the top lane.
Now, Hecarim had a point in his Q and his W, and because Vizicsacsi hit level 3 and Werlyb is still on level 2, he didn't actually have his charge, so wasn't able to add that extra CC to try and burn a summoner spell from Gangplank.
It was also really unfortunate that Vizicsacsi just hit level 3 because he then had the oranges available as well, so the red slow meant that he could get away. Now, the problem with this gank from Selfmade is, sure, early on, if it had worked out, it would have been great, but it also gives Xerxe the option to just move into the enemy jungle and get a bit of vision down. He very wisely, though, doesn't commit to the steal because he recognized that his mid laner doesn't have priority yet. And this matchup doesn't really start going in favor of the Morgana until she has 3 points in that Tormented Soil and can start just immediately wave clearing those caster minions so that she then starts having that constant push.
We said it was going to be a story about the jungler. Selfmade here to try and counter gank Xerxe, who did come in, but Werlyb now, with that devastating charge, can just run away.
Now, I think we should point out here the itemization early on here from Werlyb, because one of the biggest weaknesses of Hecarim in the laning phase is he just soaks through mana. By spamming his Q in lane to clear waves and go for trades, he actually loses it a lot, so he's bot lane.
Kobbe has to flash away, gets a lot of damage down with the feathers, but it's first blood to Crownshot. They'll trade it. Norskeren gets one in response, but a lot of action already going down in this bottom lane.
Yeah, we'll have to see the replay of that one more time to figure out exactly what happened. But you can see, you know, a bot lane Ezreal bomb should take it slow, but they didn't care. They wanted to go right on it.
Ooh, Norskeren actually mistimed the knock up there. Uses the Battle Dance to get away, but as you said, it's bad. He takes quite a bit of damage in response, levels up, and will heal it up pretty easy.
So we're actually going to see a pretty uncharacteristic mistake from the duo of the Splyce bot lane, largely because there's a bit of a communication error. And the one thing that I really want to draw people's attention to when the replay comes up is actually what Norskeren is doing while Kobbe is trying to push in the wave. And something that we saw last week against the Fnatic G2 match was when Promiscu was trying to get vision in the Tri-Brush. What ended up happening was the Cassio perks would then try try and push forward, and they didn't have pressure in the lane. So when we see, keep your eyes on what Norskeren is doing, he's moving up to try and get some vision on the tri-bush, and this actually gives a window for Crownshot to go in for a trade when Kobbe doesn't actually have that much mana. So he's immediately forced to back away because Crownshot and Dreams are in the better position to go for that trade, and they end up getting that first blood kill.
Yeah, you can also see there how Kobbe thought in the 1v1 he had the damage advantage, but as soon as Braum has the ability to jump forward onto a Xayah that's basically melee range on the Ezreal, it's not going to be good news for Kobbe.
A little bit difference in the support summoner spells as well. You have heal on the side of Braum and ignite on the side of the Rakan, so if you get the heal out earlier, you do just have that little bit more effective health.
Now, a difference in support pathing after that early reset is that Dreams actually walked through this mid lane to drop down a control ward, which unfortunately Xerxe is going to be contesting, and with the W can quickly clear away. But that's something we see a lot from Dreams, maybe looking for these roams, looking to set up some vision, whereas Norskeren was more focused on just getting back to the bottom lane, because when you're the second support to reset, it becomes a lot harder to actually face check into the river when there could be a jungler and a support on the other side there.
There's actually a lot of really cool item stuff that I wanted to quickly touch on as well. With the Morgana mid, what people may have noticed as well is that she's going for the double Dark Seal very early on. That's because her whole goal is not to win this matchup. It's just to wave clear, sustain, and just mitigate everything that LeBlanc tries to do, which is be a lane bully, look for those kills. And when she has this much sustain with the Corrupting Potion and Dark Seal combo, on top of the fact that she has a Black Shield, she has the Tormented Sword for wave clear, she's pretty much impossible to kill. And so even if Selfmade and Pirean try to invest all these resources into shutting her down, it's just very, very difficult. So you're now looking at a kind of limited number of options, and really, for SK, they only have the ability to gank towards topside, which is why Xerxe is spending so much time here trying to get this vision, clear up whatever he can, and give Vizicsacsi the freedom to leverage the often weaker early game that a Hecarim has.
Yeah, I think that Xerxe has been doing actually a really good job. I like that you bring that up. And now I look towards the side of Selfmade, and specifically the level 6 coming through for Werlyb, because now is when top lane is maybe a little bit more gankable.
100%,
of course,
yeah.
Chachi will always have the ability to use the orange and cleanse away from the fear that Werlyb can bring through. But if you actually just use the ult on Hecarim to position yourself behind the Gangplank while you have your charge running, you can knock him back, and the CC removal really won't be effective if you just displace him.
And the reason we bring so much attention to Selfmade, and we've talked so much about him even on the analyst desk, is he has been the key catalyst for SK throughout this entire split. You can see he has high jungle proximity, he's near his team in the early game, he's participating in 82% of their kills before the 15-minute mark, and he's the guy that really puts SK in a very strong spot.
Yeah, he often does. And one of the things I always praise him for is I think that his ability to make ganks successful is very high. He often finds kills. The thing that I often criticize him for is I often question why he's ganking certain lanes, because it feels like that he just sees an opportunity and goes for it, rather than this is the best lane for me to invest time and resources into. And we had that whole joke at the beginning of the split where every game he would gank Werlyb would play Poppy or Sion. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's determined to make those ganks happen.
Which is surprising too, because in a game like this, like, wow, the Gangplank, that's a lane you actually really want to gank. But he hasn't quite been able to find his mark on the top side of the map. Now, bottom lane is maybe a potential option as well, because there's no flash on Kobbe. Remember, he lost that earlier.
Both junglers are level 6 as well. You can see Xerxe sneaks into this bush, but there is a ward spotting him out. It looks like Selfmade's clearing out a ward of his own. Control in that bush just up into the river. Norskeren will replace that once again, and Xerxe will spot out the fact that he was seen on some SK vision.
Now, when we see junglers rotating down into this bottom lane and no teleports on either top laner, it's important to remember the strength and utility of the Cannon Barrage coming in from the side of Splyce. So in any given 3v3 on the bot side of the map, Splyce are always going to have an advantage because of that global split.
It feels like both junglers have done a pretty good job of mirroring the other throughout this early game. Xerxe especially, we've seen Selfmade go up towards top lane a couple of times, and Xerxe's been there ready to respond. It's only 10 minutes in, or 9 minutes in, and across the board seems pretty even. Now, I feel like we set up the expectation that SK wanted to try and get this 2v2 mid ahead. They wanted to get Pirean roaming, and they haven't quite been able to do that yet.
No, they haven't been able to do it yet, but looking at what SK are actually trying to accomplish in this game, we do say they get outscaled, and I think in a 5v5 that may be true, but you see a LeBlanc and a Hecarim, and you wonder, can they accomplish things in side lanes? Because you have TP on the LeBlanc, she's traditionally a very strong side laner, and that's where I doubt it a little bit on the side of SK, because I think Gangplank can very easily just clear waves up against Hecarim, and I think Morgana can do the same thing as well. So SK don't feel like they drafted themselves nearly as many options as the side of Splyce.
And I think it was this Morgana pick that kind of limited their options, because it was very evident to me that they were trying to play around mid and they had options to do so, but it is so difficult to kill this Morgana. Now, I don't think like SK are limited in options right now. I still think that they can look to play around top, but the other big thing is how easy it is for a Hecarim to roam around the map. He is very mobile. You can see that he's already upgraded his boots to the tier 2 early on, right? And what this means is that he already looks for a roam mid. And once he's got on a... Ideally, he wants to complete the Phage, or just that first item, so he has a bit of extra damage as well, but don't be surprised to see this Hecarim just looking for roams mid, looking for roams with Selfmade, and trying to utilize his mobility to create an opportunity, find a kill, and then go back to lane.
And now that we see the laners hit that level 6, level 7 mark as well, those roams can be that much more explosive. You know, if you get down towards the bottom lane, you have a Braum Ezreal follow-up there. If you get towards Pirean, he can do a huge amount of damage with the double distortion or the double sigil. So expecting to see SK try and make some of those roams happen around the map, where Splyce seem to be happy just tracking the enemies and keeping in their lanes.
They certainly are, and I think it is worth bringing up this Urgot once again here for Xerxe, as he has finished his warrior enchantment. It's something we see as Werlyb walks over all the wards in that river looking for a roam. But for Xerxe, one of the big changes on Urgot is actually the shield on his W moving over towards his E and getting a bonus AD ratio. And that means that in the jungle especially, it becomes very easy to itemize for AD with the warrior, Black Cleaver. Even a Guardian Angel is a viable option. That makes him very potent. Oh my god!
Base check straight in, the spell shield's not going to save you. Selfmade gets the kill, and SK will fight around the Infernal. Splyce didn't have vision down towards the bottom side of the river, but maybe they want to go for a little bit of a Barney in the river. Infernal resets. Norskeren still has the ultimate and the flash.
And while this sort of dance around the dragon is happening, Pirean was able to push out that mid lane, and without Morgana, no one's there to respond. Xerxe is going to try to steal.
Norskeren goes in, Selfmade gets it. Xerxe with the fear beyond death, but the stopwatch from Dream stops it in its tracks. There's a true shot barrage as well, doesn't quite connect, but SK get the dragon, and that's all they wanted. They get out.
Oh, there's a kill top lane!
And the solo kill top lane. Beautiful stuff there from Werlyb as well. SK finding advantages across the board.
So we're going to see that play top lane again, I should hope. But what I think happened is Vizicsacsi used the cannon barrage bot lane. He wasn't looking at his own model. He was trying to get the ult to zone away SK and stop them from finding the engage, and Werlyb absolutely pounced, because look at the summoner spells. Chachi didn't even burn his flash.
And we see it happen with people like Shen as well. You stand united down to a fight and you just get caught out. Maybe that is what occurred up towards that top lane, but all we really know right now is that Werlyb now very much in control of that 1v1 matchup.
You actually predicted it to a T. I just had a quick look back. He was standing there for a good couple of seconds, watching the bot lane, not respecting the ability for Werlyb to stack up that Q, and once it was stacked up, that's where the damage really started to come through and get those outplays. But the bigger concern for me was the fact that Humanoid just face-checked at the beginning of that fight. And we'll start off by looking at this replay in the 1 versus 1, and you'll notice it. He's just standing here looking bot lane, uses the ultimate, so now you're building up these rampage stacks, and Hecarim now got 2 off, 3 off. He lands the ult. He still hasn't used his E, so while this is a good stopwatch from Vizicsacsi, ultimately there's still enough damage from the side of Werlyb to be able to get the kill and walk away, which is a big deal for the Hecarim, because now you'll notice that he's picked up both the Sheen and the Phage.
Yep, got a lot of items working towards that Trinity Force now. Splyce moving every single member up towards the top side of the map, but Werlyb able to spot it out, and now they're looking for the full lane swap. After Gangplank goes down, Splyce say, we can push these towers very, very quickly. And actually, SK are trying to respond because it's Crownshot who's not trading plates in bot side. He's roaming up because they want to attack the mid lane.
Have to remember, the towers get more tanky the more people there are around them when those turret plates fall. The Bulwark comes out and just makes it very hard to take them down. But with Demolish, SK are going to look for some plates in the mid lane for themselves. So it's going to be actually a pretty even trade between the two teams.
And I really like this trade here for SK if they can make the towers go neutral, because opening up this middle lane, especially if they can maybe rotate into a Herald play and use that to eventually break this tower, unlocks the entire map. It basically means that every time you push minion waves down mid lane, the other team has to wait a couple extra seconds before they can start clearing them, because they have to stand under their second tower, and you have all this time to move into the enemy jungle, put down wards, and set up for the objectives that will be spawned.
Now, you'll see that SK responded by moving multiple members up towards the top side. I don't think they needed this many people, because now you've got both your top laner and AD carry in the same lane for no real reason. And one of the big things that did just occur was that Kobbe was actually at a huge deficit. After dying in lane, he actually fell behind in farm, and Crownshot was already building a gold advantage just from running Kleptomancy. So he actually already had a pretty big golded lead, but the fact that Kobbe got so many plates and was able to secure the first tower of the game, and that he's now closed that gold gap pretty significantly, and that's helped him a lot more get back into the game and work towards that first core item. As once again we see a bit of trading down towards the bot lane.
Looks like it's going to be okay for the moment as well. It just forces Xayah back. You guys voted for Selfmade to be featured in our first POV stream of the best of 5. You can check it out at twitch.tv/RiotGames2 or on the YouTube channel LOL Esports.
And one of the things I just wanted to quickly backtrack to is that whole Drake fight, I think, from the side of Splyce, just wasn't ideal in its entirety. Because when we think about this composition, sure, they do have a strong team fight capability later on, but early on, there's no need for them to try and force a fight. I could see them maybe trying a dive bot lane at level 6, maybe, but against Braum Ezreal, we talked about it, it's very dangerous, but like they didn't need to. And the fact that Humanoid phase check, they still tried to challenge for the Infernal, they were just kind of asking for disaster. And it was just giving SK more opportunities to force fights when LeBlanc and Jarvan are really at their strongest.
Definitely did. We are almost 16 minutes into this game. Just want to have a look at the gold differential. About 400 between the two teams. We are getting those first items completed as well. It is a GLP for Humanoid on the Morgana. That's what we talked about. Luden's Echo already finished for Pirean in that mid lane as well. And of course, Crownshot going for the single tier Ezreal build here, as you can't build 2 tiers anymore.
Yeah, you can't get the double up anymore, which means we're scaling on the side of Ezreal. And traditionally, that was always sort of a weakness of that pick up until the introduction of that double tier build. Still, SK not necessarily looking to scale themselves, whereas Splyce certainly are. And I think that them hitting their one-item breakpoints here with the Trinity Force now for Gangplank as well and the Warrior Enchant for Xerxe are going to put them in a good spot to try to neutralize this game. But with SK seeing a Rift Herald and an Infernal Drake spawning in 20 seconds, I think that SK should be looking to find these fights around these objectives that are spawning.
Right now, it feels like SK have quite a lot of power in the pocket of Pirean. Crownshot at 2 items as well can be very deadly on the Ezreal. Also, you've got Werlyb, who's very hard to deal with in the side lane. Splyce trying to react, trying to respond with some vision of their own, but it looks like SK might be taking the fight here. Dreams face check straight into Humanoid. The binding gonna connect. Puts down the Unbreakable. Here comes Norskeren from the side with the charm, but Werlyb's on his way up. Humanoid already killed Dreams, but Norskeren falls as well. Werlyb gets onto the back line, and Humanoid with a great Soul Shackles will catch him out. Stuns him up. Humanoid has to flash the wall, and now SK. Oh, a superb blade call.
Oh, Xayah!
And Xayah jumps in with a parlay. Xayah there on the front line, Xerxe there on the front line as well, and Splyce have forced SK back into their own jungle.
Splyce had the item breakpoints and they found the perfect fight. Playing off of CC and stuns onto one member, they were able to fight front to back, take it slow, and ultimately come out on top. Still, it is Selfmade with a flash up, with a smite up, and looking to steal.
Xerxe has the level advantage, and he will get the dragon. Selfmade flashes out of the back, and Splyce equalized that dragon score, 1 Infernal to 1.
He also used the spear there to try and combo down with a smite, which meant he didn't have the EQ combo to escape from the pit and loses his flash, which is going to be a big engage tool for the side of SK.
Some of the big things that I really liked with how Splyce set up that fight was they actually set up a lot of visional denial beforehand. They were ready on contesting this Drake beforehand, and we talked about how they didn't want to fight the Drake earlier, but now with the item breakpoints, they were in a much better position to do so. I think the way they set up for it was very good as well, because the fact that they were lying in Fog of War, because they actually have a surprising amount of pick potential, means that the moment someone face checks, it's very difficult for them to escape. And that whole fight kicked off because Dreams decided to face check the brush, and then the ensuing fight immediately followed. And SK, they just weren't in a position to react.
Yeah, I think how they crafted the ideal team fight right there was really good because, yes, it is that initial burst damage with the Morgana, the Urgot as well, but then you can see the slow fields they create with the GLP and the Cannon Barrage as well, just making it very hard for SK to actually step forward and protect that one member that is getting zoned away. So Splyce don't actually have to risk themselves to layer down that CC. Instead, they can keep players like Kobbe and Vizicsacsi very far in the back line, stay relatively safe, and never get hit by the dive and the threat of SK.
Now, it looks like once again SK trying to set up some vision control at least around one of these objectives, but Norskeren always has that engaged potential. We've seen Rakan's jump from almost across the map just to get onto that backline, and you can see how much respect SK are giving towards Splyce right now.
Now, something I need to quickly bring up is the itemization for Crownshot. He has a lost chapter in his inventory, which was traditionally to funnel into that next tier to get the CDR and get towards stacking. Now, oh my god, wait a second.
Xayah just melted underneath the tower. Werlyb gets the 1v1. 2 tower shots, 1 more would be enough, but it doesn't even connect. Werlyb with a pure 1v1 outplay in the bottom lane.
Werlyb demonstrating how strong this Hecarim can be as the game progresses. The longer you get, once you've got that Trinity Force completed, you are such a strong duelist, and this is why I had some question marks around the Gangplank pick. Can you hold the Gangplank in the side lane? And right now, Werlyb is proving that Vizicsacsi can.
Here we go! He's going to force the 4v4. The charm comes out. They root up one. It's Dreams. Crownshot jumps across the wall. Over here comes Pirean. Baby on death will knock him back as Xerxe locks him up. Crownshot down to Kobbe. Pops the feathers and manages manages to survive, eventually dunked down by Selfmade. Norskeren now across the wall will be forced away as well, but Splyce come out on top in the fight.
Kobbe went full beast mode in that team fight, getting the first kill, flashing over the fight, singling out Crownshot, and almost surviving. Splyce clean up house, get the tower, and have complete control over this top side of the map.
And it was such a big fight as well because Werlyb didn't have his teleport to join in, which means that Splyce knew they could guarantee the 4v4 where they felt stronger. You can see Crownshot here, he gets caught out. The binding gets absorbed by Dreams. Good support there, keeping his AD carry alive, but Kobbe was like, no, we're not having any of this. Flashes into the backline, shuts down the AD carry immediately, and then with the fight split up, there's little that SK can do to turn it around in their favor.
That was the most important part. Splyce singling out those two members and immediately punishing them. While Selfmade was trying to take the Herald, SK didn't have the grouping needed to try and fight back against that comp, and that's why you can see Kobbe flashing into the backlines, because that usually should never happen.
And when we think about win conditions now, we think about how are both these teams looking to try and win these games. Splyce will want to try and create more of those scenarios. They want to have these kind of 4v4 situations, maybe even 5v5s, because they know and they feel not only confident in their team fighting, but their composition is better designed to work in those environments. Whereas SK, the question comes, even if Splyce want to force the 5v5s, maybe they can actually come out on top, considering how strong Werlyb actually is on this Hecarim, and he's no slouch in the fights either.
Crownshot gets the slow onto Sjokz there, but he'll use the powder keg to get some movement speed and away. You can see Splyce actually just being that little bit more aggressive, stepping up a little bit further than they would have done a couple of minutes ago, and with about a 2,000, 1,500 gold lead, they're in actually a very good spot. SK aren't out of it yet, but Werlyb might be caught out. Xerxe just waiting until Werlyb goes in, can use that devastating charge to get away, dodging around as much as he can, goes in onto Sjokz. Xerxe will knock him back with the disdain, and the fear beyond death just pulls him in. It's a very delicious pony.
Very good bait there from Vizicsacsi walking forward. And Werlyb, I think we could sense that he knew something was going wrong there, but Xerxe waiting in the wings, able to find that kill, and all of a sudden, this side lane win condition for SK is being shut down. Yes, he has found 2 solo kills up against Vizicsacsi, but the question is, can he actually get turrets in side lanes? Because if he can't, SK have to play a team fight game, and the way that has been going so far this game, they've found mixed results.
Definitely have Splyce been able just to wait out the pressure that comes from Werlyb and get Kobbe onto this 2-item spike. You've got Sjokz now sitting at 2 items as well. Twin Shadows out from Humanoid to provide even more zone control, even more chase potential in these team fights. And that's, I feel, really the story of Splyce's team fights. Their zone control is so powerful. You have Norskeren diving on the backline. You've got Humanoid with the ability to catch someone out.
And now there's no Hecarim with them at the moment. SK are trying to walk into the river, but they don't have the front line.
It's only a cloud drake. They almost take down Norskeren straight away. They do get him the Vivian. That's been used here as well. Dreams will fall as well, but a great true shot barrage. Xerxe running away. There's the teleport. Onslaught of Shadows is available for Werlyb if they want to go for the chase. Crownshot looking for some slows. Werlyb going in with a devastating charge. Is he going to go any further? Decides against it. 1-for-1 trade.
Norskeren got obliterated at the start of that fight, and I feel like when we praised Splyce for their setup around the Drake earlier, this time round, SK were in a much better position. While I do feel the teleport could have come out a little bit sooner from Werlyb, ultimately the fact that they could turn this into a 1-for-1 was because of the vision placement that they had, and they were in a much better position to react to those kind of picks coming out from Splyce at the beginning of the fight.
And ultimately, I don't think SK had a ton of confidence coming into the fight, and that's why we didn't see the immediate TP. But here you go. Norskeren gets immediately destroyed and taken out, but there's nowhere really for Dreams to go. And now you ask the question, can SK channel through? Crownshot says, yes, I want to go into the back line, but without the Hecarim getting there a couple seconds sooner, it's just not going to happen.
I want to give some credit to Crownshot. He jumped away from the Rakan engage there as well. Twin Shadows used. Pirean will know that there's someone just around the corner, but isn't going to be caught out too easily on that LeBlanc. Don't face check into Xerxe. There's the GLP. Slow comes out, Binder connects, and now Xerxe can go in with the disdain, knocks him back. Pirean stunned up, pulled back into the grinder, and Xerxe's on a rampage. 4-0 on this Urgot jungle.
That's just so gross right there. Pirean didn't have the flash, didn't have the mimic, so as soon as he presses the W, going to get immediately destroyed, and it's Xerxe and Humanoid working around the vision of SK to find a pick on the side laner.
I'm just keeping my eyes on the items right now. What kind of break points are we reaching? The Xerxe have now been completed for Werlyb. He's pretty much going to be unstoppable in the 1v1 on a side lane, but the Xerxe has also been completed for Sjokz as well, so let's give him a little bit more survivability to buy a little bit more time, but he has to be so careful pushing up this far in a side lane because Werlyb, with the Ignite, more than happy to go for those 1v1s every time.
Look at this from Splyce. They're actually starting up the Baron, and with Dreams recalling, there's not many easy ways to get vision in the river.
Werlyb's in the bottom lane as well without teleport, so they know that they're going to be in at least a 5v4 situation. Selfmade spots out Norskeren.
He can't get in.
The Baron's going to go down. True Shot Barrage coming out. Still at 4,000 HP. Should be an easy enough secure here for Splyce. Xerxe will secure it, and that is a great Baron take. 25 minutes in from Splyce.
It's just a brilliant sneak there from Splyce, playing very proactively here throughout the mid game, and it starts with Xerxe. He found 2 picks on both side laners of SK. They're able to transition that into the Baron because they know without Pirean alongside them, SK are actually very hard pressed to walk into the river. They saw the resets coming through from multiple members and said, hey, we've got Urgot, Xayah, we could just smash this.
And I just want to bring attention as well to the fact that it's not the 1v1 that's defining this game anymore. Before, it was Werlyb getting advantages, pushing Chachi back, but it really feels like Splyce are able to mitigate Werlyb in a side lane and then just force these team fights, force these plays on the other side of the map.
And it's a problem we see so frequently from split push comps, whether they're 1-3-1 or 1-4. It's that, yes, you win the 1v1, quote unquote, but you actually can't knock down towers. And without the ability to influence turrets, knock those down, eventually threaten an inhibitor, you actually don't accomplish anything in the sideline.
And I want to quickly go back and look at how Splyce set up this Baron so cleanly. So what you can see overall on the map right now is that all this vision has been set up towards the top side. Remember that they've just killed LeBlanc, so they're able to walk in and challenge for this. The problem for SK is the only vision they have is around here as another fight kicks off.
Selfmade jumps in with the Cataclysm. Norskeren jumping away. The True Shot Frost comes out as well. Kobbe waiting just around the corner, but not actually going to be able to find the engage. Now Chachi's come down and joined this fight. Pirean jumps onto him, lands the chains as well, but Chachi will flash the wall, uses the oranges to get to safety. Splyce still feels a little bit like they're hankering for a fight here. Norskeren going to go in with the charm, but doesn't connect on anyone. He jumps back. The root lands onto Dreams. Once again, the baby on death will pull him back. He's done 1-0, and Splyce continue forward, stepping forward, straight in. The flash in from Xerxe, straight onto the back line. That's 2. Splyce looking for a little bit more as they get the GOP, but Werlyb has to use the ult defensively, and Splyce are just breaking down the structures of SK.
Splyce were able to completely split up SK in that fight. It's a beautiful engage in the mid lane. I don't even know why SK are there, but Splyce see the opportunity, playing for the fights, and they get the inhib.
SK don't have the defense to hold on to the line. Splyce have all 5 members. They have a cannon minion as well. They could look to end the game right now.
Got the Baron buff there. Selfmade just pulling the minions away, trying to delay all of this from Splyce. It looks like Splyce will accept that they cannot get it yet, but 27 minutes in the game, they are 7,000 gold ahead. They have broken through this inhibitor line, and they did not wait for the late game. They didn't wait for scaling. They just waited out a little bit of early game pressure, and then they exploded onto SK.
So the crucial thing here is that the fight actually starts a little bit earlier, where SK tried to force a fight onto Splyce. They had really good vision around the top side of this map, and they thought they could get a pick onto Norskeren. This then forced them into a grouped up situation where Splyce could then convert it into a team fight. And while Norskeren misses the initial ultimate, in this Anywhere replay, what you saw was Splyce were able to force the 5v5 and just run it through SK.
And the question now becomes for SK, how do you deal with this? You have super minions pushing in mid, your team fight just isn't as strong as Splyce, who can just push you around the map, and Splyce continue to find advantages, especially through Xerxe, who has been all over the map this game.
Xerxe just constantly looking to punish the solo players on the side of SK. Now you can see Splyce have complete control over this top side map. Multiple players pushing down that middle lane, escorting the minion waves in, while Xerxe and Chachi can look to knock down more and more towers. Now what Splyce is going to be doing for the remainder of this Baron buff is not looking to end the game, but to see, can they get a second inhibitor? And if they can, it makes the next Baron oh so easy, and the close from there, a piece of cake.
They will break the tower in the top lane, continue just to eke out that advantage. 7 turrets to 3 for them now. There is an Ocean Drake if they want to get that as well, but don't really need that one right now. Selfmade was jumped on by Norskeren, but dodged away from the ground entrance, and Norskeren will just dance his way around. Let's have a quick look at itemization here. You can see Infinity Edge finished on towards Kobbe. He's at 3 items. Crownshot, instead of going for the Hextech Gunblade, decided on the Luden's Echo, 3rd item on Ezreal.
So what this will bring for Crownshot is 40% CDR, which is very, very valuable on the Ezreal. I'll be honest, it's not something I've seen a lot of going for the Ludens after the changes. I've seen a lot of people actually going back towards the Blade of the Ruined King, or if they want to be more AP focused, the Gunblade. But what this will mean for Crownshot is I think for the rest of his build, he should be looking for more magic damage, maybe the Gunblade down the road, to give him more tools. It'll give him a lot of sustain off of his W and his E, as well as the rest of his attacks. But ultimately, it's going to be very hard now for SK to come back. I think they have to wait for more items here on the side of Ezreal and find the perfect fight, because going front to back is very difficult against Splyce.
All right, I think the easiest way for SK to come back now is find a successful fight around the Baron. It spawns in about a minute's time, and Splyce are doing what they can to starve the vision out away from SK. You can see really good use of the sweepers to just push SK further and further back. Right now, they can see little to nothing on the map. What does surprise me is how SK are Splyce rather investing so much towards the bot side of the map rather than the top side, because you would expect Baron to be the next big play, but Splyce are determined, like, you know what, we want to control the bottom side of the jungle right now instead.
Yeah, maybe just giving a little bit of protection here for Vizicsacsi, because in the event that SK don't think they can contest around the Baron, the play is go punish the side laner. But I do think they should look to rotate those control wards up. Pirean looks for a little bit of poke here, but you can see so many control wards in the inventory of Splyce. Even though they've invested a lot bot side now, they can replace those and control the Baron, which is coming up awfully soon.
There's absolutely no vision in the inventory of SK right now. All the sweepers will be coming off cooldown relatively soon, but Splyce controlling the vision game extremely well, and you just spoke about it. SK just invested what little vision they have towards the bot side of the map, and now Morgana's rotated top. She's pushed out the wave, and now there's nothing really that Splyce need to worry about towards the top side, because there is no vision here for SK, and this should be an easy setup for the next Baron for Splyce.
Yeah, SK just got totally baited. They have nothing in the inventory, hardly, and now Splyce move immediately towards the Baron. The True Shot Barrage came out, so SK do know what is going on, and Selfmade will be looking for the proper fight. They have teleport on Werlyb.
They should turn. They do turn straight onto him, but Selfmade flashes away. Pirean now coming in from the side. Feather Storm.
Oh, this is huge!
Look at the damage, and already Humanoid is dead. Werlyb coming in with the Onslaught of Shadows. They'll get two as a shutdown for Pirean. And now Xerxe called out. Norskeren fighting Selfmade up towards the top side. Xerxe's going to fall as well. It's another shutdown for SK. They're going to take 4 for nothing as Splyce started the Baron, but met their demise.
It's a miracle team fight for SK. Pirean goes in right at the start and burns the defense from Kobbe. He has nowhere to go from that point, and SK have found a way right back into this one.
And huge question marks for me with regards to Splyce. There was no teleport from Vizicsacsi. SK, they were able to just walk through all of that vision and get the ideal team fight. Norskeren engaging onto the Jarvan, who just completely avoids it. It felt like that Splyce, they felt like that they had this Baron free and the SK wouldn't contest, and when they did, they didn't know how to answer.
Yeah, it started with that big outplay from Selfmade, completely avoiding the engage, and from there, Splyce were just stuck inside of the pit. And I mean, the gold just about bang on even, and Infernal on either side. Now with the Gunblade finish from Crownshot, he got all the gold for that item. You start to see the hope here for SK Gaming.
You certainly do. They're in a much better position now. The Hecarim is still very strong. The Jarvan engage is there. AP Ezreal will definitely hurt, or rather the hybrid build. And with the Baron buff, they're now setting up the siege. And you can also see Hecarim pushing out top, LeBlanc pushing out bot. Teleport is available for the LeBlanc should she need it. But now it is SK trying to gain vision control over Splyce's jungle.
We did say Splyce could match in these 1-3-1s with some of their wave play, but obviously it's so much harder to clear when the enemy has the Baron buff. This tower in the mid lane should be short to fall. Double cannon wave pushing in, but maybe Splyce is going to group up as a 5 and look for the team fight. The tower goes down, still LeBlanc pushing in the bottom lane. Selfmade just waiting around the corner in the jungle here. Missed by the binding.
Now, because Humanoid went for the Glacial Augment, Splyce actually have very good anti-siege. They can use the cooldowns of Twin Shadows and GLP to make the slow zone and to force SK to back away from towers whenever the waves come up, but without members around mid, it could be tough.
Always have questions about where you assign your lanes. And Selfish is going in. Kobbe called out, but he uses the Feather Storm to survive for the moment. He's down to the True Shot Barrage, and SK have somehow turned this around. Chachi jumped up by Werlyb on the backline. Xerxe trying to do what he can. Almost takes out Pirean, but he'll escape. Norskeren low, Dreams low, but SK are the ones coming out on top. That's another kill for Werlyb. He gets a double, called out by Humanoid underneath the tower. Xerxe will knock him back, but the Sterak shield will keep him alive for the moment. Humanoid has to flash away, and still SK are the ones on the front foot.
Without Kobbe, Splyce just don't have the damage. SK do not have much health on multiple members, but Pirean teleports back in. They have a minion wave, and the death timers are oh so long for the side of Splyce.
Off a single call, SK could have turned this game straight on its head. They were back in their base, they were beaten and bruised, but somehow they've turned it around, and Splyce are now the ones defending their Nexus towers. It's all on Humanoid. He has to do it all here with
5
Xerxe
seconds
coming
on
in as well. 5 seconds on Kobbe, only a cannon wave there. Xerxe hits the Fear Beyond Death. They'll take down Dreams. They get a consolation prize, but 4 for it, they lose so much.
Splyce hold the line for now, but they lose so much of their base in exchange. SK get a huge advantage off the back of this Baron. This is where things all start off. Kobbe just trying to approach the wave, get some wave clear down, immediate engage from Selfmade. This guy doing what he's often known for, finding those plays. He lands it onto the crucial carry, and with him out of the way, it's simply a matter of cleanup for the side of SK.
And Splyce had dedicated 2 members to try and clear away the wave in the bottom lane. They got pushed and pulled around, and that gave the opportunity for the engagement there on the side of SK. And you can see Xerxe doing his best to try and keep his team in this game, to pull away the minion wave, to chunk out the players on the side of SK. And now with both bases shattered, 2 inhibitors down on the side of Splyce. SK have their inhibitor respawn, but Splyce want to find the pick.
Crownshot just teleported up towards the top lane here as well. Splyce know that they can try and make a fight here, but they're being collapsed on all 4 sides. Crownshot just melts Norskeren, but will he pay for it with his life? He will. That's him down, and now Selfmade's in the middle of 3 members of Splyce. Werlyb comes in, joins the party, pops the onslaught of shadow, gets the knockback. Here comes Pirean, diving Humanoid, perfect stopwatch just in time. Fear Beyond Death will take down 1, and Splyce now have 2. Selfmade almost caught out, he jumps across the wall, and Splyce in this game of inches come out on top.
And now it's Splyce being the proactive team, looking to catch SK off guard as just immediately following their reset. Notice how they don't sit in their base trying to wave clear, they just push out the waves, immediately head towards Baron. They know SK is going to the top side of the map, and so they just immediately force a fight. Great stuff from Splyce to get a couple kills and buy a little bit more time.
And on the other side of things, you look at SK, and this is a team that will take every single fight that looks like a 50-50. They are so confident, they feel that they can outplay you on neutral standing. But if you look at how that fight actually happened, Dreams wasn't there at the start. Werlyb was trying to run in, and Crownshot, while he completely nuked Norskeren, traded his own life for the support, and that's what enabled Splyce to win when there was no threat on Kobbe into the backline. If they can replicate that, if Kobbe can survive the initial burst, they win the 5v5.
It's easy to forget with someone performing the way that Crownshot is, that he is still a rookie. The way that, like, Selfmade as well, still a rookie. Sometimes you get towards these playoff matches and maybe a little bit of a rush of blood to the head. You see you can catch out one, you think you can escape it, you pay for it with your life. We'll see if that trend continues throughout this game, but right now we are 100 gold apart, 37 minutes into the game. We have a Rabadon's complete on Pirean. We've almost got a full build Morgana in the mid lane as well for Splyce.
It's at this point, the gold means very little. It's very much about execution when it comes to team fighting. And the one thing we've often said about Splyce is that when you get to this point in the game, they are very confident in their ability to fight. But SK, they're not afraid, and they will take those gambles. Now, the teleport is unavailable for Vizicsacsi. He's in the bot lane. Werlyb has his. Splyce have to respect the fact that they have no vision in the top side of their jungle, and Selfmade could be anywhere.
We're holding our breath, just like the Splyce players are as they rotate across here. Dreams trying to get some vision behind the tower there. Will be cleared out with that.
Oh, Xerxe!
Xerxe goes in, lands it only onto Dreams once again. He steps in front of his AD carry, and he will go down. Norskeren still on the chase, can't quite catch up to Werlyb though. And SK will get out, only losing 1 man, but charging on the backside! And it's Crownshot who gets the kill. 1-for-1 trade as SK get a consolation prize at the back.
So a couple of crucial mistakes there from both sides. The first one, Crownshot using his E over the wall, but he has no idea that Xerxe's in the bush. That is the signal to go from the side of Splyce, so Dreams has to sacrifice himself to protect his AD carry. Then Vizicsacsi for some reason comes in from the flank, and he ends up giving his life away as well. So now it's a 4v4, Pirean is alive, and SK have started the Baron.
Xerxe still alive here, doesn't have the flash, there's no blast cone for him to get in either. SK still on that Baron, it's Werlyb and Selfmade who are doing it. Crownshot caught out, uses the scimitar to get away. Splyce still trying to find an avenue in here, trying to see if they can spot it out. Norskeren jumps in, Xerxe with a Fear Beyond Death. The Baron down so low, it gets secured, and it's Crownshot who gets it. Once again finding the pick, and SK come out with a Baron buff in their favor.
And SK don't look like they want to reset just yet either. They know there's still 10 seconds on Vizicsacsi, and with Xerxe oh so low, they can look to knock down yet another tower. They can then reset. Elder Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds. Every single one of these engagements means so much for these two teams. You lose a fight with both teams having lost inhibitors on either side. There's no towers to protect those structures. It could just be one win and done.
What I find fascinating about this point in the game is SK, if they play their cards right, don't actually have to team fight Splyce to end this game. They have Hecarim, LeBlanc, Teleports are about to be available on both sides, and they can look to just 1-3-1 this game to victory. But we're going to quickly come back to this team fight. You'll see Crownshot. He should have died here if it weren't for Dreams. This guy has been doing this all game, soaking up those bindings to protect his AD carry, but we have another fight. Or we have Norskeren running away.
Norskeren gets away.
But then, yeah, we also saw Vizicsacsi just coming in from the flank for no real reason, and him losing his life means that even though Splyce find that pick, they can't really convert it into anything, and they end up losing the Baron.
And remember that it was Norskeren that was trying to put down the vision. He got forced out of the jungle, so Splyce are going to shove down mid lane and then look to collapse inside of they're grouped up as 5, and Crownshot is not with the rest of his team.
Crownshot has also sold his Luden's Echo to pick up a Bloodthirster now. A bit more sustain in these fights if he can get it. There's an Elder Dragon on the cards. Crownshot down towards the bottom side. Glacial Fissure used. They jump onto Humanoid, who flashes away, but now Xerxe caught out with concussive blows. Humanoid solo. The charm comes out. Humanoid's still alive on the backline. Xerxe will fall. Werlyb gets Humanoid, and he's still alive. And the rest of SK can come in here because already they've taken down 2. Kobbe tries to pull the feathers back. Pirean low as well, forced away. But SK come out on top, and they force Splyce away.
And look at Crownshot. He's running straight for that bottom lane inhibitor while Selfmade and the rest of the team are avoiding. They're double TPing in. They must stop the bases because right now there's one Nexus tower standing in the way of SK's victory.
Selfmade stops them in their tracks for the moment. Kobbe, Norskeren, and Xayah is all on you to defend, but Pirean is already there. And with the Ezreal W, you can take that tower so easily. Werlyb now on the Nexus. And in a game of inches, it looks like SK are the ones to strike first. The shutdown comes out from Crownshot, and they were an inch away from losing, but SK take game 1.
Great way to start the series for SK. Getting a win on the board is a big deal for momentum. And they played those late game fights very, very well. Couple of small mistakes here and there, but still, the moment they found a small avenue back into the game, they grabbed hold of it, and they did not relent on the pressure against Splyce.
And it's the fashion in the way that they won, because SK just beat Splyce in a 41-minute game. We know Splyce, that is not an easy thing to do. Challenging them in the late game with smarter shot calling, with better team fighting, SK were able to come out on top.
And it felt like it was over. It was 27 minutes in. Splyce had just broken through the inhibitors. They'd even looked towards those Nexus towers, hadn't quite been able to get there, but then one fateful call around the Baron led to SK coming out on top, team fighting better than Splyce in a lot of scenarios as well.
And the thing is, this was Splyce's game to lose. They were in a prime position to win this game. We praised them so much for how they were setting up the vision. They had full control over the map. They had a 7k gold lead. Everything looked really, really good for Splyce. And then they just made that fumble around Baron. They just let SK walk into the Baron. They let them fight them in a 5 versus 4, and they ended up falling apart. And with the moment that happened, SK just took full control once again.
And it was not a typical mistake that we see Splyce make, because they're usually a safe team. They don't take risks. They don't take 50-50s. Well, that was a coin flip if I've ever seen one around the Baron. And with Werlyb coming in on the TP, SK were able to just completely blow them out of the water.
Yeah, well, for more on SK's win, let's check in with the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Medic. That was a nice little movement and fantastic moves by SK Gaming, who take a monumental first win versus Splyce in this best of 5. Very entertaining game to watch. Incredibly back and forth, and ultimately lost by Splyce, but we'll get to that in a second, I guess, because what I did find really interesting about the picks and bans is that yesterday, even though we were on 9.6, we didn't really see too much of it. You know, the Kale came in, but here we see a lot of champions that have been changed or been changed in the last couple of patches, saying to me that these teams definitely had good plans coming in.
Yeah, we definitely on the Splyce side had some of the older picks in new roles that we're starting to see more. A lot of it comes into flex picking. Obviously, when you take Morgana first, what we have seen now from a couple of teams in National Leagues, but also in other regions, you can move Morgana to the mid lane. So when they go Morgana early, they see the Braum pick on the other side. They know, okay, fine, we put it mid, and we can then get a free Rakan pick because we're not going to get punished in lane, and then you get the best engaged support for later. And they did the same with the Urgot. They took it in the second phase without showing if it was going top or jungle, again, trying to give them an advantage.
And then on the other side, you've got the Hecarim top that was perma-banned yesterday that finally gets pulled out on Werlyb. Made it count in the end, although it was a little bit dicey in that lane phase. But as you were saying, Deficio, it's this idea of a kite back composition or a comp that wants you to dive on it with the Morgana versus the heavy dive, Jarvan, Ezreal, LeBlanc, Hecarim. SK had all of the tools to get to a backline and to blow up Kobbe, which is why I also loved the brand new Xayah, you know, having that increased attack speed, that safety for Kobbe to say, dive me, I dare you.
Yeah, and because of the way Splyce were picking in the first phase, they got to see LeBlanc and J4 early, so they knew, okay, there's a lot of threat here towards the backline. And again, that's when they decided to go for the double support setup with Rakan and Morgana as well, to try and protect Kobbe for as long as possible.
And despite some early moves by SK Gaming, when it came to those first team fights in the mid game, it was Splyce that knew how to play their composition. They caught people out with the Morgana binding. The Hecarim really didn't do as much as we thought it would, I think, in these first couple of fights, and Splyce was able to get the upper hand.
Yeah, there's some big openings for Werlyb to try and take, but I think he's respecting the fact he's fairly squishy early, so he didn't want to risk it. But I think it is important to kind of highlight again what Frost was saying with the dive comp from SK with Jarvan and Hecarim. If you combine the two, it's hard to protect against. But instead, it is Splyce like getting these picks here. Morgana landing bindings. And Crownshot, obviously, on an Ezreal, should not be getting caught out, which is giving a big lead over to Splyce.
Yeah, I know that Splyce didn't win the game, and ultimately that's going to hurt moving into the best of 5, but Kobbe had an incredible series. That guy played so well, and that replay just highlights some of the crazy plays that he was doing. And Crownshot also struggled early on, but did pick it up in the end of the game. So I love what we saw from both these ADCs.
Yeah, I agree, and I think you highlighted there as well. I think from both teams, we saw some players that immediately were comfortable in that first game and just played to their old strength, and some players who dropped the ball a couple of times, right? I think we haven't seen the peak performance of both these teams yet, but I think it's important to highlight that when it mattered the most, SK Gaming came out on top. So now, let's look at that Baron. Splyce is in control. Splyce took a very easy Baron beforehand. They think they can do it again. Where did they go wrong?
Well, they don't actually get Selfmade here, and they invest so much, and they get out of position when trying to get him. Binding doesn't hit, you know, he flashes out of the Rakan ulti, and now, for the first time, Splyce actually split up, and the dive comp from SK are able to find targets with Hecarim diving in there, but also Crownshot, of course, being left completely untouched. This was the first time I feel like Splyce overforced by starting Baron, then splitting up, trying to get Selfmade, but not actually getting to him in time. And that gave the opening for Crownshot to actually win the fight.
It was like time and time again, when SK's composition finally was confident enough to pull the trigger on diving the backline, it was when Splyce were all grouped up around a dragon, around their own inhib, around the Baron, instead of on a long lane where they could use the Morgana to kite backwards, to kind of absorb what SK were throwing at them, and then slowly walk them down and make ground.
And it didn't do that in the end. We're also going to take a look at the final fight, because even though it was a bit in between there for a while, SK Gaming do manage to pull the trigger at the end and get to their first victory. Crownshot, by the way, is the guy flanking, not Hecarim.
And I know you had some issues with that black shield right there.
Yeah, don't put it on Rakan when the way you win the fights are actually, again, by protecting Kobbe or Humanoid for as long as possible. It's like long, drawn-out fights is what you're trying to play with Morgana mid, because all about her binding, sniping, and then W damage with missing HP. But the fact you put it on Rakan actually means you're left without a lot of defenses. And again, SK, they punish that because we know and Hecarim and Jarvan eventually will get there. And I also think at this point, they've started to get some tankiness, which actually makes it hard for this Xayah to kind of solo carry late game fights. And same thing with like GP not really ever getting into the game on the side of Vizicsacsi. I think he got an Infinity Edge maybe at like 42 minutes. And he never really got to deal a whole lot of damage, as we saw on the graph here as well. So it was a lot on just Xayah. But now she has to kill 2 tanks, and she didn't have enough protection without a black shield. And then you can't really get him down in time, and SK wins.
It just kind of is like a hard reset on this game. What I found interesting is it played out to the idea that we expected that these were both team fighting oriented teams. It was going to be about team fights. And I know that there's like this reoccurring narrative of, like, you know, Splyce, the late game team every single time. But the thing is that when you end up with long average game times, it means that your execution must be consistent. You must be consistently executing in these team fights, and it can be very small things. Who you black shield, if you actually nail that dive potential. And we have faith that Splyce, as the more veteran or established roster, very young in 3 of their players, Humanoid, Xerxe, as well as Norskeren, but Humanoid and Sjokz. But you were seeing that inconsistency, that misexecution. Xayah looking for a flank on the Gangplank without having any damage and instantly getting blown up. And that's what I want viewers to really hone in on as this series continues. Who is making the mistakes? Under the pressure of playoffs, if we're going to see repeated team fights, who is finding that consistent damage? Who is getting the CC? Who is sniping who?
I think it's also important for viewers who's seeing Morgana mid now, again, to understand that the build that we're seeing from Humanoid, it doesn't scale very well. It is very focused, again, on the first two items where you have like Twin Shadows, slow effect with glacial augment. So like you're very much utility-based in that case, and then you have, again, % missing damage from your W if people are standing in it. But these very split-up fights, people are not standing in it. You're not getting a lot of damage from it. So once you hit this point late, with tanks as well in the front, it's not really about your mid laner anymore. And that's, again, the thing when you go too far into the game without Death Cap or Void Staff, Morgana really starts falling off. And we started seeing this as well after that Baron misplay by Splyce.
I also think it's a great example of the fact that you can prepare all you want, but you do have to withstand all the elements once you get into that game, and maybe it goes longer than you had previously anticipated. Now, if you take a step back, everyone but Quickshot of the people who voted for Splyce. We were very confident in their ability to pull it off. How has your trust wavered, and how much further do you think SK can go in this series?
I mean, personally, my prediction was 3-1 because I felt that the nature of these two teams coming down to team fights, it meant that there was a 50-50.
But did you think that game was going to be #1?
No, I will give you that. I did not think that Splyce would lose that game, but I thought someone will misplay a team fight around a Baron because it's team fight oriented, and that's how it would flip back, and that was what happened. But yes, I thought going in before that Baron that Splyce had this
so how much does it change the kind of, expectations we have for the series? The fact that, yes, some of us had expected one game to be dropped, but that it is the first one. That you have those rookies who now know, hey, we can do this 2 more times, no problem for us.
I mean, I think it's very positive to see that SK in late game team fights are winning. Some of them like they did here, especially the most important ones towards the end. But I think if you are a big Splyce fan, no reason to panic yet, because you actually did look really good before that Baron fight. You were winning fights. We were kind of saying, wait, what's SK doing? They're very split up here. Hecarim not diving in. So at that point, we were like, okay, Splyce, they got the game. But you obviously got to be able to finish it, or finish the Baron before we can say you actually get the victory as well.
And likewise, I think that there were a lot of holes in SK's early game. We always praise Selfmade, but his early game pathing really messed up Werlyb. That Hecarim should not be losing that matchup like he was to GP early. It should be about constantly spamming your Q, constantly having the way forward, and constantly chipping away at GP. But because they lost jungle priority, he had to play so far back. He was in a CS deficit, and he gave a free lane to a GP who should be dove pretty much every single time. Yeah, well, when he was looking at Dragon, but I was like, you should have been doing that the entire time.
Yeah, so we do have, I think points of improvement for both teams. They weren't perfect.
This is a 5-game series.
And this is a 5-game series.
This is literally what this game shows.
Yes.
We're going to go all the way to 5, I guarantee it.
I think so too. I think we will probably go to 5 games. I love how,
there we go.
Yes, how excited you are about that prospect. But 5 games or not, SK, they get the first one, and they're off to a great start in their return to the playoffs. They look to secure another win when we come back in Game 2.
Just kept going.
He's going to force the 4v4. The charm comes out. They root up one. It streams. Crownshot jumps across the wall. Over here comes Pirean. Baby on death will knock him back as Xerxe locks him up.
My ult him.
I shall come back. Get in there. Nice. Ezreal no flash.
I can still chase him.
Ezreal no flash.
Look at that.
Ezreal. Nice. Nice.
Xayah don't play. I'm fighting Rakan in National Pit.
Do Nash after, okay? Do Nash after.
I'm fighting Rakan.
GP's behind.
Selfish is going in. Kobbe called out, but he uses the Feather Storm to survive for the moment. He's down to the True Shot Barrage, and SK have somehow turned this around. Concussive blows, Humanoid solo, the charm comes out, Humanoid still alive on the backline, Xerxe will fall well against Humanoid, and he's still alive, and in a game of inches it looks like SK are the ones to strike first. The shutdown comes out from Crownshot, and they were an inch away from losing, but SK take game 1.
team, we are powered up.
Get the Baron Buff Power Play with Shell V-Power.
Sipping on straight chlorine, let the vibe slide over me. This beat is a chemical, beat is a chemical. When I leave, don't save my seat. I'll be back when it's all complete. The moment is medical, moment is medical. Sipping on straight chlorine, loving what I'm tasting. Venom on my tongue, depending at times. Poisonous vibration. Help my body run. I'm running for my life. Running for my life. Sipping on straight chlorine. Let the vibe slide over me. This beat is a chemical. Beat is a chemical. When I leave, don't save my seat. I'll be back when it's all complete. The moment is medical. Moment is medical. Sipping on straight chlorine. Fall out of formation. I plan my escape from walls they can find. Rebel red carnation grows while I decay. I'm running for my life. Running for my life. Yeah, I'm running for my life. Running for my life. Had you in my coat pocket where I kept my rebel red. Felt I was invincible, you wrapped around my head. Now different lives I lead, my body lives on lead. The last two lines may read incorrect until said. The lead is terrible in flavor, but now you double as a paper maker. I despise you sometimes, I love to hate the fight. And you in my life is like sipping on straight chlorine. Let the vibe slide over me. This beat is a chemical. Beat is a chemical. When I leave, don't save my seat. I'll be back when it's all complete. The moment is medical. Moment is medical. Sipping on straight chlorine. Let the vibe, let the vibe. Let the vibe, let the vibe. Beat is a chemical, yeah. Let the vibe, let the vibe. Let the vibe, let the vibe. Moment is medical, yeah.
Welcome back to round one of the LEC Spring Playoffs. SK got off to a great start with a comeback win, and we'll see if Splyce can bounce back here in game two. And they need to bounce back because they were very much in control of that game.
That's what I felt. I felt like that the game was very Splyce favored for the majority of it. I really liked how Xerxe played this game. So, that Duke mentioned that Xerxe was a little underappreciated relative to Selfmade, and that Selfmade was kind of put on this pedestal. But I do feel that Xerxe demonstrated this game. Not only does he still have his cool creative picks, but he's also willing to play them very well. And I felt like that his performance overall in this game was very, very solid.
Yeah, I mean, at one point he was 7-1, right? Pumping out tons of damage in these team fights. And it sort of raises the question, right? When you look at Splyce, they lost that game, but yes, they were in so much control. Do you make changes coming into this draft? And I'm of the opinion that they don't necessarily need to, because that was a very winnable game for them.
Yeah, and Splyce are still on the red side. They can still take the same approach. I personally wasn't a massive fan of the Gangplank pick. I don't think it's great for the match. Maybe early levels, you can gain some advantages, but I don't think it's a very effective lane that you can play around, nor do I think it can match scaling. And I felt in this game, we didn't really see much impact from Vizicsacsi on the champion either. And it surprised me that they even chose to ban away the cannon on their own side, because that's one of the big picks I think can do very well into it.
Yeah, denying it from him, maybe a little bit of a head scratcher here, but as we get into this draft, the question is, again, will we see changes from the side of Splyce? There were some, uncertainties around the Morgana in the mid lane as well. It did certainly neutralize that mid lane matchup, but post 25, 30 minutes did not have too much impact in the game, especially in terms of damage. So if Splyce are going to be making changes here, we look towards the solo lanes, I would say.
Yes, we certainly will. Now, in game one, SK banned away the Ryze, the Sivir, and the Karthus, whereas Splyce banned away Sylas, Lissandra, and the Rek'Sai. So far, we're sticking to the same ban path, and again, both teams are probably thinking, well, we were really happy with how our drafts went. Like, SK won the game, Splyce ended up having good control of the early, so like both teams are probably thinking, we can just stick with the same ban.
And I feel like we see this a lot, especially in best of fives, where you have 2 weeks to prepare for this game. You should be confident with the draft you have coming into this match. So yes, some mistakes were made. Why not run it back? You go back to the room in between games, figure out what went wrong. And for SK, instead of banning the Sivir, they elect to remove the Morgana.
As Splyce decides to remove the LeBlanc away from SK. We did see that first pick last time, but now it's going to be the Rek'Sai straight away for Selfmade in the jungle.
That is a dangerous thing to do here if you are Splyce. I mean, yes, Pirean's LeBlanc was strong in that last game, but Selfmade, while he doesn't play the Rek'Sai a ton, he's only played it a few times so far this split, he absolutely trashes teams in the early game on this pick.
And we're seeing that Splyce have a very high value on this Xayah pick. You would expect the Rakan to be equally valued, but what surprised me here is that Splyce immediately answering with a Skarner pick of their own. And you are a massive Rek'Sai player. I know you love the champion, you're very familiar with it. How do you feel about this matchup?
I actually really like it, because I think that Skarner doesn't have the hugest impact early on in the game.
Even with the changes to the Spires?
Even with the changes to the Spires. So if you look at it, Rek'Sai ideally shouldn't be dueling the Skarner at any point in the game, especially on his Spires. That's going to be dangerous. But Skarner's a slower scaling champion where you go for the Predator, you look for the level 6, ultimates at that point become very strong, but Rek'Sai can have a big, big impact post level 3 through level 6 where Skarner can't do the same.
And SK have the options to pick some of these safer champions into the Skarner as well. Things like the Tarm Kench, you can just gobble up anyone that's been impaled. Things with a little bit more safety, like maybe the Ezreal coming out as well in a little bit. Here it's going to be the Zoe for Pirean in the mid lane as their final pick in phase 1.
And Zoe Rek'Sai is a deadly mid lane jungle 2v2. You land the bubble that gives time for the Rek'Sai to burrow on over, get the knockup and the kill. So definitely going to be looking at those two players once again, now that they're not going to be up against a Morgana in the mid lane to try to play through that central area of the map.
And when I was looking at this Zoe pick, I was thinking, really dangerous to just blind pick it. There are many champions that do very well into her, but what it meant is that Splyce had a choice. You either guarantee your strong 2v2 with the Rakan, or you pick a counter pick. Either way, we're going to just ban the opposite. So if you then pick a mid laner, we're just going to take away your Rakan and probably another support to limit your options. But instead, they valued the Rakan, so now we're seeing these mid lane bans come out from the side of SK.
And there were already so many mid lane bans just from the side of Splyce in the first ban phase that now there's not a ton of options here for Humanoid. You look at picks maybe like an Orianna if you want to be a little bit safer in that mid lane matchup as being the next best thing here for Humanoid.
Looks like they're keeping that mid laner under wraps for the moment. The cannon pick comes out from Splyce. We do see the Jinx and the Ezreal ban away from Splyce as well, meaning that we'll see Crownshot fall down his AD carry tier list. Things like maybe the Kai'Sa, the Lucian, the Tristana are still options for him.
Now, if this Ashe does get locked in for Crownshot, not only do I really like the pick, but we're more than likely going to see Werlyb on a counter pick to the Kennen and something that can side lane very strongly. Because if you can just sort of poach up, put the Tahm Kench and the Ashe in the mid lane and impact those side lanes to create so much pressure to collapse on a side where Werlyb is looking for the duels against the Kennen.
Now, we talked about Kennen being good into Hecarim. I think one of the reasons why they picked it was to dissuade SK from going for it. And one of the picks I was thinking of is a Vladimir, but instead they're going for the Karma. And I believe this is something they ran during the regular season to a pretty effective manner.
Yeah.
And now it's very much around playing around the Ashe, giving that extra bit of utility and safety. And I'm sure as many Skarners are familiar with, anything that has kite makes playing Skarner that much harder.
Yeah, so it definitely doesn't go into that side lane idea that I was thinking SK were going to go, but for the comp, it does give them some strong tools, as you said, to get away from the Skarner. But ultimately, what the Karma top lane ends up being is a strong laning champion that does not scale ultra well. She doesn't push out the damage, so think of her like the mid lane Morgana, where you're ultimately going to be there for your AD carry later on in the game, where SK are putting a lot of faith in Crownshot to carry.
What I also like about SK's composition is there's a lot of pick power, but I don't know how strong the team fighting is. I think it's very strong on like one item, like early to mid game, it's very prevalent. I think that it gets a little harder to execute as the game progresses, as Xayah is much harder to play. Zoe's definitely going to get stronger. Like, I guess the more I think about it, the more I'm like, it kind of has a mix mash of everything. There's a lot in this SK comp.
They do not have a very good front to back, and I think looking at these comps, post 30 minutes, unless SK have a ludicrous lead, I don't think they win a fight, because Splyce went full on scaling. They have the Azir as well as the Xayah, and
Splyce comp is very obvious.
It's totally obvious. You're going to be looking for these team fights, whereas Selfmade is going to have to snowball this early game for SK.
Yeah, and on the Xayah, he does have the potential to do that. The question is, which lane will he look to play around? Will it be towards the bot side of the map, or will it be in the mid lane?
To get more insight on this draft, though, we're going to head on over to Law and SK's coach.
SK looked well prepared against Splyce during game 1, but we noticed some shaky moments. So what do you guys need to adjust for the rest of the series?
I mean, we've got some rookies on the team, so obviously it's kind of expected. First playoffs in LEC. It's kind of a big moment for them, so we just told everyone to relax. Remember the fundamentals. We saw a lot of things that Splyce did well and also things that they didn't do very well, so we're going to try to exploit that to win the series.
Relax, play the game. Thank you.
Pretty much, yeah. Just play the game that we've been playing for years now, pretty much.
Well, good luck on this one. Back to you guys on the desk.
Great to hear from Broken Shard. Good insight, showcasing that the rookies perhaps not performing their best, but I still think that you look at Crownshot, you look at Selfmade, still very solid games in game 1. Now, we're seeing, once again, Splyce set up this sneaky level 1 Norskeren over the wall. They have no idea the Crownshot's there, but he's going to get picked off.
Knocked up straight away, going to flash across the wall, and that is the summoner burnt on the Ashe very early on.
Very important summoner to burn there, of course. Going to be laning alongside the Tahm Kench, so has the added safety, but it's going to mean that Kobbe and Norskeren are going to have a much easier time getting priority in bot.
They certainly are. Now, SK, they're trying to answer. They've grouped up as 3 in the top side, and they want to see where Xerxe is starting. So they've put Vision Ward on his red buff, and I don't think they're going to try and steal it away. It's just for that extra bit of information. Now, Ender, I am a big fan of Hail of Blades Xerxe. I feel like on the broadcast I talk about it a lot. I feel like I'm a big proponent, but I know that recently you've become a big fan. Can you tell me why you like it so much?
Well, Hail of Blades Xerxe is just so strong in the early game and plays in exactly to the way that Selfmade and SK want to play this game. And the real reason why it is so strong is because having the rapid fire auto attacks means that Xerxe can build up full fury immediately upon on-burrowing on top of an enemy. So what you do is you look for a gank post level 3, your burrowed Q, the Prey Seeker, your knock up combined give you 50 Fury, then you get 2 rapid-fire auto attacks from the Hail Blades into the E true damage, which does tons of burst, especially later on into the game. So Selfmade just has so many playmaking tools early in the game, and I do want to point out this pathing from him as well, because we saw this first from Cold, I believe, from Origin, where you start by yourself on the Wolves, go immediately into red, and then Krugs. That gives you the fastest level 3 in the game possible, and means you can gank bot lane at a really weird timer, because usually you don't see players going for this type of pathing. Can maybe try to exploit the bot side of the map.
Have to see, we'll use the smite to heal up just a little bit and then get the knockup back onto the Krugs. But with Crownshot not having his flash, you wonder if this is more just about stopping a gank coming out from Xerxe than Selfmade looking for a gank himself.
Yeah, it's hard because you see Ashe, Tahm Kench, it's not a ton of setup here for the Rek'Sai, who ultimately he won't make that play, but the option is there, and that's what Selfmade is going to be constantly searching for throughout the first 2 minutes of this game.
So while you got to talk about junglers, I now want to talk about mid lane.
Go for it.
That's allowed. That's allowed.
Because I see this comment on Azir, and I always love looking at Azir players because there are so many different rune choices that you have, and one of the ones I'm a big fan of is things like Lethal Tempo. I think it really adds to the scaling value, but if you're going for Comet, it's much more about poke, and it can be quite valuable in lane where you can get a decent amount of harassment off, but the fact that he's not going for... Remember that Humanoid is a big Azir player. Apparently, he used to be an Azir one-trick and is by far his favorite champion. And picking it into the Zoe, one of the advantages that Azir often has is that he can be very obnoxious in terms of his poke, and he can often outrange a lot of opponents. But Zoe doesn't really struggle with that. Because of her Q, she can farm very safely. And so early levels, she's just going to keep pushing and force this Azir to just farm underneath this tower and be in this awkward situation where Humanoid can't really generate much pressure. And the reason why that's important is because it gives Selfmade the option to invade the enemy jungle and look for steals.
And this is the Selfmade special as well. Getting into the enemy Krug camp, just stealing it away as much as he can. Xerxe meets him there, but Selfmade will get the extra experience from the big Krugs, and it means that he is now a level 4. SK almost catch out the Splyce bot lane, just backing away down towards that bottom side. Kobbe actually running the heal this game instead of the teleport.
Yeah, and that's something you see in maybe some easier matchups down here on the bottom side when they specifically want to play for bot lane more, because I think that Splyce have really good options for finding engagements down here on the bottom side of the map. Post level 6 for Xerxe especially, he can use the Predator boots to lock down a player like Dreams, because of course he can eat Crownshot, get Dreams the Tahm Kench, focus him down and get the kill.
And the reason why also the heal is important towards the bot side of the map is you'll notice that they've just gone back to base. And you might be wondering, why would they do that? Because they're going up against a teleport. If you stay in lane, it's very easy for Crownshot to go back home, buy, and then teleport back into lane. Now he has an item advantage, and Splyce wanted to avoid that. So they wanted to just grab this quick couple of items early on, and now they feel a little bit happier.
And I think perhaps a mistake from Crownshot as well was hard pushing that wave after they saw Kobbe reset, because Kobbe still got down into this bottom lane fairly quickly and was able to pick up the minions. He wasn't denied many underneath his tower, and it is going to eventually be slow pushing back in towards the side of SK, but it meant that Crownshot couldn't TP back to lane and get any advantage from the summoner.
Yeah, and if you're a Splyce fan, you will be looking to Kobbe as a key member to carry this game for the team. They've got him on the Xayah once again. This has kind of been his real breakout split, although he's been in the LCS and the LEC for so long. This has probably been the best split Kobbe has had as an AD carry in the LEC. He's the All-Pro AD carry, he's topped the charts, and he's been so consistent in getting this team to the late game and then being able to carry them in team fights.
See, it's always a fascinating discussion to have because...
He was spotted,
I think he was definitely spotted. You can see the pings. Skarner's also hanging around in the tri-brush. Selfmade, level 5 though already.
Pirean on his way down as well through the river, but they do know he's there.
Yes.
So they shouldn't be overly aggressive in this bottom lane.
But to go back to the Kobbe point, he is a player I think has actually always been very good. But I think that this split, he's just been able to have a lot more carry performance in his standout. And I think that to many fans, he's just been a lot more noticeable as a player. But you speak to pros, and they've often considered Kobbe to be a very talented player, and he's often very good. So I think that it's just one of those times where more people are finally starting to acknowledge the skill.
Sometimes you just need the right spotlight to really shine on you, and that seems to be what's happened for Kobbe. You can see All-Pro first team. Norskeren, his support has really stepped up with him as well, and a lot of people I think were a little bit dismayed that Norskeren didn't make any of our All-Pro teams after having such a strong performance in 2018 and a pretty good split this split as well.
It's tough competition though when you think of the likes of Mickey, Mithy stepping up, Hylissang as well, and It's definitely been an interesting split for bot lanes here in Europe. Meanwhile, though, our attention gets brought back to the jungler. Now level 6. Yet to make any early game ganks happen, Ender, but still generating a lot of pressure in the enemy jungle.
And yet now he is moving in towards this red buff again. He hit level 6. He has mid lane priority, top lane pushing in as well. So this is going to be an important steal away from him. Because he got the Krugs earlier, it meant he had that experience and advantage. And while he's not getting any kills, he is doing his best to build up a lead on his own.
And it's not only about getting Selfmade ahead, but putting Xerxe behind. You can see Xerxe's still only level 5, doesn't have that Impale yet, can't really influence his lanes as much as he would like. And because, as you said, of that mid lane priority, of the fact that his team can rotate quicker, Selfmade's able to take a lot away from the Skarner.
And while, yes, Selfmade is doing a lot to put himself ahead, I still think if you are an SK fan, you're wondering when does that first play happen? Because we know that Splyce are going to outscale. That's just a fact here over on the red side for them. So they are comfortable taking the slow game, making sure the kill count is even, both sides are CSing, and waiting out this SK team that needs Selfmade to find a move soon.
See, it's really interesting when we talk about scaling, because when we look at the scaling in this game, we often think about it in team fighting, but it's not like Ashe is a weak late game AD carry, right?
Sure.
You think of Zoe in the late game. Oh yes, that's definitely a scary champion, right? So in terms of scaling, we have to look at this gank.
Predator coming in, Norskeren. Jumps in, gets the Impale straight onto the Tahm Kench, can't devour himself, charmed up as well, uses the thick skin though, Selfmade on his way, Dream's still alive, Crownshot very low, Kobbe will get the first kill, the second goes to Norskeren, Void Rush used there by Selfmade, trying to get onto the Kobbe, will get him out in response, Sjokz teleports in now, and that's 3 quick kills to Splyce in the bottom lane.
Kobbe did not have the mana to use his ultimate, but still it's a massive win on the side of Splyce. Xerxe hit level 6, found the play in the bottom lane, and notice who did they engage on? It was the Tahm Kench. He flashed away early, but could not avoid the Impale. Great move from Xerxe.
Pretty good stuff there from Splyce, now off to an early lead. And at the beginning of the split, we talked a lot about how Xerxe was this early game ganker. He was this guy that got a lot of leads for his laners by creating these kind of plays. And now we see him actually walk through no vision in the bot side river. Remember that SK actually were investing a lot of their vision and time towards the top side, which meant that in this 3v3 they were able to come out on top. And Rek'Sai, thanks to the heal from Kobbe, wasn't able to get that one-shot kill. And then with the teleport in from Vizicsacsi as well, it ends up being a very easy cleanup. And now that red buff goes over to Chachi, Werlyb forced to teleport as well. And everything looks very good for Splyce in this early game.
One really small thing I like from Splyce there as well is they had Dreams, he popped the thick skin, and they immediately turned onto Crownshot. They're like, we can get 2 out of this at least. So they're able just to prioritize those damaged targets and get more out of the play than if they just focus one player down. Both top bot laners come up towards the top side here because we saw the teleports used towards bot, so no real surprises there. But what you want to see now is Splyce using a little bit of this advantage to continue to eke small advantages over SK.
Well, we need to see SK maybe turn things around and not lose confidence, because it's oftentimes you'll see a play like this happen and you lose around bot side and then you slow things down. But Selfmade is not that type of player. He knows there's no summoner spells on towards Kobbe. The only problem is that Xerxe is very close by.
And Norskeren has his ultimate back up as well.
The Zoe has been pinged out. Splyce are aware that the mid lane is roaming towards the top side, and so the bot lane of Splyce showing that respect. Ooh, the Skarner's even been pinged out as well, so good awareness from SK to acknowledge enemy jungler is around, and now everyone is up towards the top side of the map. Karma making her way up as well. SK want to secure this Rift Herald.
So notice around this Rift Herald what Pirean is going to be doing with positioning. He wants to look for a long-range bubble through the wall so that if Splyce were to contest, this relatively low mobility Skarner that has to run towards you without a flash can be punished. There's
Humanoid
cleanse.
was backing there. Cleanse was not used by him. He does manage just to get away. That was very close. Rift Herald does go down. Chachi will answer with some plates down towards the bottom side, but Selfmade gets the Rift Herald and can use that to try and break down some of these turret plates and get a little bit of gold back into SK's pockets, because at the moment, they are 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes off the back of those early kills, but also small advantages being built in lane, especially in the top lane and towards the duo. Now we see the jungler once again up towards the top side. He does have the Predator boots available. He's sneaking in. I don't know. Oh, the sweep is there. So they're just trying to spot out if they can see the vision. They're not going to spot out that ward, so they... Maybe they know it's there, but they couldn't spot it, so they can't now move Xerxe up.
Yeah, with how long it still has left on it, they should have seen a Crownshot or Dreams walk forward and put it down, but they know Norskeren has his flash, and Dreams doesn't. Dreams, Crownshot, they're both very, very vulnerable, but the W hit. Does Crownshot know?
I think he's aware of it. They're playing so super safe, and you can see Dream's always just sitting at the back, knowing that he can devour up the Ashe. So it should just be Xerxe backing away, which is what happens. Across the rest of the map, actually CS and numbers pretty even. There's a bit of a difference between Selfmade and Xerxe because we have seen Selfmade going for that counter jungler.
Yeah, and it's actually Selfmade putting the money from the kill and the counter jungling into a first item QSS because the weakness of the Rek'Sai is that you are going to be relatively squishing against the Skarner in a team fight. The second you ult in or you look for a knock-up in one of these engagements, you're immediately going to be snapped up, pulled into the back line, and you're not going to have a good time.
That's definitely true. But definitely an early investment coming out from... Ooh, Ashe Arrow. Won't be able to land. I think if Selfmade had burrowed underneath, or used a tunnel rather, and then gone a quick kill, I think they very easily could have executed Norskeren there.
Xerxe caught out with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Selfmade coming in as well, but Xerxe is just going to be safe for the moment. Humanoid doing quite a lot of damage. Has built up that stinger up towards the Nash's tooth. Pirean already finished his Ludens. Both AD carries up towards their first item. You can see Kobbe just a little bit behind, but Blade of the Ruin King finished on Crownshot already.
Selfmade looking for the flank here on towards Norskeren. This could be a fight.
Xerxe there as well. Selfmade will spot him out. And they just force him away. Both junglers have tracked the other so well this early game.
Yeah, but you can just feel the frustration, it seems, from SK as they're constantly looking for something around this top side. They don't find the kill, so they say, we're going to drop the Herald. There's 5 plates on the top lane. This is a plate gank if I've ever seen one.
And look at the mini-map right now. You'll notice that the Karma has moved up to mid to keep pressure in that lane, while the Zoe has come up towards top. No TP on Chachi means that Splyce could be in danger of losing this turret.
Featherstorm used by Kobbe as he was caught out with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. The Rift Herald will fall as well. 3 plates did go down. Chachi has got 4 in the bottom lane though, and Splyce have been able to get a little bit of an advantage out of this. SK continues to force them back to tower, down to 2 plates now, and SK should be able to get it, but I think Chachi will get it first in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Kobbe's going to be trying to trade down there. Demolish will help them out a bit, but not going to be enough in the end. Crucial though, the bubble from Pirean landing on towards Kobbe forced
he's not going to get him. SK are going to get first tower here. Karma came down just in time, and SK will get the first turret of the game.
Not the plate money, though.
Not the plate money, just outside of plate timing, but still, good stuff for them. Good rotation as well from Werlyb to stop Chachi from getting too much of that gold.
Well, you say that, but if we swap over to the gold, some may notice that there is a 1,300 gold advantage right now on Chachi over his lane opponent. He will be able to secure this tower, and he will boost that gold advantage even further. And now you're looking at Vizicsacsi as one of the big win conditions for Splyce, because while SK have been struggling to find these kills, the one thing that we always say about Splyce is that they do like to team fight. And when you have a strong cannon, especially coming into the mid game where SK will arguably be their strongest, that's something that SK have to be aware of, because those Vizicsacsi flanks were something that ripped SK apart the last time that these two teams.
Yeah, especially because Splyce have so many tools to start the fight before they even need Kennen to ultimate, right? You have Xerxe and Norskeren that can lead the charge, and then Chachi can slink around and sneak into the backline. And at that point, if you already have a Devour burned, well, it's a Zoe and Ashe and a Karma. They don't really have great tools to escape from that massive AoE damage threat that Chachi's going to be bringing.
Not at all. And if you're going to put your eggs in any basket, putting them in the Chachi basket is pretty good. He's missed 1 playoffs since he joined the league. Only 1 across the course of his storied career, of course, with Unicorns of Love and then with Sjokz last year as well. You guys did vote for Kobbe to be featured on our POV stream this game. Be sure to check it out. It's twitch.tv/Riot Games 2 or the YouTube channel LOL Esports. In Game 3, we're going to the mid lane. You can spam chat now, either Pirean or Humanoid, to decide who gets that POV stream.
So you can pick who you want to watch in the next game. Spoiler, might be very farm heavy.
I think it's going to be fun though, because both Pirean and Humanoid have shown us moments.
I mean, the thing that you always want to watch with players like this is how they team fight, because I think, especially champions like Zoe and Xayah can be pretty challenging to work in the late game, and like the decision making that you make is definitely very valuable and something you don't always get to experience. So we definitely recommend checking that out if you're a mid laner aspiring for the top.
We talked a lot at the start of this game and during draft about how SK are on a clock and how they're trying to force the tempo, force the pace of this game a little bit. We're 16 minutes in. There's only about 600 gold between the two teams. It feels like time is running out for SK.
Yeah, the window is certainly shrinking, and the difficulty for them really comes down to the fact they just don't have the tools to start fights. The only fights that they are really looking for are the ones where they have a numbers advantage. Yes, you have tools like the Ashe Arrow, but ultimately you don't have a strong front line, and that means that if you get counter ganked, it could be bad.
There is the arrow lands onto Norskeren, but he pops the quickness, and Xerxe's there in time. Dreams will devour up his jungler. Selfmade spat out to the back, but the Impale comes down, and that is a very dead Crownshot. Splyce strike in the top lane.
Dreams had to use his Devour to save Selfmade, and that left his AD carry completely out to dry. Xerxe is reading Selfmade like a book this game, and it shows.
But it's exactly what you were saying, Ender. When you try to make a play with the Ashe out on SK, if the enemy jungler is there, the risk of a counter gank is huge, because you then don't have those tools to disengage and get out of that situation. So good read there from Ender, being able to predict that one, and unfortunately for SK, it means that Splyce come out ahead once again.
Oh man, and Splyce have so many tools to stall the initial engage as well. This is one of their biggest strengths in the draft, is when they go for these compositions that punish every mistake, that can stay alive for so long. When you have the Xayah that can absorb that initial engagement, or even the Azir. Later on, we'll see that wall come in very, very clutch when Selfmade is trying to dive him and all of a sudden gets knocked away and doesn't have the ability to access him. So SK, I mean, finding the engagement without the tools is just near impossible, it seems.
And now we see Splyce starting to hit that team fighting strength as well. Oh!
T-Tours.
Yeah, T-Tours, but Norskeren gets out of it in time so he can pop the quickness. And it means, as we say, Dreams had to devour the jungler, leaving his AD carry out to drop.
Yeah, I actually really like that from Norskeren. Immediately doesn't try to run away. He just turns around and re-engages. And you got to remember, Rek'Sai very squishy this early on. The Merc Shred's really helping out as well. In the event that he does get picked off, that extra bit of tenacity really mitigates that extra CC duration. So good stuff from him. And again, want to reinforce this cannon, level 12. Been silently farming off on the sideline. Did use his teleport to try and help out the top side of the map, but Spellbreaker?
Spellbinder. I got you, Betty.
It has been completed and is a very good item on the cannon as well.
You can see Splyce know that in a minute's time that Baron is going to be up. They set up some vision around it. SK are trying to answer. The Sleepy Trouble Bob was landing, and Pirean, of course, with this item and a half, almost 2 items, will do a lot of damage if it can hit those long-range paddle stars. So it's always dangerous for Splyce because they have a few engage tools of their own. You've got the follow-up engage from the cannon, you've got Norskeren jumping in there, you've got the Impale. But if you get poked out too quickly, too much, before you can actually get onto that backline, it can be very dangerous.
Certainly can be, but the problem for SK is actually setting up to have that kind of poke.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that, or one of the situations rather, where Zoe is very strong is when you play around an objective and you kind of control the sides of that objective. So if we take a very quick look at the minimap, you can see that vision control is actually very strong. And if they were sieging up for this mid lane tower, what you want is like Zoe sitting on one of those control wards and then throwing these orbs over the wall and just chunking opponents away from that objective. But every time SK try to threaten, Splyce just say, you know what, we're 3 people. If you come anywhere near, we're going to fight you.
Yep.
And SK immediately then disengage, they back away. And honestly, I think they're just waiting for a pick right now. They're waiting for Splyce to make that small mistake where they can try and catch them out. And they're not trying to force anything too big right now.
Now look at Vizicsacsi. He is on the flank, will be spotted out by Werlyb and potentially in trouble.
Drowsy it up. He's asleep. Selfmade's going to get the knock up, and that is a very dead cannon. SK find the pick they want. Splyce trying to force something in the mid lane, but they can't do it without their top laner.
Now that will mean Mountain Drake is up for grabs, and without Vizicsacsi being able to influence the map, I don't think Splyce are going to want to be contesting this objective. That's exactly the type of play we need to see here from SK, but you can see it has to be off the back of a mispositioning or a mistake from Splyce. So knowing where those players are, having the vision, as Vedius pointed out, is going to be very important for this team, and for them especially. They need to find the vision, but it's hard because they don't have a traditional tank. And that actually makes it very hard to step forward for deep wards. They can get the protective wards in the river, but not the deep ones that would allow them to push this game further and further ahead.
And now we see Splyce just waiting the game out a little bit. You've got 2 items on Kobbe. You can see them all grouping up towards that mid lane. They know they have control. Xayah will go down towards a side lane once again. You can use that 1-4 split, and with the Baron live, you have to think as soon as Splyce is able to find a pick, maybe even Xayah here chasing out Werlyb. There's no tower. Werlyb has nowhere to go. Sjokz will hit, and Xayah should just be able to chase him down. Werlyb trying to get the tether off, will land it, but the stun comes out as well. There's the slicing maelstrom, and Xayah just gets the 1v1 kill. Easy enough stuff for the cannon in the side lane.
Surprised that he held on to his ultimate for so long, but I think he wanted to kind of curve Werlyb back into the lane because he knows how much mobility this champion has. And look, Humanoid coming in from behind. Decides not to go for the sliding glide, Shurima shuffle. Will instead just back away. So everyone returns back to farming.
But we're at that 2-item point now for Splyce when they can start to look for these team fights, where they can force the tempo a little bit. And we usually see Splyce go for these fights around objectives. It's why we talk about the vision around Baron so much, because what they'll do is they'll start the objective and say, okay, SK, you have to fight us now.
Exactly, especially with a composition like that. It becomes so easy to kite back into the not too impressive engage tools that SK have on their side. Now, as we do get into a little bit of a pause, I think it is worth bringing up some of the itemization choices that SK have made, because right now they have 3 QSSs on Selfmade, Crownshot, and Dreams. But more importantly for me, I see the Banshee Veil coming in for Pirean in the mid lane. And why I think this is so important is that if Pirean is actually diving forward to find big poke with his Q, Skarner can actually just snap ult him. And even if he jumps back, he still gets yoinked right back in to those 5 members. So having the Banshee Veil to prevent that will let him play a little bit more forward with his poke.
But there are so many different ways you can pop that Banshee's Veil as well. You know, you're looking at it, you've got Kennen, you've got Xayah, you've got Rakan who can jump onto the back line. It's so easy for Splyce, if they find a single pick, to actually just catch out any member of SK. And having QSSs will mitigate Xerxe, of course. It will mitigate the quickness, it will mitigate some of that CC, but there's so much of it on the side of Splyce that actually becomes super difficult for SK to avoid all of that crowd control.
And that's where you see areas of the map that Splyce really just dominate at the moment. Currently, they're very much set up around the bottom half map, looking to play a little bit slower, maybe focus on the next Drake, because honestly, Splyce don't have to push the envelope. We saw in the last game they had control for a lot of it, and ultimately, they threw around the Baron buff. They went for a call too early without the ability to turn and fight. So in this game, they're not going to make the same mistake. The coaching staff, had a conversation with them between these 2 games, said, look, we're going to take it a little slower. We're going to play exactly how this composition can dominate.
And I think that's where some of the veterancy of the team and of the players on the team come into effect as well. Splyce have made 6 playoffs since joining the LEC, only surpassed by teams like G2 and Fnatic, and combined that the players on this team have 17 playoff appearances. SK have 1. Only Werlyb has made it to playoffs on that team before. So you have to think that Splyce are a little bit more used to being in this sort of situation, a little bit more used to being 1 game down and being able to come back fighting.
Yeah, and this is a team, too, that is traditionally very successful in playoffs at contesting against the top teams. Last spring, they were able to get 3rd place, and even in the past, they've gone against Sjokz last summer. They pushed them to 5 games. Sjokz ended up going to the final, so expect good things out of this team.
And you expect long series as well. They've gone to 5 games 4 of the times they've been in playoffs. They're only 1-3 in those performances overall, so they've only won 1 of those 5-game series. But the hope always is that we get a good 5-game series today.
So, I wanted to talk a little bit now that we're back into the game about how the map is set up right now. And if you have a quick look at the minimap, you'll notice that Splyce actually invested a decent amount of vision towards the bot side of the map. And usually the reason why you do this is to allow your split pusher to push freely, because it then gives them a lot of information around where the enemy team is and what they're trying to do. But what this has done is it's given priority to SK around the Baron area. And then, for some reason, Splyce have actually moved their Kennen out of that lane and then moved them up towards the top side. So they invested this vision that they haven't actually utilized, and it's actually just given SK a lot more control around the objective that really matters.
And that's why now they've moved, like, Chachi pushes out that lane, then tries to get some vision control if he can. Predator used here by Xerxe as SK group up as 5 in the mid lane. Chachi does have a flank position, has the ultimate as well. Just about to come off cooldown with that flash up as well.
Someone needs to catch the bot wave now. It's just being left by itself. Vizicsacsi will now be sent. And I do feel like right now the lane assignments for Splyce are a little bit all over the shop. They're just reacting to whatever SK is doing. And SK are just quite patient. They're taking their time. You can see that Ashe is now collecting that full wave up on towards the top side of the map. They've had priority on mid, and they've slowly been chipping away that tower. And it feels like the Splyce are actually, SK are moving Splyce how they want to around the map right now.
But what does this do for SK? What does this allow them to do? What does this open up? Because it's all well and good to say they're moving them where they want, but what does SK actually gain out of this?
Well, in an ideal world, it would secure them a mid-tier 1, but on top of that, it's just getting more farm onto their carries. And we can remember, we talked about, even though in a 4-5v5 later on into the game, yes, on paper, you would expect Splyce to have the advantage, but a Zoe in the late game, an Ashe in the late game, they aren't slouch, they aren't useless, which means getting more gold, more resources onto them, while forcing Splyce to lose resources, simply a matter of just farming a side lane, can actually be a lot in terms of experience, gold, and overall a benefit and a small advantage that you may not always notice.
It certainly can. Now, for SK, I think the biggest struggle for them is going to be, yes, they have the back line that can do it in the late game, but they don't have the front line because Tom Kench doesn't want to be sitting there. Look for Xayah because he is on the side. Don't think he's going to
stop.
Yeah, they're not going to look for the play. They keep collapsing on this mid lane. I think it's just a battle for pressure at the moment. Because Xayah shows up here, they can now walk in, put down a control word, get some more control. But again, it's not about Splyce necessarily forcing anything because they can just wait. It's totally fine for them. What they want to have is vision so that SK can't force on them. They do have him out, by the way.
Oh, Humanoid literally just went back to base.
Humanoid's gone back to base, doesn't have the teleport. Xayah does, but now Splyce will spot this out. 6,000 HP on the Baron. Teleport coming in behind by Xayah. Maybe they'll take the fight afterwards. Norskeren jumps in. A massive charm. Here comes Xerxe as well. There's blast go for him. Just splashes in. Pirean gets the Baron, but here comes Xayah slicing through SK. Dreams use the thick skin to survive, and we go into a little bit of a freeze frame as Selfmade knocked out on the backside. The sleep lands on Humanoid, but he'll cleanse it away. SK, 3 members strong. 4 will all get out. Can Dreams survive as well as Norskeren jumps forward? Yes, SK get 4 members out.
But that was a massive slicing maelstrom that killed nobody. SK walk away with 4 members alive and a secured Baron buff. And Medic, we spoke so much about what does all this vision gain? What is it going to result in? It results in a Baron for SK that Splyce had absolutely no answer for.
SK had to pull the trigger right there. They knew they got the Mountain Drake earlier. That single secure allowed them to burst down the Baron quickly enough. And I love that you mentioned the Xayah ultimate because no, it didn't do any damage, and it's because every single member on the side of SK has some form of MR.
Xerxe, no flash to jump on the backline here. SK just poking out as much as they can. A little bit reminiscent of game 1. We saw Splyce fail around the Baron there. They've done it once again as SK push in towards that middle lane. Double cannon wave. Pirean just landing those sleepy trouble bubbles from the side, poking out, and Splyce have to back away once again.
And you talked about earlier how we can use this Zoe. This is a perfect example now. They have the pressure, they have the super minions, and noticing how obnoxious this Zoe can be in these sieges. Even though Crownshot has no mana, it doesn't matter. Splyce can't defend, they lose everything. So, Ender, talk us through this fight.
Yeah, so right off the bat, Norskeren, I think, goes in a little bit early because he's trying to just stop them from taking down the Baron too quickly. It is a Zoe that picks up, and then look at this ultimate. It just does no damage right here. Dreams gets a massive shield on the back half of it, and while Humanoid is able to kill Selfmade on the other side, his damage was not present, and that meant that 4 members of SK could survive.
SK now pushing down towards this bottom lane. Like, they are the team that have made the proactive course. They're the team that seem to just be that little bit more secure in themselves, a little bit more secure in their players here. And they're the team with the rookies, remember, you know, Crownshot and Selfmade came up from Mad Lions, who won EU Masters last split. Werlyb was on that team as well. Dreams has only played for Mysterious Monkeys in the LEC. Pirean's been bouncing all around the world before kind of making his home in SK. But SK, the team that are coming out on top right now.
And it's one of those things where coming into this series, something that we discussed was that we felt Splyce as a team are not actually the best when it comes to setting up proactive plays. Usually the way in which they set it up is it's a little all over the shop, and sometimes it's not as clean as they want it. And whereas SK, they're a little haphazard in their setup. So they just kind of go. They're very gung-ho, very active. They're like, oh, if we see an opportunity, we'll go for it.
All or nothing.
But when you look at this game, Splyce, even though they had a big advantage, it felt like they were the ones being controlled around the map. And it was SK that have actually been very patient in their play. They tried to force a couple of fights, and they didn't go their way. So they actually then slowed the game down, and they've just been very meticulous in how they've controlled the map. And it's very surprising to have these rookies control these experienced veterans in Splyce as well as they have.
SK will force up towards this top lane tower now. You can see how Pirean using the terrain to get those sleepy trouble bubbles back towards the backline. Humanoid had pushed down bot, now has rejoined his team, but Splyce a couple of thousand gold in the hole as SK continue to use this ban buff. 10 seconds remaining on it. They've got a lot out of it already.
Yep, and Splyce, they can't force a fight. There's no flash on Kennen, Skarner, or the Rakan, so it's very difficult for them to find the 5v5 without those key spells.
It's also really difficult to just engage on a comp. This champion is so obnoxious. There's the Tom Kench as well, and just look at Xerxe. It's like, what can you do?
How'd you get anywhere near the Ash? Just slows you consistently. Norskeren trying to jump into the backline, but already Xerxe down to basically no HP. Norskaren's still alive. Humanoid using the soldiers as best he can alongside that Sundisk, but he's going to get chased off. Void rush straight into the back. Immediately pulled in with the Impale, but Selfmade goes golden with the cleanse. The QS.
Still alive.
He's still alive, and he gets out. Feather Storm used from Kobbe. Almost burst down in one.
one, but all of Splyce are just limping back towards their fountain as SK break into their base.
SK lost the Baron, but they don't even need it. They take down the inhibitor. They have a minion wave in the top lane as well. They're not going to make too much use out of that one, but with another Baron coming up in a minute and a half, SK have all the momentum.
SK are defying expectations right now. In game one, they look like that they managed to steal away a victory from Splyce, but in game two, they are earning this victory fair and square. And even though they were at a deficit, they've done a fantastic job of reclaiming control, breaking into the base, and now it is Splyce who are on the back foot.
And as much as we said, you know, Splyce are the better late game teamfighting comp, this is the power of an Ashe, this is the power of a Zoe if you can make just these slow catches.
And without the flash on Xerxe, it becomes near impossible. Norskeren tries to find the engagement, but there's a Tom Kench right there. They can just keep going for the slows, and this one, I mean, I feel you, buddy, with the ultimate in here from Selfmade.
He survives.
He does survive. Well, ultimately, he does, and this bubble is so clutch here on towards Kobbe. Now, Selfmade pops the Q a little bit early. He actually allows Kobbe to survive because the paddle star was coming in from Pirean. Had he not broken the sleep, that would have been a kill, but it's still a massive win for SK.
Now, Xerxe has the flash, Sjokz has the flash, Norskeren has the flash as well. This, you have to feel, is Splyce's final stand. Baron up in 30 seconds. They'll try and get some vision around it, but if SK can continue to play their way they have been, Splyce don't stand a chance.
I mean, what's really important to remember is that still, on paper, in the 5v5, Splyce should have the advantage. They have so many engage tools. Azir is level 16, Cannon is level 16. Like, this is a bread and butter team fight composition. It's just about finding that fight. And if they can find it, Splyce still have a shot at winning this game.
Yeah, so SK need to play around the minion waves. They have an inhibitor in mid lane. That's why they're all up here on the top side of that. But keep in mind, there are flashes on all the primary engage tools of Splyce, and they want to fight.
Norskeren flashes in, lands the charm onto the devoured Crownshot. Here comes Sjokz as well. The slicing mouse straight onto the backline already. He's taken down one. It's the shutdown. VoD of Splyce, but Humanoid's going to push Werlyb back into the team. And Splyce have found the fight they needed. They found the comeback. And it's only Pirean who walks away alive.
Splyce had the spells and they found their fight with Baron up. They want to look for one more kill. Pirean is on the run, but hey, Splyce, there's some speedy boys.
There's not many places Pirean can go from here. Sleepy Trouble Ball will connect. The flash away will get him to safety, but with Baron live, you have to think Splyce should secure this objective.
And we were just talking about it. Splyce still have that team fight comp. On paper, if they found the fight, they could come out on top and they pull it off. Now the Baron is in their eyes, and all that's left for SK is if Pirean can interrupt. Can he be obnoxious enough to stop it? But with the arrival of Humanoid, I don't think they will be.
I have to think Pirean can't do much here. Norskeren just tanking up the paddle stars. 5,000 HP left on the Baron. Going to be secured. Teleport actually used here. Crownshot coming in. The Baron does fall, and immediately Crownshot runs away. Realizes that he can't do much more here. Just trying to keep Humanoid around for the second, but SK, only 3 kills in this game. It was very much in their favor a moment ago, but Splyce did this and stopped them in their tracks.
They find the engage. Norskeren doesn't use the W there until the flash comes through. They're able to single him off, and Chachi in the backline. No one can touch him. There's no peel left remaining. Selfmade is able to trade 1-for-1, but these fights cannot work. The 5v5 is just not going to happen with SK. Look, we said post 30 minutes, SK cannot win a fight. They would have to have a ludicrous gold lead. I've got news for you. It's bang on even, and that means Splyce are winning.
And what's really crucial as well is that we've talked a lot, like, the reason why SK were winning so much is because those summoner spells weren't available. The flash is crucial. We talked about how difficult it can be to engage on a Karma, but now Splyce have time with the Baron to just wait for those summoners to be available again before looking for the next fight. Wave clear from the side of SK is still strong, so I feel like Splyce need to force something, but again, it's difficult for them. So you're still evaluating if SK can just stall out this Baron buff and wait.
Arrow used by Crownshot onto Norskeren, but he'll just jump away. It's a sizable level advantage on the Splyce side here. Humanoid already level 18.
So Vizicsacsi was just about to go back to base. There was a ward that he could TP from behind, but keep your eyes on Vizicsacsi. If a fight is going to happen, it's going to be the cannon.
Here comes Cannon waiting in the bushes. A control ward there. Crownshot's up towards the top side of this, but Chachi decides he doesn't want to go in. Pings came out from SK. They were defensive. They were aware that that could happen. And once again, both teams just back away. The line of scrimmage is reformed.
The best part is that both teams are so hungry to fight because SK know the clock is against them. It feels like their time has run out. And Splyce, they've got 100% crit chance now on towards Kobbe. Humanoid almost has his rabbit on death cap. This team is built for the 5v5, and they won it.
Selfmade heading down towards the bot side of the map. The Tahm Kench ultimate was used as well, see if they could catch off Vizicsacsi, and that might be the window that Splyce used to siege onto this tier 1 tower and finally take it down, but they cannot wait for it. Oh, okay, finally they'll be able to get past Pirean and Werlyb.
34 minutes.
Took them a really long time.
But
their Baron is now about to run off. Well, they've still got a minute left. Let's see what else they can get off the back of this.
With the Sun Disc there, it's just going to help them push up mid. Skarner's actually gone off towards the side lane here. Xerxe trying to push that in. Not usually the lane assignments we would see in this sort of situation. Of course, Xayah has the teleport, so usually he'd be one splitting in a side lane. Kobbe down to half HP already just from Crownshot, using that ranger's focus.
The reason Xerxe is top is because the other 4 members are so pivotal to the team fight. Honestly, underneath that Azir tower, they could probably look for the 4v5 against the weak engage of SK. Still, I would like to see Xerxe group with the team. They may just be waiting for the flashes to come back up, because until then, Splyce they can't force.
Tower down to a third of its health. SK still able to defend, able to hold on for the moment. The inhibitor, of course, has respawned in the mid lane for Splyce, so no more super minions pushing in there. That Sun Disc going to expire pretty soon. Xayah catches out Selfmade, but he'll just use the tunnel network to get himself back towards his own base. Norskeren chunked out there, but able to survive with the battle dance.
Splyce really struggling to break past the defense of SK.
We're looking at almost 4 items on the Azir, though, with that Rabadon's Death Cloud coming up. You've got 3.5 items on Xayah. Very powerful players here on the side of Splyce.
I mean, the thing is, that is very important, right? And this is great for Splyce. And you're like, okay, level 18 Azir, wonderful, really happy for you. But if they can never use it, those items don't mean anything, right? And even though you can be a full item behind on Zoe, if she hits you and you don't hit her, fun fact, doesn't matter what items you have, she's gonna win that trade.
She hits Kobbe, the sleep comes out, Kobbe uses the QSS, but immediately the arrow comes out. Norskeren with the charm, the shutdown! And as you predicted, Vedius, if Zoe hits you and you don't hit her, there's not much, but here comes Sjokz! Onto the backline, takes down 1, Humanoid shuffles in, but Pirean flashes away, Dreams will be the second to follow. It's a 3v3 now as Werlyb and Pirean just back away. Selfmade does have a flank position if they want to go in, but they decide against it.
Both botlings have been wiped out. Humanoid wants to find the engagement. The rest of Splyce right there behind them. There are no objectives yet on the map, but they're still going at it.
The rookie mid on the side of Splyce could sense glory there in a moment, but Werlyb, with his experience, was able to flash away just in time. 37 minutes in, there's nothing in this game, and we'll re-see that fight once again.
So the first thing to note is the position on the mini-map. A lot of damage goes down onto Kobbe, but because this is a 3v3, SK can look to make this fight. The problem is that they get stuck in the ensuing fight, allowing time for Vizicsacsi to then join. And the moment the cannon arrives, this is where the damage comes through, and this is where SK start to fall apart.
We talk about it so often. Kennen engaging from the front of the fight can't do anything, but when he finds the flank, you just have no other option against it. You cannot escape from that massive field here, and sitting on 4 items currently, he's been the player sort of gone unnoticed, but you see how much damage he's done over the course of the game. He's really stepping up in the fights.
Pirean flashes away from the shuffle there out of Humanoid. Elder Dragon up in 4 seconds. Baron up in just half a minute as well. Both these teams just, they continue to fight moment after moment. SK gonna step into darkness here as they face check the bush. Xayah still has the flank position. Ultimate just about up as well. Elder Dragon down to about 3,000 HP. They're trying to catch out Xayah, but the Elder Dragon solo. There's a flash. Xayah jumps onto the back line. The quickness used as well. Dreams is assassinated. Crownshot trying to survive on the back. Humanoid shuffles away, but the Void Rush from Selfmade will chase him. Selfmade takes 1. Pirean goes down as well, but now it's all a Crownshot. Kobbe comes in from the side. The blade caller pulls him back. It's a triple for Kobbe, but now he's in a 2v1 situation. Selfmade and Werlyb against Kobbe, the only man left alive on the side of Splyce, and SK somehow come out on top.
And while this whole fight was going down, minions were pushing in the top side. Right now, Werlyb is shoving up that middle lane. All Selfmade has to do is stop Kobbe from getting back to base. There's no ultimate, no flash on towards Kobbe. Selfmade might be able to one-shot him if he can get on top, but he can just wait. He doesn't have to find the engage.
Selfmade is hunting He's trying to do what he can. You can see Werlyb up in the top lane right now, working through these objectives, but he recognizes the respawn time is not going to take the gamble. Will back away instead. The pings are coming down towards the Baron. They want to get some vision. But let's have a look at how this fight actually played out. This is the best case scenario for Splyce, because they're like forcing SK into a 5v5, and Vizicsacsi finds the flank. And you look at all this damage, but the crucial thing is Crownshot doesn't die, and Selfmade gets onto Humanoid. So much of the damage just disappears.
And he's also able to get out of the Skarner ultimate. He has the QSS and buffers the rest of the CC with the ultimate coming in from the other members of that team. So he follows up on towards Humanoid, and with that, they get the Baron.
SK get the Baron, but already Splyce have gone across towards the Elder. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow used from long range doesn't connect onto anyone. Elder Dragon started up. SK, they want this fight. Chachi has the teleport, but he's up in the top lane right now. 6,000 HP left on the Baron. Elder Dragon, sorry, it's already down so low. Norskeren tries to stop him. That's the smite coming out from Xerxe. They'll secure it. VoD Rush used by Selfmade, but he's going to be sacrificed. And SK will take the trade. Elder for the Baron.
A little bit of greed there from SK. They wanted to secure both objectives when they didn't need to. This will give Splyce more fire to their already strong team fighting. And now with a numbers advantage, they can actually just look to push into the base.
Selfmade, so confident right there. He went straight in the pad. Don't know about that one, buddy. Not having the ultimate gonna make it much harder to siege, but against the Baron without one of your own, it seems like both of these buffs are just going to neutralize each other. Baron buff will be on the side of SK for 40 seconds extra, and maybe they can do something with that.
The only reason why I think that won't be the case is if Splyce can be proactive and pull the trigger. They have flashes available. They can look to just die. And when they have a numbers advantage, they are this strong, there's no reason why they should be afraid of doing so.
Inhibitor tower goes down in the bottom lane. Chachi pushing in mid. 6 seconds left on Selfmade. He'll be back with his team in just a second. Of course, won't have the Baron buff, so won't be able to repel waves by himself. Splyce could just go for the engage. Norskeren, his flash almost up. The quickness still there in a second as well. Inhibitor takes a little bit of a chunk as Kobbe forced back. Crownshot down to half HP. Xerxe's popped the Predator, looking for the flash impale if he can get it, but they just force all of SK back, and they take the Inhibitor in the bottom lane at the 41-minute mark.
Good decision making there from Splyce. They knew that even with the Baron buff,
Norskeren goes in with a charm. Kobbe was waiting around the corner. Norskeren down quite low, but already Pirean has fallen, and Splyce tried to pull the trigger. They thought maybe SK would overstep, and only Pirean did.
The burn from the Elder Dragon finishing off Pirean when he was in the belly of Tahm Kench. And now once again, it's a power play here for Splyce. 5 versus 4 on the map. There's flash on Chachi, flash on Xerxe, flash on Norskeren. When they have those spells up, Splyce have not lost a team fight. This is their chance once again.
They bring in the mid wave. They have the numbers advantage. While the ulti from Norskeren isn't available, it is from Chachi. I thought that was going to be it. He decided not to go for it. A couple of flashes still available on the side of SK, but they're showing that respect. They're backing off.
The Devour used as well, though, already by Dreams. Crownshot doesn't have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow up. Kobbe will just pull back the feathers and continues to clear out the wave. The Baron buff up for another minute as the Elder Dragon just about to fall off. But this is Splyce's home. The late game is their friend. Team fighting is their friend. We've seen it so consistently across the course of the split. No one can beat Splyce if they can get you to the 35-minute mark. And once again, we see just how powerful they can be in the late game.
I mean, what SK are demonstrating is that they can. And the fact that Selfmade was so pivotal in that final fight around the Elder to keep SK in this game was just a really good example of why he is considered such a good player. Now, this is where the engage starts. Norskeren goes in because he sees that the ultimate from Zoe was used, and as you mentioned earlier, Ender, the burn from the Elder Dragon was enough to secure the kill, even in the belly of Tahm Kench, but they couldn't really convert it into much else. Wasn't sure if the rest of SK were really on the same, at Splyce rather, were on the same page with regards to that fight, so there's no real follow-up. It just means that a lot of the base has been exposed for SK, and now we have a very open map. We're getting to the point in the game where gold matters significantly less, macro means less, and it's more about just execution.
I mean, it's who's going to win in the 5v5, right? And I have to give so much props here towards SK because we did not have a lot of faith in them, but they've been using Selfmade on the rec side to assassinate backlines and kiting around with this Karma and the Tahm Kench, the protection for their carries. By all means, this is not an easy composition to execute for so many rookies in some of their first playoff games ever. This is not something that you expect a lot of veteran teams to pull off, let alone SK making their return towards the LEC. And they're doing it with style.
And it's funny because if you looked at a typical solo queue game, you'd look at the scoreline, you'd look at the items, and you'd think, Splyce have won this game. How does SK even do it? And the reality is we've been asking this question throughout this game, thinking this is going to be difficult for SK, they need this to happen, and every time, somehow they make it happen, and that's why they've kept this game going. Now, the big objectives of Baron and Elder are respawning soon, and they're going to need another miracle play to turn this game in their favor, because right now it's Splyce to have full control over the map.
But the inhibitor down in the bottom lane, those super minions still pushing in. Crownshot had to answer them. But now they can just wait for the Baron. Splyce, all they do is they push up this vision line and then they just wait in the SK jungle. Look at this darkness for SK. There's one ward in the back of Baron Pit that is alive for them, but that will be cleared out very rapidly by Splyce when they decide to go for that Nasher.
And coming in to this culminating moment, because both of these objectives spawning, this feels like the end of the game. The team that can get one or even both should have all the opportunities they need to close this one out. And every single player has their flash up. This team fight is going to be so pivotal. Everyone has the chance to find the plays, to make the outplays. Throw it all out of the window. We've seen SK win fights with this composition. We've seen Splyce dominate in the 5v5s. The series we were seeing today, we were promised insane team fighting, and that is exactly what we've gotten. And in 10 more seconds, we're gonna get it again.
Yeah, so the ball is in Splyce's court. They're the ones in control right now. Will they approach the Baron?
Oh, Norskeren caught.
Oh,
the arrow! They're using everything. He dodges away from it with the battle dance.
Look at Chachi, he's not on a single ward. If he can find the chunk of SK all funneled in towards this corridor, the ward will spot him early.
4,000 HP left on the Baron. Selfmade jumped into that pit as well, but here comes Chachi. Norskeren jumping onto the back line. There's the slicing Maelstrom. Pirean already down, but Norskeren falls as well. Selfmade on the back line. Crownshot still alive. Selfmade able to escape towards the back of the pit. Will use that tunnel network, and Humanoid down to about 30 HP. Selfmade's still alive. Kobbe goes down, gets one side as he takes down Dreams, and the Baron's still alive though. Humanoid, Crownshot jumps in, shuffles it back, pushes him away, and that is the Baron going over to Splyce as well. This should be the game, and it should be Splyce's victory.
And there are super minions inside the base of SK as well. This is going to be the waltz for the finish. Splyce have everything they need to finish it out. Chachi will teleport in, will finish off this inhibitor, and Splyce want to even it up.
Splyce did everything they need to in that final fight with only 2 members standing in their way. There's little SK can do, just stop them. Splyce looking to equalize this series.
They take down the 2 inhibitors, and now it's just the Nexus towers in their sights. 10 seconds on Pirean, 10 on Dreams as well, but they're not going to be up in time to save SK's base. Splyce just looking to equalize the series here. Selfmade takes down 1, but he gets popped into his GA. The second Nexus tower will fall, and Splyce will strike back and tie us up at 1-1.
A lot of props need to be given to SK to how they played out this game, but we said it was a timer for SK. Now, admittedly, they took that timer for way later than you would expect.
Smashed the clock, like it doesn't even matter.
But in the end, the timer ran out. Splyce's comp was too strong, and around that Baron area, with so much darkness for Splyce to play with, there was little they could do. And we said it so many times, if Vizicsacsi gets that flank, it's pretty much over. He found the perfect flank. Selfmade couldn't steal away the Baron. Everything came together for Splyce, and they pick up their first win.
I'm just blown away at how much this series is delivering for me, because when you see this, we had so many expectations coming in for both of these teams, whether it was the late game scaling of Splyce, the early game performance of SK, and these teams said, no, we have some elements of that, but it's ultimately just going to come down to individual outplays within the team fights. In game 1, in game 2, that was the key, and it's just going to keep getting better from here.
That is the hope. And to break down on how Splyce whoa, words are difficult. To break down how Splyce bounced back, let's leave it to the analyst desk.
Well, thank you very much, Medic. And you know, I don't blame you that you're looking for your words after, honestly, 2 games of absolute craziness and very entertaining games to watch from the desk and probably from at home, but incredibly stressful for the teams playing. And perhaps that is also why they are so chaotic. I don't know. How much of this was, this game specifically, Splyce playing to their win conditions, and how much was it just also still nerves on both sides and mistakes?
I think the comp from SK was very difficult to play against. when you're against so much poke and range and pick, someone is going to get caught out eventually. Someone is going to take that big karma Q in the face before an important fight, and we're going to be like, oh, what are you doing? You know, that's so dumb. But when you're in the moment there and there's like 3 big skill shots flying your way, you're going to get hit by something. So I don't want to call it like people inting or playing really poorly in that case. I just think the SK comp was really hard to play against because of the long range.
The reality is like, this is the type of League of Legends that fans love to watch when it does come down to like fight to fight to fight. And we said it last game, I'll say it the same thing. Like, you're looking for really minute execution consistency or mistakes that will basically determine the entire game. What I thought was cool about SK's composition is that with Karma, Ashe, and Zoe kind of as your core, because it's about the poke, it's about the range, it's about the pick, with Zoe and Karma, you're constantly throwing out skill shots. Versus Splyce's comp, which was about big timers, flash timers. It's about the ability to hard engage, to have the big like wombo combo death ball. So the uptime for SK to always be in control of tempo of this game, because they can constantly be throwing out Qs, constantly be looking for plays. Whereas Splyce were like, okay, is flash up? Are all of our ultimates here? Let's try to make a play. And if it didn't work, it was like another hard reset of 3 to 5 minutes while you're waiting for those cooldowns. And that's why this game felt like the chains were very slowly moving in Splyce's favor.
Yeah, you've summarized that very well, because I did think every time, you know, even when Splyce was ahead, you just saw SK pushing because they have the capability. They always have uptime on their spells. On the other side, Splyce has to wait. Now we're going to take a look at a couple of replays, and I want to start very early on. Proactive play from Splyce on that bottom lane tower, and again, you said it, the ults were up, the abilities were up, and they just go in. I don't know what Crownshot was doing exactly, but, you know, we're going to let it fly.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's making a mistake here by obviously walking into the Rakan ult instead of trying to walk back towards his turret, so he ends up also going down. And Selfmade, while he's trying to save the day, eventually will just die as well and get 3 kills over. While it's a TP trace, you're not even getting an advantage there. But the reason I think this replay was important, because it actually meant that Splyce's comp that was not supposed to be very strong early managed to get a bit of a head start. I was really looking at Ashe Tamkench, Ashe hits level 6, you try and play with Xayah to that lane, see if you can force them out. It's hard to kill them because the Xayah ulti and then Rakan can dodge away from the arrow as well, but at least try and get priority with Selfmade coming to the lane. But then this play happened, and it just meant that Selfmade didn't really have anywhere else to go, because you're not ganking for the Karma top lane. Nothing is happening there. Azir sitting mid with Cleanse, you're not really killing him either. So it was only around that lane if I wanted SK to like snowball. And they actually did fall a bit behind, and it looked like Splyce were just slowly gonna just gain more and more control.
I think it was a smart adaptation then from Splyce. They identified this is the only place where the plays can be made, so we're going to shut that down. That gives us freedom. But as you say then, it should be easy sailing from there. But that's where SK surprised me in this first replay we're going, or second replay we're going to look at, is where they take the Baron in a time where it wasn't opportune to do it, and they just take that opportunity and put themselves back in the front.
Because Deficio is introducing this concept of like playing reactive. You know, like the lane should have gone this way, but there was a gank. Well, guess what? There was an early Mountain Dragon, which meant the possibility of a 24-minute Baron is suddenly what you need to be reactive to. So this entire series has been both teams like kind of reading moment to moment, and then who is going to make the smarter snap decision.
And again, the Mountain Drake is so crucial to highlight, because we are literally talking 1 to 2 seconds faster that you kill this Baron. If that's a little bit slower, Xerxe is in that Baron pit before Baron dies. You have Azir, who's even closer to the fight, and then it's not one person only dying and everyone else running away. Then it's probably 3, 4, maybe 5. And then we'll be like, oh, what a horrible Baron call, why are you doing this?
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of seconds, and that's the thing that Mountain Drake will do now for a lot of teams, is it opens up for the earlier Baron potential. And in this case, SK actually pulled it off very, very well and got out in time.
Yeah, the clarity of mind, I think, for them in that point in time when you're playing a playoff series, I think was very impressive. But from there, it becomes a bit muddy from me as well. Just to looking at who got the advantage and how they got it, I'm not exactly sure. But I do know that those timers you guys were talking about, that Kennen, when
he's flash.
Then it is donezo for SK.
Because that's the thing, this game goes on so long that Splyce gets so many rotations through their flash summoners. And you just have to think, it is Karma, it is Ashe, it is Zoe. How are you ever going to get close to this team for Azir to do damage? Humanoid knows, if I get in this fight and if I hit them, they will explode. But SK were just basically like hand on forehead, just keeping them far away.
And then you might think, oh, why does Azir and Rakan just dive in every single time to the back line and try and get a carry? Well, because Dreams is actually playing insanely well. And every single time that one of his carries are about to get picked off, instantly he gets the Devourer in just in time. Good positioning. He's not the one getting caught out. So it's really difficult for someone like Humanoid to actually do what he wanted. Because he wants to stand there and just auto-attack, but he always has to run towards the enemy, because they keep running backwards and they keep firing stuff left and right. And some of these SK fights, a bit like the first game, ends up with like people completely splitting up and you're shooting people from like 3 angles. And it seems really frustrating to play against. And I think the Elder Drake fight that we have, it will actually show this as well.
Yeah, it will. And of course, this was in the end then the final fight almost, because Splyce gets that Elder Drake, then has enough power. And remember, SK went to Baron just before, and that is when Splyce starts this Elder Drake fight that we're going to take a look at right now. And yeah, this is eventually also a misplay by SK, because do they have to challenge this?
This is the crazy Selfmade play.
It is.
Yeah.
Look at Selfmade. Please look at Selfmade. He gets in, knocks up Humanoid while he was taking damage from the Elder Drake, and stops him from dealing damage when his carries, while SK's carries were actually getting CC'd.
And that was one of those situations where like SK should not have come out of the fight as well as they did. This should have been Splyce just like rolling over them, but because Selfmade made such a clutch play, it denied the damage from Asir. And then in a situation where they didn't have to burn Flash, where Splyce finally got the team fight set up, Selfmade was like, we will hold at least this one last time.
But they didn't.
They didn't.
Well, they survived that one.
They eventually ended up losing that Elder Drake. Obviously, they lost a bunch of turrets with it. And then when Baron spawned, Splyce started. And you might have long range and kite, but if it's the enemy team starting the objective, then you have to run to them.
Yeah.
And then Splyce can be like, okay, now you're coming to us. We actually have way more damage than you have in these fights, as long as our Azir and our Xayah can hit people.
Can hit people in.
And okay, Cannon Flash was ready as well.
Yeah, that's usually pretty useful.
I think
you
literally said if he buys Deathcap here, he has Flash, the game is over. And that's
over.
And case in point. Now, as we are now all squared up, 1-1, I did want to take a look at the key matchups. We talked about bot and jungle, and I wanted to compare specifically Selfmade and Kobbe, because I think it still boils down to this, but tell me if I'm wrong. I heard you mention Dreams.
Yeah, I think,
for me, the single person that has made the most impact is Selfmade, and the single person that had to carry also late was Kobbe, although they have more members that are important in those team fights.
I'm not, at least in the last game, looking at Kobbe specifically as like the big hero from the team. I think he did his job again, as he will always do. But I'm looking more at engages from Norskeren when you're against this like kite long range comp, and then also Vizicsacsi and Cannon. Early on, he got caught out with that Mountain Drake that went over to SK, which ended up being important. But then later on, he managed to find good flanks when he had flashes up, and that ended up being really crucial for them.
Talking to Trevor backstage, I think he made a really good point in the idea that when he looks at the Splyce roster, there wasn't anyone who really jumped out as kind of like the clutch playmaker. Like, you expect everyone to be clean, to do their jobs, and just have like the methodical, clean wins. But on SK, you know who your clutch guy is going to be. And this time around, it's also Dreams who's stepping up. I think when your game times are this long, when it comes down to this many team fights, you're looking for those clutch, miracle performances where some guy is just the massive difference maker. So
yeah, but when you need a miracle, it means that, you know, you can't get it in another way. And I think that's how we went into this day, thinking it's going to be the Selfmade factor alone. Now, where are we now from a point of view of each of these teams? Because if you're SK, you're thinking, I won game 1 even though I was the underdog, and I challenged in a game where I had no business challenging anymore once Splyce got ahead. On Splyce's side, you're probably coming in thinking, well, that first game we lost that, we didn't expect that, and that second one we were also close to it. So what is the future here? What is game 3 going to bring us?
A lot of team fights.
A lot of
I can guarantee
I like
that one, because none of the teams are getting big early leads against each other, and that's just not the way they like to play the game. So I think we might see even more focus on drafting scaling, just because you know that you're eventually going to get there. Like we had the Azir pick in this situation. You don't pick that to try and win early game at all. You're literally just farming for late game.
I also think it makes a difference for Splyce. The fact that their veterans are having, not necessarily Chachi, I think his performance has been very up and down, but Kobbe is pretty solid outside dying in lane a couple of times. You know, he's looking good on his KDA. He's sitting, he's doing his job. The dominoes are being set up for him. He's knocking it down. For him to go backstage with a very young roster and be like, this is fine. Everything's going according to plan. Have faith in me, give me a scaling ADC, let's see him late game, we've got this, guys. Versus SK, where we don't necessarily know what they're thinking in the situation. These are very long games. This is a best of 5. This is a roster that has never been put in this type of pressure situation. So to lose a game like that, to try to reset mental, I think is a big factor.
I think though, we can't talk much about mental because we don't know what's happening with the teams. But I think for SK, like going into it, they were a little bit as the underdogs, but I think them being
fully.
Yeah, I mean they were the underdogs, right? But I think for them being 1-on-1, having 2 extremely close games, I think they're feeling great actually. I think for SK, he's focused. This is him being very focused, right? But I think for SK, you just like why we should not be scared of these guys at all.
At all, yeah.
Like, we have actually been playing fairly well. We have already picked up a game. Just keep doing what we're doing
Maybe
now.
we pick up another one, and then boom, one more.
So yeah, I think without going into like, are they nervous, are they happy, or whatever, but I think like they've already shown that they can beat Splyce.
Let me summarize it. We can't say who's going to win. It's really anyone's game still.
But we did say that, you know, if SK go 2-0 up, we don't necessarily know what that means for Splyce, but we all felt that we knew what it meant for SK. That they would have a lot of momentum. I like the word that you used, scared. It feels like SK are not scared of Splyce. They are actually going for these clutch plays. You know, it's Crownshot flashing over walls. It's Dreams being in the right moment at the right time. It's Selfmade making sure that he's finding the correct target. So I love that fact that we're not seeing rookies crack under the pressure of playoffs, that they are kind of stepping to Splyce and trying to meet them punch for punch, blow for blow in these 5v5s.
Yeah, I have to concur. It's absolutely fantastic to watch as well. A very spicy series on our hands. Splyce and SK, they're tied after 2 games. We'll be right back with Game 3.
Jumps in, gets the impale straight onto the top. Kench can't devour himself, jammed up as well. Uses the thick skin though. Selfmade on his way. Dreams still alive. Crownshot very low.
Ton the eat, ton the flash, ton the eat.
Okay, I go in.
Flash. Okay, I get it.
Xayah.
Nice. Look, ton the flash.
And you don't forget Sjokz, it's not much. But Sjokz onto the backline, takes down one. Humanoid shuffles in, but Pirean flashes away. Crownshot trying to survive on the back. Humanoid shuffles away with the void rush from Selfmade, chasing him. Selfmade takes one. Pirean goes down as well, but now it's all on Crownshot. Kobbe comes in from the side. The blade caller pulls him back, and the Baron's still alive though. Humanoid, Crownshot jumps in, shuffles it back. He gets popped into his GA. The second Nexus tower will fall, and Splyce will strike back and tie us up at 1-1.
What for lunch?
Broccoli. Do you know who eats broccoli?
Children always do what their heroes do. Introducing Eat Like a Pro with Beko Home Appliances. Visit our website and discover our exclusive healthy FC Barcelona recipes to eat like a pro.
Welcome back to our coverage of the LEC Spring Playoffs. Splyce and SK are tied after 2 games as we're gearing up for a very close battle in our next game of this series. Guys, these games have been intense, they've been full of team fights, and I have loved them.
Have you?
No. Yes, of course I have.
Truth comes out. I would have loved it if you go, no, actually, I've decided to retire as a car, so I can't take it anymore.
Having to work with you would do that to a man.
Guys,
anyway,
don't fight.
So SK versus Splyce. It's definitely been an exciting one. Game 1, I felt like the ball was in Splyce's court. They made a couple of bad mistakes. SK were quick to punish it. In Game 2, it felt like that Splyce had the early lead. They weren't very proactive, but I do believe that because of SK's composition, it was difficult for them to be proactive. And it ended up just coming down to very late game team fights, which unfortunately for SK, Splyce just had the advantage.
So for the first time this series, we will see Splyce on the blue side. SK, because they lost, got to decide which side they were on, and they picked red. And immediately, a little bit of a switcheroo here. The Akali ban coming out, a Zoe ban as well, following it up here from Splyce.
Interesting that they're taking away some of these mid lane champions. Akali, of course, can also go into the top lane, but just removing some options that I think would fit into SK's draft as a 3rd pick, where you can sneak that one away on red side now that SK are over there, and then ban away a couple of counters. That seems to be the approach here for Splyce as they leave open some champions like the Sylas, like the Lissandra that they expect to be red side bans perhaps.
Right, the Sylas is a red side ban this time coming out from SK. There's the Karthus ban as well. The Rise to follow it up here from Splyce. And what are we looking at still open? Things like the Lissandra, as you said, the LeBlanc, Morgana still there as well if you want that kind of strong mid lane push priority.
Yeah, and I'm looking at maybe a Lissandra 1st pick here in the hands of Humanoid, putting them on something that can try to initiate fights against Splyce. Banned this in both of their previous games, and you just have to take this champion away from Pirean. The consistency that he has had on that pick is too much, and now Humanoid can have a big impact here as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the Lissandra pick, it also does very well into the LeBlanc that has been left available as well. Does mean that things like Orianna would be a pretty good pick. I don't think you need to pick it right now, but I think it's something that we have seen Pirean play before. I think it's a champion that he's pretty comfortable on, and I think that it is something that you could draft as well. Azir is the other thing you could think about. I think that it does pretty well into the Lissandra matchup. It depends on how much experience Pirean has on the champion, but it looks like for now, SK going for very solid safe picks. Gonna blind the Thresh and go with the flexibility of the Jarvan as well. Means that they have a lot of room to flex around with their draft.
Exactly, and they also have just tools to start fights off. This was a big weakness of their draft in game number 2 this time around. Jarvan Thresh, there's not going to be any questions about when they want to be starting these fights. They can snap do that almost immediately and look to play much more instantly in this game, because that was a struggle. They played proactively last game, but not able to find all the plays that they can now.
One of our favorite duos in Duo Q, Ender, is this Lissandra Rek'Sai combo because of how easy it is to set up the Rek'Sai for success. You provide a lot of utility. You can set up a lot of ganks early on as well, and even if you're running the cleanse, it can do very little against the kind of damage that this duo can bring.
It's just such a strong mid-jungle 2v2, and we highlight this in every matchup because I thought it was so pivotal for SK, but the fact of the matter was Xerxe read Selfmade like a book in the last game, and now he's on a stronger early game champion with the Lissandra in the mid lane as well. We turn our eyes towards Xerxe, who was one of the best junglers in the regular season, and clearly stepping up to the plate to perform today.
But we do see SK use that powerful 3rd pick on red side to lock in the Jinx for Crownshot. We saw this incredibly well from him in that G2 series where they were able to come back from behind and beat out G2 in the regular season. They then get rid of things like the Sivir and the Kennen to remove some of those power picks from Splyce.
This, to me, suggests that SK may be looking at a Hecarim lock-in right now. I'm just thinking about what else. I think Splyce should look to ban the Hecarim right now, because with the Kennen gone, you don't actually have that many options in terms of what's good into it, especially with the Yorick banned away as well. I just feel like you'd be hamstringing yourself by leaving it open, because I think it's then just a big, hey, you can take this and give a pretty favorable and comfortable matchup for Werlyb in the top lane.
Well, they are going to decide to leave it open, and now I think SK can go ahead and get themselves a mid lane champion. Now, the Zoe we saw in last game was banned away. Does Pirean want to try his hand at the Azir? SK Gaming looking to go much more on the scaling side of things. This is interesting to see from them because it's such a large departure from game number 2. This is when, for the last 50 minutes of that game, the coaching staff behind the scenes was working out a strategy, working out a plan. It seems to be strong team fight to beat Splyce their own game.
What? Wait. So this Lissandra top, Vel'Koz mid.
Yeah. So Vel'Koz mid is actually a classic counter pick into the Azir. Very
LCK
strong.
love it.
Yeah, they absolutely love it, along with like Lethality Varus back in the day. But the reason is you can quickly push the waves. Hold that thought because
Wait
this
a
is
minute.
also this is going to be a J spot lane.
carry.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to break things down. We're going to start with the Vel'Koz because that's the first thing that came in.
I think we leave some of those specific breakdowns for when we get into the game, for now we'll talk about how SK deal with answering this. Like, you've seen a Vel'Koz and a Jace come out, you have your probable top laner left to pick. What is your response?
So, I mean, the response has got to be whether or not it's top lane Jarvan or the Gragas, and they go with the Gragas in the jungle. They're going to match with the Jarvan, and now I'm just wondering, like, is Splyce actually on blue side? Because this looks like SK is playing blue side with some of these early game champions, not a very strong team fight, and SK are red.
So, MSI 2018, I want to say.
Last year, yeah.
Chitan, the AD carry player for, I want to say it was Kaboom at the time. He played a Vel'Koz bot lane a lot.
Yes,
it was a very special pick for him, and we even got to see it at the MSI play-ins as well. And early levels, it doesn't look that good, but the moment you hit level 6, it's actually devastating, especially against AD carries that don't have the ability to dodge and dive away from the knock-up and the all-in power that Vel'Koz brings. And the reason why you pair it up with a Tahm Kench is because he provides that safety and defensive power, because you've got to remember, Vel'Koz is very squishy, easy to dive on. Against a Jarvan and a Gragas, there's a big risk there. So the reason why you run this matchup is it's basically just keep the Vel'Koz alive, and he can 1v2 this lane with the wave clear and poke that he can provide.
Yeah, keep him safe while the rest of the comp is built to be super explosive. This top side of the map from Splyce is very strong. They're trying to redefine expectations of fans, of analysts, of how they like to play the game. And SK, they're looking to do the same thing Splyce just did to them. They're looking for the scaling. They're looking for the team fight strength.
But we know SK is not the type of team to slow a game down. No. And if they see an opportunity to fight, I think they will. So 1 item, 2 items, don't be surprised to see this SK lineup looking for fights around the 15 to 20 minute mark.
Well, it's been an exciting first 2 games of this series, and game 3 is set to not disappoint at all. We have a Vel'Koz bot lane coming out here from Kobbe. He's got teleport, he has Norskeren to back him up, but guys, I just want to know, how does this Vel'Koz bot lane really work?
So, the thing is, you'll notice that he's running teleport and he's also running the Comet, right? Very effective poke tools, and he will have a lot of wave clear, but not at the early levels. The base damage on a lot of Vel'Koz's abilities is not very strong. I'm very curious as to whether or not he chooses to max the Q or the W, because the W is definitely much more of a wave clear tool, whereas the Q is much more of a poking harassment kind of tool. But the level 6 mark is really the scariest point, because if you ever get knocked up and all 3 of the dematerializer passives apply, you just get melted by the Vel'Koz.
Yeah, Vel'Koz also bringing a lot of true damage to the table as well and can cut through some tanks later on. But speaking of that level 6 all-in, I think it is important to note that in the 2v2, I don't think Tahm Kench offers a whole lot when it comes to locking down some people and looking for the full channel of that death ray. So that's where players like Xerxe or Roam from Humanoid are really going to come into play, because those are the members that have the CC to really set up for Kobbe to crush it.
First time we have ever seen a Vel'Koz AD carry or bot lane in the LEC history. We have seen it as a support. I'm finding out exactly when that was, but...
a long time ago.
It's...
And of course, LEC includes EULC.
Yes, yeah. Imagine being Kobbe in this situation. You get into game 3, it's like, okay, if we go a game down here, we are match point away from being eliminated from playoffs. You are the player on your team that is stuck around through thick and thin, been with the team through the Worlds run in 2016, through all of your playoffs runs in 2018 as well. And you say, you know what, guys, you know what? Pick me Vel'Koz AD carry. I've never played it before on the big stage. No one has ever played it bot in the LEC history. Chuck that one down and let's see how SK deal with it.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because he's the bot laner that made the first all-pro team, and he's just playing only AD carries and really excelling in the late game team fights. The spacing with his auto attacks, and it's a very different style here. Xerxe finds his way into the top lane, but doesn't want to commit the flash for the kill. I think he actually could have. Werlyb wasn't level 2.
And you told me very specifically that Xayah can't gank at level 2, which is why you never gank mid lane at level 2.
Okay, I just want to say, I used to play solo queue with both of you, and I no longer get to play solo queue with either of you.
That's because I always lose with you. And I always win with Vedius.
Yes.
We have like an 80% win rate together. It's nuts. But so basically, let's talk about the Xayah, because you called it up. With a Jace in the top lane, when a Jarvan at level 1 is face checking into you, I do think you have some tools to at least burn the flash and maybe then look for a follow-up. But yes, level 3, when you have access to your tunnel, as well as the true damage bite, is really where the Xayah comes online. And once again, it's the Halo Blade Xerxe for the early game pressure.
That it is. Pirean actually running Electrocute on the Azir in the mid lane here. We saw a comment in the last game. I thought Vedius would be a little bit surprised by that. Not very common that we see the Electrocute Azir.
So what is important to remember about Electrocute is it is any 3 damage sources from the target. And so the cool thing about Azir is especially when you can get 3 of your soldiers out in rapid succession, you get actually a 50% additional attack speed on top of the bonus attack speed that you get from your passive, which means that you can very quickly proc those Electrocute for a decent amount of burst.
Look at this man.
Humanoid unable to get in there, but Xerxe with the flash forward. Pirean uses the cleanse and shuffles his way to safety, but does burn both of his summoners, and Humanoid keeps his flash.
Yeah, he's going to be fully denied a wave here as well. So low on HP. That's a big win here for the side of Splyce, who didn't even have to use the flash on Humanoid.
And it's exactly what we talked about in the draft, and this is why we love this duo so much. It's so easy to set up these kind of plays in lane, because the amount of utility Lissandra provides, and just the amount of damage Xayah has. Hail of Blades, Ender talked about it in game 1. You so quickly stack up the Fury. Meanwhile, in the bot lane.
Yeah, Crownshot having to flash away there. You can see how much damage Kobbe can put down. We talked about the level 6, but even before that, if Norskeren can get close to them, start slowing them down with that tongue lash teleport coming in here to the top lane as Humanoid. He looks for the flank. Werlyb on the wrong side of the map does have his flash, but tanks up a tower shot, uses the flash. Humanoid flashes forward as well. Werlyb's going to use the EQ combo. You can still chase it, but I think... Oh, his TP's out.
Wait.
Humanoid! Ring of Frost! Ooh. No! Doesn't spot him!
Beautiful stuff there from Werlyb. Does the Soaz and gets out of that situation. Walks away with his life. I just wasn't a fan of Humanoid flashing after, especially seeing as Werlyb never actually used his flag and drag once the original TP came out. So Splyce invest a lot towards the top side, don't get much for it, and this has given Pirean a bit of freedom to get some farm in.
Exactly, the advantage that Splyce had in the mid lane in terms of summoner spells, especially with level 6 rolling around for Humanoid very soon, is going to be going away. And you can see Selfmade is changing up his style a little bit here in this game, knowing that Pirean has no protection in terms of his own summoner spells. He put down a couple of control wards so Pirean can hug this bottom side of the lane and know he's going to be very, very safe.
So, quick update for any Vel'Koz bot lane fans out there. Kobbe is currently maxing the W. He has 2 points in it. Going for that wave clear style, and he's just going to keep forcing this this Jinx underneath the tower. Keep making the life very difficult for Crownshot during the laning phase. And again, keep your eyes once that level 6 mark hits, because if Kobbe ever lands the E, that's going to be a dead Jinx.
It definitely is. Dream's looking for the hook there, but Kobbe just steps behind his minion. Already, as you say, they're pushing in that wave. They're getting the turret plates as well. Xerxe sneaking in here towards the top side as they know Werlyb doesn't have the flash. If he uses that flag or the drag, he could get caught out.
And what Jarvan will often do when a lane is in this position, he'll use his Q to last hit. And once that's down, that's when Xerxe will look for the engage. But Chachi's giving this too far away, I think. Werlyb, they have to wait for the first spell. And right now, the rest of SK are actually making their way up.
Here he goes. He goes in with the EQ. Werlyb chased away here by Xerxe, but Selfmade on his way with the Predator. Looking for the body slam, lands onto one. Chachi flashes away. Xerxe gets the unbow. Chachi trying to turn it around. Xerxe, full fury, they get him! Werlyb will answer with one. Pirean on his way up. Chachi, no flash, of course. Werlyb trying to get away, knocked back with the hammer shock. And Chachi will survive.
I'm very surprised that Splyce decided to run away from that rather than just commit to the 2v2, because you just saw how much damage that duo actually had. And the fact that Xerxe just nearly straight up killed Selfmade before he lost his own life just showcases how strong Hail of Blades Xayah is in the other game.
Yeah, it was the concern of Pirean roaming up through the river and them not knowing exactly how close he was that made them want to escape. But I agree, had they just stuck it around, maybe could have gotten a kill, but ultimately going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. And now with the flash off of Selfmade as well, there's just, I mean, when summoners go down, you see Gragas versus Xayah, you just expect action.
They definitely do. SK trying to mitigate some of that as much as possible in this early game. They know that Splyce have these power spikes, the level 6 Vel'Koz in the bottom lane, the 2v2 with Humanoid and Xerxe, so powerful if they can catch out Pirean. But SK seem to have the scaling advantage, you know, and a Xayah and a Jinx are going to be so powerful in that late game.
So it's one of those things where you are right, but Vel'Koz in the late game is actually really scary, and it's difficult to compare because obviously they provide slightly different roles as a Jinx versus a Vel'Koz, but the late game I think will definitely be an interesting one in this time around.
Difficult to predict.
Yeah, but the reason why is because you have things like Rek'Sai versus Gragas, and what I really want to focus more on right now is just how the early game looks, because you'll notice that across the board, Splyce actually have advantages everywhere. They did build up a pretty significant advantage in the bot lane, but because Kobbe just went back to base, that's now equalized. In the mid, thanks to the early gank from Xerxe, Humanoid is sitting on a lead, and Vizicacsi's just been dominating in the 1 versus 1. So Splyce in this laning phase are actually looking very confident and comfortable, and they've already built up a 500 gold lead.
And what I want to see them do more of is actually splitting the map down the middle and playing towards Vizicsacsi on the top side of the map, because I think it's relatively easy to give some pressure quickly towards Humanoid in the mid lane and then use that pressure to go up top lane whenever a minion wave is crashing and zone Werlyb off of that experience. I think the bottom lane is safe enough, and you can see they're getting a lot of work done in the 2 versus 2 that you can leave them on their own, know that with the Tahm Kench they are safe, and play fully around building up CS leads and knocking down turret plates on the upper side of the map.
You can see already a 16 CS lead for Chachi towards that top side. Werlyb backed and got the Ninja Tabi, just delaying any damage you can get in his kit, because he needs to be able to resist some of those Jace auto attacks.
So another fun fact about Vel'Koz, Kobbe has actually decided to go 2 points in W, 2 points in Q. So he has a bit of extra wave clear, and he's got a bit of extra damage in the poke.
So just in case people don't know exactly what Vel'Koz's skills are, the Q is the
geometry
orbs that he chucks out, the geometry, the A squared plus B squared equals C squared, the Pythagorean theorem. The W is the little liney boy that he throws in front of him that does damage. And the E is called tectonic disruption, and is a little circle of bounciness that happens from time to time. You'll spot his ultimate. It's a big flip-off laser.
See, now I can't help but think that whenever Vel'Koz lands the E, he's saying to himself, drop that B, and then you've got all this like dubstep coming into the background.
At the moment, all that's happening is Kobbe is just continuing to push up that lane. They've got 3 plates. Xerxe waiting just around the corner here, misses the Prey Seeker onto Pirean. Could have just gone for the bow, but Pirean does still have the Flash Cleanse combo to get out. Kobbe takes a big chunk of damage down towards the bottom lane as the Super Mega Death Rocket did connect.
And look at the pathing here from Selfmade. He has his Predator boots available. He can look for it, but Xerxe is here as well and can counter.
Dreams has Flash Flay, has the Lantern as well. Selfmade coming in with the Predator, but not going to find his target. And Splyce have about 1,000 gold lead as we come past the 10-minute mark. We talked about how strong they can be in the early lane, how taking these plates will help them so much. SK need to find a way to mitigate some of this damage.
Interesting that Pirean actually started with the Lost Chapter here.
Why is that interesting?
Well, because normally you go for the Nash's Tooth first, which is, I'm pretty sure, the Fiendish Codex plus the Stinger, right? So he's actually just invested in mana early on. And I'm going to make the assumption that he's actually maxed his Q rather than his W. Yeah, he has. So he's actually just taken full points in actual poking in lane and trying to just get that kind of initial burst damage out rather than the sustained damage that we more regularly see from many as is.
Yeah, and I think the idea here is that at 2 items, you're going to hit 40% CDR very early on, as we see an all-in top.
Yeah, Werlyb went in with the EQ combo. Chachi just trades back onto him, and Humanoid coming in. The flash forward. There's the Glacial Prism. Locks Werlyb in place. The stopwatch isn't going to stop time for long enough. Cataclysms EQs away. Humanoid with the Glacial Path across the wall still has the chase potential. Nice shard will connect, and the long-range shock blast is enough.
And there we have it, Xerxe and Humanoid playing around the top side. This is exactly what we needed to see out of them. Now with a 2,000 gold lead at the moment, Kobbe's just going to try his best to clear away these minion waves. It's difficult, but he's got Norskeren on the way, ready to defend him.
Needs to be careful of the potential dive, but there is a TP available on Vizicsacsi as well.
Dreams tanking up the tower here. There's 3 tower shots actually caught out. Kobbe gets so much damage down with the Lifeform disintegration rate, but it's not quite enough. They survive the dive, and they force SK back.
You called it, Vedius. The level 6 damage from Kobbe was disgusting right there, comboed with the turret shots coming in. they're able to just bend and stay alive.
But you're also seeing the power of the Tahm Kench in this matchup as well. It makes it so much harder to try and force a play onto the Vel'Koz because he has a lot of poke and utility in his kit with like a slow and the knock-up. And if he's able to apply those 3 stacks as well, he can very quickly turn a trade back in his favor. And if it wasn't for a clutch stopwatch from Dreams, that would have been a kill going over to Kobbe, but ends up being no kills, and Splyce are just happy with the lead they built up top lane.
SK sitting quite far behind in terms of plating at the moment. It's so important to talk about plates when you see like a lower kill early game, but with advantages being taken by Splyce, because they've taken down 3 plates in the top lane, 1 in the mid, and then 3 down towards the bottom side already.
And by the way, while that dive was happening bottom lane, Xerxe secured his team the Herald as well. So he has 1 more minute to look for a plate gank and to grab some extra dollars here for his team. But SK have different ideas. Dreams and Selfmade are waiting because they think something's going on over here.
I mean, this is where I'd plate gank
coming down. Ooh,
Go
they don't know.
Age on Pirean, there's the hook straight onto Xerxe. Knocked back with the play as well, and he's down. Dreams gets him. Humanoid now running for the wind as Selfmade comes in from the side. Doesn't have the cast available, and Humanoid will just be able to get back to his tower.
That was the great debate there from Pirean. Xerxe thought he had him, but brilliantly done. Now Crownshot has to flash.
Flashes away from the dubstep beat that Vedius was expecting with that tectonic disruption. Infernal Drake on the cards here for SK is the second of the game. We talked about the splitting of the map for Splyce, playing towards that top side. This is what you sacrifice. Now Kobbe misses the tectonic disruption, did have the ultimate if he wanted to go for the steal on the Infernal. Instead, SK will get it. 4 members down towards the bottom side. That's their second Infernal, 14 minutes in.
Surprised that we actually saw Werlyb get brought down to the Dragon, because now he's just going to lose even more up towards top side. But this is the great bait, as you mentioned, Ender. The thing is that SK were so aware that Xerxe was around, and they were just poised for this gank to happen. Just really good response. And then the Tahm Kench ultimate, I'm not actually sure how it got interrupted, but you could see the animation start, and then it didn't follow through. So the support from the rest of Splyce wasn't there, meaning that SK could fully commit to that fight. But when you just look at the gold, even though that was a great play for SK, it's heavily in favor of Splyce.
Yeah, and Splyce definitely have the game going the way they want it to right now, especially using this Herald to try and break this mid lane turret. I think both teams are actually relatively happy because with the gold earned from turret plates, 1440 on the side of Splyce, they have the early money they need to finish a snowball, whereas SK are comfortable falling down a little bit early on and relying on their team composition as well as the double Infernal Drake scaling to really take... Oh, wait a second.
Not enough to take down Crownshot, but almost there. Tower will fall in the bottom lane. I did have a look back. The Abyssal Voyage was cancelled with a zap from Crownshot because, of course, if you take any damage during channeling that, it cancels it. And now, all 3 towers down for Splyce at the 15-minute mark. They have a 4,000 gold lead. And if you want to catch more of the action, you can go over to twitch.tv/RiotGames2 and our YouTube channel to watch Humanoid's POV. It's been pretty exciting so far. A lot of roaming around the map, a lot of teaming up with Xerxe as well. LEC fans on Twitter can actually vote for which top laner will be featured in our next game's POV, Werlyb or Vizicsacsi. Spam for your favorite now in chat.
So what I find funny about the POV stream is it's actually a really good example of how and when to roam. Because what you'll notice is that Humanoid this game has spent more time top lane than he has mid, right? And if you're playing against that, that's very frustrating as a top laner to have all this pressure sent your way. But he's also been able to keep up and even stay ahead in farm. So the fact that he's been able to maintain this experience and farm and gold advantage while still roaming top means that he's picking the right moments in order to make those plays. So a lot of props to Humanoid in order to find these leads for his team.
Yeah, has about a 20 CS lead. There's about 15 down towards the bottom lane in favor of Crownshot, but Chachi miles ahead in top, getting chased down here by Selfmade, who flashes in, uses the cast back. Werlyb there on the chase. Abyssal Voyage comes out from Norskeren. Doesn't even need to use the Devour on Chachi, just walks away from it.
And Chachi, oh my, he holds onto his flash during that as well. He has the phase rush to help him get out, and of course, the channel of the Abyssal Voyage from Norskeren. And look what's happening on the opposite side of the map. It's Vizicsacsi absorbing the pressure while the rest of his team is able to get some small advantages, start chipping away at the tower, and setting up for more plays. Because ultimately what Splyce need is they need darkness on the map for SK, and then look with the tools they have with themselves, with the Lissandra and the Rek'Sai to find a good fight.
It's been really impressive early game pressure here from Splyce. Not heavy on the kills, but continually finding the chip damage, finding those advantages. 17 minutes in, they're about 4,500 gold ahead. And it hasn't always been the story of Splyce as well. We've talked about them as a strong early game team that kind of falters around the mid game. Now I want to see them use this strong early game lead they've established to really accelerate the game into that mid game.
Just as a quick note as well, you guys can see the vote in the bottom left. It's actually very close
Super
between
close.
Sjokz and Werlyb. Many people excited about the 2 top laners.
Who would you guys want to watch?
I would probably want to watch Sjokz. Like, his cannon has been really cool, and he's now played Jace as well. So I think I would want to see what he brings next, because I can't remember what he played game 1, but it's his 3rd different champion now.
I can definitely remember
it was
Google it. It was GP.
GP, yeah. So he's played 3 different champions in 3 different games, so you know you're going to get something new, which is why I think I'd probably check that out.
I just want to say that's faulty logic. Just because he has played different champions doesn't mean
that's definitely not how it works. That is completely accurate.
Oh, okay.
Unlike you.
Right, speaking of unique champions, I did get informed by our stats team, Kobbe is on his 14th different champion this split with the Vel'Koz. The most of any AD carry, and he's pushing through the mid lane here. Crownshot takes quite a bit of damage as Kobbe gets gobbled up by Norskeren, but continually Splyce just doing this kind of 2-lane split with the Rek'Sai rotating between the 2 lanes.
Yeah, and because we're so early on into the game, there's not even a Baron up just yet. So Splyce have actually done a wonderful job of building up an advantage with a 5,000 gold lead. And the next step for them is going to be go pick up their first strike of the game, because right now they have all the control in the world over this bottom side of the map. And then they can eventually transition that into pressure around the Baron, which they need to close this game.
So what's really fascinating about this game is SK have drafted heavy team fight, right? And in a team fight situation, obviously what you want is the enemy to group up so that you can fight them.
Yes.
The problem that they have right now is that Splyce they built an advantage bot lane, and they built an advantage top lanes. They have 2 strong side lanes.
Oh, it's a fight in mid lane. Glacial Prism is used out onto Crownshot. The path comes out as well, but Sjokz just with the flank position.
So you end up in this situation where you can't actually force anything because you're being split apart too much. So you never actually get that 5v5 because you're forced to like catch all the waves that are being pushed. And even if you try to, Jace is really strong, and so is the Vel'Koz. And it's really difficult right now for SK to actually force anything. And their best bet is to just slow the game down as much as possible. They want to get to 2, maybe 3 items, and then play around a Baron, because that will be the best scenario for them to actually get that 5v5 where all of Splyce will be grouped up and they can finally engage with maybe a Jarvan flank or a Gragas flank.
Yeah, the Baron is so important when you see the sort of dynamics of split push versus team fight, because ultimately between the 25 and maybe 30-35 minute mark, the team that's trying to split push needs Baron to actually close and be able to take down inhibitors or inhibitor towers. So they get sucked in to this idea of they have to get this Baron, and what the team fight team can do is actually just forget the side lane very quickly, bring their split pusher up with the rest of the team, and force the split push team to go for the 5v5, and that's what SK will eventually look to do once they have the items, as Vedius said.
It just feels like they're not quite powerful enough yet, and especially with the poke that can come out from a Jace, from a Vel'Koz, from long range. It's always hard for SK to find those perfect engages, but maybe something in the middle lane as they group up as 3. They need to be making sure they soak up this side wave experience as well. You can see Sjokz and Humanoid in the side waves. SK will need to be getting all of that CS, or at least as much of it as possible, without giving up too much in the mid lane.
Once again, we see Splyce just splitting up the map, playing along all 3 lanes. They have good vision control around the Baron right now. They haven't been able to set up really deep vision, but they do have wards kind of littered along the entrances. And to be fair, SK have done a good job of just maintaining control, at least over the top side of their map. But everyone is resetting right now. Vizicsacsi, you need to go back to base. I got informed by the stats team that last game, Vizicsacsi had his 23rd isolated death. Yeah. He has this habit where he dies.
Isolated.
And it's because of situations like we just saw, where he's kind of pushing up towards that tier 2 and the rest of his team has got back to base. And it's one of those, it's like a player said, I just need one more wave, right, Ender?
Yeah.
I just want to, it feels like both teams are happy with the pace of the game at the moment, and we talked about SK wanting to slow it down, but it's not often we get this kind of chance to break down exactly how a team is going to take the next steps and what the perfect execution of the next steps for a team would be. Splyce here well in the lead, they're about 6,000 gold ahead, but how does perfect execution of this team come from here on look?
Right. I think it's a difficult one to pull off because, again, 1-3-1 comps, and it's why you don't see it a lot, they're just not very easy because ultimately the line of thinking behind them is it's not about getting a big win ever. It's always about chipping and chipping and chipping and building up your lead until you reach this point of critical mass where you're just so far ahead, the other team can't fight you. So right now, Splyce have done a wonderful job because they're up 6,000 gold at the moment, but ultimately it's by playing through Vizicsacsi and allowing him to push the towers and eventually threaten an inhibitor. Right now, Splyce are going to control the top side of the map to force SK and potentially look for a pick while the split happens.
And you can see Splyce just have a little bit of vision here as they spot out Pirean on that control ward. Selfmade waiting around the top side as well, but they continue just to go for this split map. And Crownshot will just try and clear out the waves as much as possible. It's chip damage by chip damage here for Splyce.
So you just asked Medic kind of what are the next steps and what are we going to do. So I've asked the observers to bring up a full screen mode for the time being. And what you'll notice is that pretty much consistently, Splyce have pressure in all 3 lanes. They have the wave always pushed up as far as possible. And then every time they get that vision control, they then slowly move their wards in deeper and deeper into the top side primarily, right? Now the problem for them is they've actually had to reset because they've lost a lot of their vision. They've expended a lot of it. And this has allowed them to group up, as you can see from SK, and actually force some plays. But then you just got Xayah up towards the top side, pushing towards the tower, chipping away at it.
I mean, that tower's going to go down.
This is exactly what you were saying, Ender.
Yeah, and Vizicsacsi is just doing such good work right here because SK did it a little bit early. I think they grouped up to find a fight too early on in the game. That meant that Vizicsacsi never had to TP in, Splyce didn't, or SK rather, didn't find the engagement they wanted. And now that the inhibitor is exposed, playing this composition actually becomes way easier because we know Xayah smashes in the 1v1. So what he's going to do is he's going to walk up to the inhibitor, it's going to pull down 2 members of SK, and the second that happens, it gives Splyce the numbers advantage to pressure on towards the Baron.
And a few minutes ago, I asked, would Splyce be able to have a cleaner mid-game? Well, it seems to be exactly that as Werlyb engages down towards the bottom side. Abyssal Voyage used in here, but Werlyb just gets chased out by Xayah. Xerxe there with a flash forward to chase him down. That's one. Norskeren and Kobbe are here to join this fight if they are needed, but already SK have lost a man.
And look at it, it's SK over-committing to try and find a pick on the strong split pusher. Splyce realized, okay, we can just actually punish that overextension before you look for any type of large objective, and now they have a free mountain on top.
And I do think that's the one thing that we haven't touched on a lot of is if you try and attack the split pusher, the Tahm Kench is very quick to respond. And we've seen it a couple times where in the top lane when Vizicsacsi was overextended, it looked like he was about to die. Tahm Kench was there, dissuaded the gank. In the bot lane, it looked like Werlyb and Selfmade wanted to make a play. Oh, well, not only is the jungler here, but so is the Tahm Kench. And I think that this is such a valuable asset in these 1-3-1s because it just limits even further the options for SK.
And you also have to ask the question, what is more worth, to attack the solo laner or to attack the 4-man core of Splyce? And you can see right here, the answer is clearly not to attack the side lane because Werlyb goes in, Selfmade can't actually enter the fight because there's no vision on the bottom side. Splyce have done a wonderful job of setting that up so Xayah can push forward, but just thinking about it, if SK commit, let's say, 3 members to bottom lane and they get the fight, right? They get the kill, it's all good. What can they actually do off of that? Well, in a 5v4, it's not really enough when you're down 7,000 gold now to get anything over the map, and the other team has the potential to burst down the Baron, especially now that Splyce has the Mountain Drake, so SK need to realign how they want to think about it and go for the big team fight, not the split push.
Well, that's what they're doing. They're forcing it with the Baron. SK already on it, 8,000 HP left on it. Humanoid has the flank, and so does Xerxe. Xayah is pushing up towards that top bottom lane. He's on the inhibitor already. Here goes Humanoid, jumps into the middle of them all. The Ring of Frost, they're onto Pirean, but he shuffles them back with the soldiers. Organic destruction from Kobbe as they take down one, and they're just going to clean them all up. Splyce rout SK. SK had one shot, and they missed it by a mile, and Splyce take them all out.
Splyce were just way too far ahead. They call in the TP, they find the fight around the Baron, and look at this. Kobbe playing the bot lane, Vel'Koz has the TP. Are they just going to look for the end because they've got 3 members in the base?
It looks very good for Splyce right now, and I think they're going to go for the game off the back of a single team fight. Splyce are looking to take an edge in the series.
This has been so clean from Splyce. Moment by moment, they knew exactly what they were doing, and after an impeccable early game, an impeccable mid-game, Splyce are 1 game away from winning this round of playoffs.
Great stuff from Splyce. Loved the Tahm Genj and the Vel'Koz bot lane. I think they had a very strong 1-3-1 composition that they executed upon very effectively. And you can see that Splyce is very happy with that game. This was the Splyce I was expecting. Maybe not in the 1-3-1 capacity, but in terms of the clean, the safe, the smart plays, that's very much what I was expecting from this team. And I feel like we're finally seeing what many expected of Splyce.
Yeah, it was very methodical, playing through the 1-3-1, playing through this early game, or even though they ran into some issues with Xerxe looking for ganks around the mid lane that were punished by the side of SK, this team knew exactly how to play the pressure game by putting Chachi in the side lane, by breaking the inhibitor. Look, this comp is not something we see win a whole lot here in the LEC. It's something hard to pull off, but Splyce did it wonderfully.
And I think some of the experience that Splyce have in playoffs is coming to the fore as well. You know, we talked about it. They made, this is their 6th playoff in a row that they're making. They have 17 playoff appearances amongst all of their players combined. And you could just sense that after game 1, they kind of just reset. They settled into themselves. They said, okay, we know we can beat them in the late game. We know we can beat them if we play it perfectly. And then they can bring something new out and just surprise SK with such a strong performance.
What I actually think happened to SK is they twice now have gotten into these late game scenarios where it's boiled down to team fighting. And they made the assumption that Splyce would try and do this once again. So they actually just committed to the team fight late game style. And that actually hampered them a lot because when you think about how SK win games and how they do well, a lot of it is Selfmade and him influencing lanes and him trying to set up plays. And he had no lanes that he could really play around. He had no opportunities that he could create in the early game. And Splyce, when they drafted 3 winning lanes, well, not 3, they had a losing mid lane that ended up being converted thanks to the early Xayah gank, right? It was just a matter of pressure everywhere that SK had no answer for. And it felt like that they just slowly bled out and their only option was to force that final fight, which in the end they couldn't do.
But I think you can't really blame SK for expecting them to play towards that sort of more scaling team fight oriented composition because that's what Splyce have done so consistently. This is the fastest game of the split for Splyce at 26 minutes. And I think part of it is that difference in their composition that we haven't really seen from them up until now.
Well, I think actually the biggest difference is that they had a clean mid game. And you talked about it because we've seen this team get leads in the early game before. We've seen them come out of laning phase winning. But then it's often they make these mistakes. And I think one of the big mistakes is actually Chachi, who gets caught in a side lane. And do you know how they compensated for that? The Tahm Kench. And every time it looked like he was about to die, Norskeren would show up and keep him alive. So it was almost like they drafted a 1-3-1 style, they got a lead, and then like, what is our one way in which we can lose? Chachi dies. Well, let's draft a way to keep him alive for as long as possible. So I thought it was a very good draft from Splyce, and they executed very well.
And newsflash, Vizicsacsi didn't die a single time that game. Now, this replay brought to you by Alienware is exactly the end of the match. Oh, man. I mean, SK were just...
It was a Hail Mary from SK.
It was a Hail Mary.
They went for it.
Didn't work.
Can't always work out for you. And I think if you're looking at SK now, you have to think, do you go back to the drawing board? Do you do the same thing you tried to do in game 1? Because although it worked for you then, Splyce seemed to have evolved over this best of 5, where SK have kind of stayed stationary.
I need SK to have the winning mid-jungle 2v2. I think it's absolutely the crux of this series. When you see a 0+ Gragas, it's just not going to make it happen quick enough for this team that needs to combat early on and get Selfmade a lead.
I think SK take blue side next game.
Well, we will see. Splyce are just 1 win away from advancing to round 2 as they're preparing for match point against SK. Don't you go anywhere. Xerxe gets the unburrow. Chachi trying to turn it around. Xerxe, full fury, they get him.
They don't know.
Pirean, there's the hook straight onto Xerxe. Knocked back with the play as well, and he's down. He's on the inhibitor already. Here goes Humanoid, jumps into the middle of the the Ring of Frost. They're onto Pirean, but he shuffles them back with the soldiers. Organic destruction from Kobbe as they take down 1, and they're just going to clean them all up. And after an impeccable early game, an impeccable mid game, Splyce are 1 game away from winning this round of playoffs.
on to the LEC Spring Playoffs. Norskeren has to take a lot to carry a lot of people on his back. That's why we showed that. And then here's Juke and, of course, also SK. Both teams are contemplative, I think. They have a lot to think about because for Splyce, they are on match point, but it has by no means been a straightforward line, I think, into that fourth game. For SK, on the other hand, after a very strong start, now they fall down and they really need to claw back from the jaws of defeat. So I think there's a lot to talk about, but let's start with Splyce and the good things we've seen, because that is the team on match point. And something you pointed out, Deficio, is that you think they're coming in with fresh ideas, with drafts that have creative opportunities for their game.
Yeah, I normally think like Splyce as a team, if you look back to the last couple of years, have never been famous for being super creative and crazy in their drafts. Only Xerxe in the jungle has kind of done that. But now we saw game one with some flex picks, Urgot jungle coming in. Now Velka's bot lane from Kobbe. Like, this guy normally does not play mages. So the fact that he's pulling it out is very interesting. Also, Xayah finding more carries he can play. This actually meant that we got a completely different setup compared to the last two games.
It's also a completely different setup for Splyce in general. The fact of the matter is that Splyce just smashed a team. And I'm not gonna, okay, I'll pull back on Smash. Splyce won a game on a mid-game power spike composition. You know, this was about the two items. It was about having your Jace, rotating them around, and using Vizicsacsi. So it's carrying through a different lane that isn't Kobbe, carrying through someone else that isn't jungle, and then making good on a quick game.
And I also think that's important to highlight because it was all about Kobbe coming into this one, but we've seen several people step up during the series, and I think Vizicsacsi, after not the best game one, definitely put himself back on there with the great cannon play and with the great Jace play in games 2 and 3.
And it's so important that he's actually able to do these kind of things because you need that flexibility in draft where you don't just have to pick like one or two champions only top side or something where he just goes even and then you play only bot lane. Like, the fact he's actually able to do this now on Jace makes it really difficult for SK, because I think this game, game 3, was like very meta-defining for the series itself, because now Splyce showed we can actually draft for late or early mid-game, we can actually get an advantage, take all the turrets on the side, and then we can close out the game.
So
also
actually,
thanks to SK.
It was confusing for SK because you say meta-defining, but if I'm SK, now I don't know what to do, because first I thought I was going to go late and that was going to be it for Splyce. Now you see that they can also pick a mid-game composition and win. So I think Splyce has done a really good job of showcasing different strategies to throw SK's prep probably off going into game 4.
Yeah, my only question now is the fact that Splyce have had to reach so far into the bag of tricks. Like, they're showing all of these new things.
Have they?
That's great because we expect them to be heavy prepped.
How big is the bag of tricks?
I don't know if you get to do the same thing every single time where you pull like a Vel'Koz. Like, Fnatic are just sitting back, and I think who feels the best about this series is Fnatic, because they love team fighting and they're watching all of these team fights happening. Yes, there's these crazy plays, but there's also a lot of mistakes happening, and Splyce are showing a lot of their cards.
Luckily, you don't have to worry about Fnatic for another week. It's all about this game right now. And again, if you are Splyce, you've shown the different styles that you're playing. I think SK Gaming also, to me, really highlighted that when they were under pressure in a very important game, they were lacking leadership. They were lacking discipline, because when they actually decide to rush for this Baron, which is kind of the crucial moment and crucial thing for Splyce to get the Baron and then they can close out the game before we go full late. This, to me, is like you're in a losing position as SK and you decide to say, let's try and all-in, let's YOLO it, you know? Let's not try and just hold on and defend, because they panic when they see Xayah is killing the inhib. And they feel, how do we get this top laner to go to Baron so that he doesn't kill inhib? Well, we start the Baron. But the moment you start the Baron, it's instant lost. It's like 100% lost.
There is absolutely no reason to do this. You have double Infernal, you have a Azir Jinx. That game goes on 10, 15 minutes longer, and it's going to be an auto win for you. So SK, they had their opportunity, and they just hard fumble.
Yeah, I think when you look at it then in the context of the 3 games we've seen already, it's, to me, that first game was kind of anyone's game. SK Gaming took it. There were a lot of mistakes on both sides, but I think Splyce has actually grown throughout the series much more than SK has adapted throughout the series so far. Is that correct?
I think that's fair to say. SK obviously won the first game. Then we had the super close game too, and now they show this lack of, again, discipline to actually try and keep stalling when they were really under pressure. And the fact that Splyce picked early game, played well in the mid game, first time I think we've seen that almost the entire split. Like, this was the best mid game we've seen from Splyce in 10 weeks, and that's a great sign from them in this specific series.
I agree. They've really stepped up and risen to the occasion, but it isn't over yet. And I want to bring it back to something we mentioned previous game as well. It would be huge for SK if they're able to close it out, but we can't forget that it would be unthinkable for Splyce to drop out. So we'll see if they can close it out in this final game, but I do want to then put it on in the heads of SK. What do they have to do? Selfmade has been having good games. He's not been, he's not having bad games. Splyce has been able to slow him down, but he's still playing his game. He's had some clutch moments. I really don't know where to go for SK.
I mean, the key thing there is they've been able to slow him down. Selfmade still isn't making the same impact that we saw and really praised him for during the regular split, where he's all over, making all of these successful ganks. And until they actually break that, I think that's what's inhibiting a lot of SK's momentum and success.
I would like to see SK try and draft for at least one winning lane. In this case, with Jarvan versus the Jace and Xerxe, it was very difficult to do something top. Bot lane against Vel'Koz, obviously, smart pick from Splyce, made it hard to do anything there. So I really want to see in the draft one powerful lane that they can focus towards, so they actually get a more even early game. And then as long as the teams follow each other, I think it's a very, very close game still that SK can win, but they can't afford to fall behind like here because Splyce just proved they can actually play mid-game and finish.
Yeah, that is true. It is do or die for SK. Let's see if they can take us to that game 5.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. Game 5, the only way SK survive in this series. They have to take down Splyce, who looked absolutely impeccable, you have to say, in Game 3.
Good draft. I very much liked it. And I think we are seeing the potential of Splyce. What's fascinating is, as we predicted, SK will be on the blue side in this game. And I think that's the better position for them to be in. I think Splyce having counterpick hasn't really proven to be that valuable. And the fact that you can force Splyce into what seems to be bans directed to things like Sylas, they then have to ban away the Lissandra, and they like to ban away the LeBlanc as well, or at least that's what they did in Game 2. I think it just gives SK a little bit more freedom to play how they want and set themselves up for success.
Exactly, and I think you pointed out the Lissandra is the most important pick to me, because I think Lissandra helps just so much to neutralize lanes, to collapse on sides and make plays happen. So on blue side, you either force that ban or you snap grab that for yourself. You might just be seeing a return to the Game 1, Game 2. These teams knew their prep coming in. I don't think, even though we've seen some unique picks happen, that it's going to change much.
It is not so far, right? As Karthus banned away, Lissandra and Sylas taken away by Splyce. Final ban available for SK. We have seen them go towards things like the Rakan, like the Morgana. A lot of different options for them here.
Looking at what options they could go for now. SK, they did ban away Morg, as you identified. Interesting, they're going to go the direction of Thresh. I'm trying to think of what picks are really good that Thresh deals with. Maybe a range support is something that they're thinking of. Maybe Galio is something they want to put some priority on. Maybe they want to put some of the focus on Tahm Kench themselves is another option as well.
Yeah, it surprises me because we've seen a lot of the Rakan so far in this series, especially from Splyce over on the red side. So banning away a support that's not that champion comes out of nowhere.
Rakan is actually relatively bad into Thresh as well, so maybe SK will look towards that Rakan, but the Galio, as you said, Vedius, is the first pick here by SK. Still a flex pick, of course, but Dreams has played it pretty well this series, and Thresh is a known counter to the Colossus.
So I'm looking at now kind of priority for Splyce. I think Jarvan is a very safe pick. I don't think I want to see them put value on Xayah like they have done in this series. I think that instead, I'm trying to think, do they try and focus on just getting a strong support right now? Something like the Braum could be a good answer if they want to try and just guarantee a strong bot side, and then they can flex the Jarvan wherever they want.
I mean, honestly, I sort of like the Xayah Rakan right here pairing up with Jarvan for a very strong team fight, if anything.
Into a Galio, though?
Into a Galio, it can be a little bit difficult, but Xayah with the self-peel can help a lot against that hard engage. Instead, though, you called it, it's going to be the Braum down in the bottom lane for Norskeren. So looking more towards the style we saw in the last game, where it's very safe picks on the bottom side to play through their solo laners, and especially Vizicsacsi.
But Xayah stays up and available.
I was gonna say the Xayah, and then he locked it in instantly, which leads me to believe now they just lock in their mid laner if they want to. But instead they're just gonna go for the confident pick with the Kalista.
Yeah, so this is a really strong 2v2 that we see a lot over in the LCK, where having the strong all-in of the Galio as well as the Kalista in the early levels is so good. Now, I'm honestly surprised that we see this Vayne, because I'm like, you know what? Pick an Ezreal or something could scale and sit back. Vayne is not necessarily that pick.
Yeah, but Kobbe is undefeated on the Vayne this split, 2-0. He is yet to be killed on the Vayne this split, 5-0-2 in his games. And who else to step up but the all-pro AD carry?
So what I quite like about the pick is the fact that it does outscale, and I think it's one of the few that can outtrade a Kalista. Not at super early levels, especially if we see one of those Hail of Blades Kalista, which is very lane dominant. But I do think that many AD carries consider it to be a very favorable matchup. And with the Braum and Jarvan, I feel like you've already got yourself a pretty well-rounded team comp with the side of Splyce. You have damage, you have engage, you have peel, you have a lot of utility, and they still have a lot of flexibility in their draft as well. Remember, while we don't expect it, Vayne can still be flexed to somewhere else, and there's always that threat along with the Jarvan between top and jump.
Yeah, and so my only question is whether or not they save counterpick for mid lane all the way last and reveal where this Jarvan is going to be going, or if they grab themselves a relatively safe mid lane or something like, I don't know, a Syndra perhaps could be relatively useful here for Humanoid.
We're looking at a primed Hecarim pick right now. With everything banned away, you would imagine, I feel like this is SK saying, you don't play it, so we will. And if you don't lock it in now, we're just going to lock it in, because like Poppy, Kennen, Vlad, Akali, these are all picks that are considered very, very good into that champion, and we know Werlyb likes to play it. So to me, this is a big shout. This is the champion SK is looking at.
There is the Syndra pick, though, and a great prediction on that one. Now, Vedius, we'll see if your Hecarim prediction does gallop its way into this pick and ban. SK maybe needs something out of that bag of tricks, maybe need a few comfort picks to be able to take this victory against Splyce.
Well, right now, I think it might be a Hecarim over here for SK. We already see those summoner spells changed up. Ignite plus TP for Werlyb means this is almost surely going to be the Hecarim locked in here.
Good prediction, Vedius.
Thank you very much.
We're just smurfing.
We're smurfing. So can we get the last one is the honest question.
It's like as easy as solo queue.
So I'm wondering now, do they go for a hyper-aggressive mid lane? Like, I don't expect Pirean to play something like a Fizz. It's not usually his style of champion, so I think what else could you go into the Syndra? They could consider something like the Ezreal once again. I'm not a massive fan of it, but it is one option that they could go for. Depends how edgy they're feeling.
Not that edgy. Not a little bit of the dark side in the form of Morgana, but
super weird.
It's a safe mid laner at least. You can use your spell shield.
The problem is at early levels, because of the Q-Max on the side of Syndra, it's very easy to pop it. So that is assuming that the Morgana is mid lane. Remember, you could move her down towards bot. Morgana into Braum, especially Kalista Morgana, is actually a very high pressure lane where you can generate a lot of push. So we may see the Galio in the mid lane as an answer to the Syndra.
Now, seeing this Shen locked in for Vizicsacsi may come as a surprise. We don't see this champ all too often, but it did get some key buffs to trading with the damage on Q in the laning phase, and can generally be strong for setting up ganks and protecting a Vayne, a low-range AD carry in these later game team fights. I like a lot of the options that both of these teams have, both in laning strength as well as the team fight phase. It seems much more balanced than the other games we've seen so far today.
Shen, of course, did get buffed on 9.6 as well with the Q buffs, getting a little bit more damage coming out from that. And it is Chachi's most played across his career, if I'm reading these numbers right as well. So he is very, very comfortable on that champion in the top lane.
Unicorns of Love, when they had that really good year, I want to think it was in 2017, the year that he played with Xerxe, their Shen was one of the biggest picks for him alongside that jungler. And now, with one win away from moving on to round 2 in the LEC playoffs, is going to be bringing it back. So definitely a big pick. Really excited to see him back on the champion. Still a couple question marks for me around this Morgana in the mid lane against the Syndra. We'll see how it does. But what we can say for sure is Splyce, once again, do have a couple of lanes they can play around. Mid lane, maybe top lane. I don't know. It depends how early you can try and set up plays onto the Hecarim with a Shen. Meanwhile, for SK, I do think that with the Rek'Sai, you're kind of looking at that bot lane ender.
I believe we are going to hand it over to an interview. Law standing by with Splyce's coach. Let's see what he has to say.
This is match point for you guys now, but what do you think about this draft from SK?
I think they went a bit all in on the early game, which is fine. They have a good draft for sure, like they want to snowball through bot, but if their first place fail, I think the game will be over. We kind of try to force them into a situation where in the last game they have to basically take aggressive moves, and after the last game that we did where we were super aggressive, we want them to force them to make a mistake. So if they make a mistake, we'll win the game.
All right, we'll see how it goes for you guys now. Let's dive back into the game. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Law. Some wise words there from Duke there for trying to force SK into the early game. That was their intention with the draft. And it seems to have worked out well because SK have a very strong early game team.
And I think it's important how he said that SK are looking to snowball through the bottom lane, because in this draft, Splyce gave themselves a lot of tools to defend from that. Not only do you have the Braum to stay alive, but you have the Vayne. I think Vayne is actually very good into Xayah ganks, because the second he comes through a tunnel, especially if he's trying to flank you or come from behind, you can get immediately condemned into a wall. So that lane should be able to stay relatively safe in the 2 versus 2. And then as long as they survive until level 6, the Shen should make any plays around there very, very difficult.
It's the Hail of Blades Callista as well, which is really cool. We saw Uzi playing it in the RNG versus IG matchup, and if anyone did watch that game, you will be reminded of how dominating he was in that matchup. It is really powerful. The fact that you can stack up 3 Ren stacks like almost immediately and then just pop them is just so much burst and trade damage, and also the amount of mobility that you get as well, which is a really big deal. So when you pair that up with a Galio, it's just such a strong 2v2, and while Braum can do a good job of mitigating some of that, I don't believe he stops the actual Ren stacks from building up inside you. So the moment his shield drops, he can pop just as quickly, especially in those early levels. So it's definitely an easy lane to play around for the side of SK.
Yeah, and especially once you see the Blazer and King, or even just the Bilgewater Cutlass come in for Callista, having that extra slow, as well as you mentioned the mobility from the Hail of Blades, those first 3 auto attacks, you can instantly get on towards your target, give yourself a lot of tools to play with. But I also think for SK, since we are focusing on their early game, it's worth pointing out mid lane as well. Thinking about trying to gank a Syndra, usually she's a relatively safe champion because she can use her Scatter the Weak to knock away any jungler, especially a Xayah whose approach is very slow and telegraphed. But if Morgana just uses the Black Shield on towards the Xayah, there are abilities for them to look for moves around the mid lane early as well.
There are just a couple of technical issues getting into the game, which is why we are continuing to talk without any action underneath us. The computers are getting restarted, and we'll get official updates from League officials in just a minute's time. So apologies for that, of course, but it means we have more time to talk.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about Syndra into Morgana. Now, I don't recall what the Morgana mid from earlier in the day maxed, but usually you would put 3 points in your Tormented Soil, and then you would max Q into E. That's what I seem to recall from the Morgana mid of my days. Now, the problem with that is the strength of the spell shield is obviously not very high, right? And when you're playing this utility-heavy Morgana, I wouldn't be surprised if we did see actually second max, or at least putting points in the Black Shield, because your role isn't really to kill anything, it is there to provide utility, you know, by going with the Glacial Augment and slowing everything down. And I think that with against a Syndra, if you do put extra points in your E, then it means the risk of you getting stunned is very low. But in the early levels, you can just instantly pop her Black Shield with a QW combo, and then you set up for the stun. So, like, I think that it can be a very rough matchup for Morgana, and it gives a lot of options for Xerxe to set up ganks with the Jarvan.
Yeah, and I think importantly for Pirean, he needs to be very... he needs to decide the right moments to use the Black Shield, because you shouldn't be using Black Shield just like absorb poke trades from the Syndra, I don't think.
True, it's true.
So if you save it until you actually already see the Scatter of the Weak come through, I don't think he should be under too much risk of being fired upon, especially once you finish off the GLP. It becomes actually very difficult to close the gap on towards that Morgana when she has the extra slow field from quite a long range thanks to the Glacial Augment.
And the one thing we didn't talk about the first time we saw it was that she actually runs the Change Dematerializer, and now that you only have 3, and you can like proc it early, you actually get to that wave clear point a little bit earlier in the game with the Morgana. And having chatted with Frosk a lot, she's very enthusiastic about the fact that you have, it brings a lot of champions that had weaker wave clear kind of to the forefront. Things like Lux and Ahri, and now Morgana into the fray, that all have the potential to be a little bit more relevant.
Yeah, and the important thing about the Dematerializer changes in terms of those champions being buffed is the damage increase, the percent damage increase you get against different minion types maps went up on this patch. Even though you get less total stacks, you're still going to do more damage. So importantly, those types of champions will be able to clear caster minions off of just 1 or 2 spells, which is a big weakness of those types of picks.
So in terms of, like, we've kind of talked about some of the intricacies of the matchups, and we'll look at those more as we get on into the game. We'll actually see them play out, which always makes it a lot more easy to visualize, of course. In terms of play styles for these two teams, Duke said that he thinks SK have been forced into a very early game focus, a very early game team that just needs to accelerate early leads. Would you guys agree with that? And do you think Splyce have a good way of countering that sort of play style?
Yeah, so I would generally agree, because when you look at SK's composition, they do not have much damage when it comes to later game team fights, especially magic damage. The Morgana, one of the big weaknesses we saw out of that pick in game 1 was that you didn't have a huge impact in the team fights. But also, we know Kalista is going to get outscaled by the Vayne in the fights. The Xerxe, not going to be quite as useful as the Jarvan's ability to hard engage these tools. If anything, the one area of the map where they do outscale is going to be Hecarim, because he's running the Ignite as well as Conqueror up against the Shen. Side lane should be very good, and Hecarim is a very strong team fighter. So that's sort of the wild card for SK. If they are going to challenge in the team fights, I think it's going to be mainly due to Werlyb.
Well, keep our eyes on Werlyb in the top lane. His Hecarim performance in game 1 was pretty exemplary. Was able to get quite a few leads and was winning that 1v1 matchup against Xerxe. But Xerxe here on more of a dedicated tank, so perhaps harder to kill in the in those sort of like 1v1 moments. And I think the question now becomes, you know, can SK evolve and adapt enough through this series? Because game 1, they were pretty strong. They came back against Splyce. Game 2, game 3, Splyce seemed to grow into the series, grow into the best of 5, and SK didn't really react to that growth coming out from their opponents.
I think I think they tried to. Again, we talked a little bit about it in game 3, where it felt like they went more for a scaling option, because that's what they expected from Splyce, that the games would end up going along, and they weren't prepared for a very quick early game transitioning into a strong mid game from Splyce, because that's not conventionally what you see. And I just find it very surprising how they compensated for one of the most common weaknesses, which is Xerxe often getting isolated and dying with the Tahm Kench pick. Now, this time around, they have not drafted much of a 1-3-1. Like, they have options to do it in the sense that they do have shit. So I guess it's more of a 1-4.
Yeah, but even with Shen and sideline, I think Hecarim is going to outscale in the 1v1.
Sure.
So if anything, it's more of like you absorb pressure and then can ult in for a
Yes,
fight.
I think so. Remember, though, we have seen Kobbe run teleport on the Vayne as well, so he could also send her to a side lane, so there's potential for a 1-3-1. But ultimately, I think we're going to see more team fighting this time around, and I think that's a better environment for SK to be in.
I love team fighting, Vedius, but due to a technical issue, getting into Game Champion Selection is going to be remade. It's same pick, same bans. We are not going to show it on the broadcast, so you get to continue looking at, you know, the players, maybe sometimes at Vedius's face, Ender's face, my face at times, but we should be getting on into the action as soon as possible. And I want to remind people just how important this game is for Splyce. You know, across the last 4 times they have played in playoffs, they've actually gone to 5 games and they've lost 3 of those 4 games. They've been only once in the last few years have they actually made it past the first round of playoffs. They keep getting knocked out in round 1, in the quarterfinals as they used to be known. And here they are just at match point. They're 1 game away from showing that they really belong amongst some of the best teams in Europe.
Yeah, and Splyce have been a team that has actually been pretty unlucky with who they draft in the first round of playoffs historically, where they have played against G2, I think, twice. They played against Schalke last year in Summer Split when Schalke ended up going all the way to the finals and getting 2nd place. And they pushed those teams to 5 games in a lot of cases. So this is definitely a team that has always been up there in terms of playoffs and performance, but hasn't quite been able to push to that next level in a little bit of time.
Well, we'll see if they can push that next level in this series. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is in the lobby. We will be getting back into game very shortly. Thank you very much for bearing with us through this technical issue. You've had to listen to us speak a lot about the game, and we will repeat some of these things once we're actually in the game. But it's been a pretty exciting series overall. I definitely think that SK have surprised a number of people. Games 1 and game 2 were definitely very close. And even though I think there were a number of mistakes, I also felt like we saw a lot of very positive things from the young rookie squad as well. So I'm excited to see what they can do in game 4. Splyce once again looking like the heavy favorites as we move into game 4, considering how dominant their performance was in game 3.
And I think you can't look past how inexperienced at sort of the highest level this SK lineup is. You know, you've got Crownshot, Werlyb, and Selfmade. I was trying to think of the other Mad Lions, and Selfmade, who have all come up from the Mad Lions in EU Masters. Like, Werlyb played back in 2015 in playoffs, but they lost to H2K 3-0 and didn't actually get past the first round on Giants. Then you've got Pirean, who's kind of bounced all across the map, has played a playoff performance in the LCK with SKT, was on Phoenix 1, was an Impulse. And then you have Dreams, whose biggest accomplishment was playing on Mysterious Monkeys a couple of seasons ago. So this team is kind of like the next generation of EU talent, in my opinion. It's kind of the bedrock of the LEC, and these are the guys that we'll see for years to come.
Yeah, and it makes you just so excited to see the young blood like this actually competing at the highest level. You know, they've made it to playoffs. No one expected that from this team coming into the split. Even halfway through, like, yeah, we think they're a good team, but how long does it go?
And you look at the teams they knocked out, right? Misfits, Schalke, both of those teams were kind of bandied around as some of the big names in the LEC, and then SK kind of rose up as this dark horse and just took away the spot of people who perhaps would have thought they deserved it.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because while rookies are very exciting, it's also interesting to watch the growth of, like, let's not forget Xerxe. It feels like just yesterday that he was rookie of the split, right? And he was new to the league, and now he's one of the established junglers, and he's been having a great series. And then you think of even older veterans like Vizicsacsi, who's been playing League for, what, like 6 years in Europe, and like the fact that he can still maintain with a lot of the young blood that comes into our league is very impressive. And while Europe has this tendency to produce a lot of new young talent, we also have a lot of old veteran talent that seems to be able to maintain a very high level of performance.
Or even continue to grow in their performance. I mean, you look at Xerxe and Chachi, you would have put them near the top, but I think this split we've seen Xerxe grow, this split we've seen Chachi grow as well, and they just continue to iterate and evolve alongside League of Legends, which is always evolving as a game.
Yeah, just learning how to adapt and learning how to continually come back and impress. And for a player like Xerxe, I think he was actually rated as maybe the second best jungler during the regular season for a very long time. It was only towards the last few weeks that people started bringing up names like Broxa, like Cold into the picture, but he came in today. He came in today and has had such huge impacts in the game. He has absolutely read Selfmade during these early games, and he's a big part why Splyce haven't fallen behind in games where they have picked scaling and why they have snowballed in games where they have the early.
Yes, he has. I've very much enjoyed Xerxe playing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's some great news. The loading screen.
Don't say it until the loading screen stops, Vedius.
But it's great.
I was ready to say it, and I was like, no, I'm going to hold off until we're actually on Summoner's Rift, and the game hasn't been paused again.
But we are very
and
close.
now you've stolen my
gentlemen.
thunder.
Well, we're very close, and I'm excited. I'm looking forward to this game. Many predictions are on the line. I think a lot of the analysts predicted Splyce.
3-1 Splyce was a...
But like, no. So there's a bunch of 3-2s, there's a bunch of 3-1s, and then you and I were the only ones going 3-0s. Yeah. But
shows what you know.
Yeah, shows what we know, right? But yeah, there's a lot on the line. Quick Shot went for his SKE prediction. He's still holding out.
Still could happen.
Could happen, yeah. You never know how a team's going to bounce back after a game like that last one.
Man, these prediction points they're scary.
I was super hoping for a 3-0, I'll be honest, because I would have been one behind Twitter.
You would have.
And I feel like Twitter's bandied around, like the public at large, being like, oh, we're the best analysts. Look, they have millions of people's brains. Okay? I only have one person's brains, and I'm close. I'm close to millions of people. But they've got millions.
I'm impressed that you think millions votes in this.
In the most popular league in the world.
Yeah, I've been terrible this, but I'm actually near the bottom right now. Ever since Deficio left, I haven't been able to ride on his coattails anymore. So
where are you, Ender? You kind of middle of the pack.
I think I'm 1 point behind you.
Okay, so
I'm really close.
Pretty
I mean, there's
weak.
a lot of people.
Pretty weak over.
All right, Medic.
So because Vedius over-anticipated, we do actually have another bug coming into the game, which means I believe we're going to have to just jump on out and remake things. Hopefully, we'll get it sorted out as soon as possible for you guys. And while we do that, I think we can talk a little bit now, because we kind of talked a lot about Splyce and SK. Their opponent's Fnatic, right? Yesterday, we saw them absolutely destroy Vitality. The winner of this series will play against Fnatic next week in our round 2 matches. And I think either team that comes out of this will be wanting to just kind of refine the way they've played a little bit today if they're going to stand a chance against Fnatic.
Well, I think the scary thing about Fnatic is I actually don't think they showed a lot yesterday. I think Vitality lost a lot more than Fnatic won.
And they're out of here.
So I think it's actually very difficult to assess how strong Fnatic will look. But the one thing I will say about Fnatic is that they look the same as they did during the regular season. And I mean, on the one hand, that's scary because they obviously went 8-1 in the second half of the split, and that's very good. But at the same time, their playstyle is, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but like you can almost expect what's going to happen, right? And while they are very good at it, it's one of those things that you can plan for and look to play around. The question is, can you actually handle the quality bar that they do bring to a game? So
that is definitely the question. While we wait here to get on into our fourth game of the day, we're going to hand it over to Sjokz and friends at the analyst desk.
Friends. Thank you very much. Not entirely sure what camera I'm looking at. Oh, there we go. Yes, so unfortunately we are switching servers and we will have about 10 to 15 minutes until we get to the new server and have all the picks and bans redone. The picks and bans will remain the same, so at least we can talk about that and kind of think what will happen in this game. We're going to take a look at them in just a second. What were the biggest surprises, knowing that this could be the elimination game for SK?
Galio got first pick.
Yeah, I was going to say, how about that Galio first pick? That hasn't been touched pretty much this entire series. It does definitely fit kind of with the MO of Dreams, who's had an incredible performance. He has a playmaking-oriented support, so at least, you know, this is a champion that you expect that he can step up on. But that was such a curveball.
Yeah, we said we needed to see SK try to find like at least one lane to play around early, because last game they didn't really have that, and then they just kind of fell over and they couldn't defend long enough to actually win the game when they went for Baron. So I think they probably just said, listen guys, the full late game thing didn't work for that one game. We have to win now. Let's try and swap it again and get a bit more aggression coming in early with like Galio, Kalista. The problem is when you show it that early, things like Vayne, Braum will not really struggle too hard against it. So that's going to make it a lot harder.
Yeah, because if you think about it in the context of, you know that they have a very strong bot side as well, is it then wise to show it that early?
I think it kind of introduced some interesting mind games where if I'm looking at the Galio, I'm like, okay, you know, why do you priority pick a Galio when it feels like the Rek'Sai wants to be there? But it almost forces them to then respond by taking away the Jarvan.
I just want to highlight for people watching the picks here, there is a small mistake. Braum is actually on the other side with Splyce, and Morgana is picked by SK, but in the second phase.
It even confuses the graphics.
It's just so people don't get completely confused. It's not like they're running a Galio mid in this game and Braum down in the support role. But yeah, I think this draft is super hard to play for SK on their side. They also do have the Hecarim top, which actually worked okay in the first game. That could be a shine light. And I think the fact that you have Rek'Sai coming in for Selfmade is pretty crucial because he needs a really good early jungle matchup.
Personally, for me, I felt like Werlyb was very hit and miss on the Hecarim performance. There were sometimes you like watch it play, you're like, yes, Werlyb, that was crazy, that was insane. There was other times like, Werlyb, please just go in. I think what's really important about Hecarim top, since we've only seen it a couple times, was permabanned in the previous best of 5 of Fnatic versus Vitality, is that he does require jungle resources. And that's not meaning that he needs to gank the lane all the time or have his lane ganked, but he needs to be pushing because he's about spamming that Q. And because it is kind of that Rafflecopter, when he wants to make the aggressive chip away plays at you, it means that he's inherently going to also be shoving the lane forward. So the jungler just has to have priority there because Hecarim does open himself up to be ganked. Last time around, Selfmade didn't have that jungle priority, and Werlyb had to play the matchup very far back. This time around, he should be a lot more aggressive and in the face.
Yeah, and I think this will also show us if they're learning from their mistakes, because that was game 1. Now they're going for that pick again, and we know that Hecarim is extremely strong. The minute he gets Trinity Force, he can just run it down and kill everybody, or at least CC everybody as well. So we'll have to see if they make that adaptation in their playstyle as well as in their picks and bans. What do we make about this Morgana being so prevalent all of a sudden in this series?
I thought that was actually very surprising that he got picked in this specific game, because I felt like the entire draft from SK was very much screaming kind of all in towards the back line. You know, you have Galio, Hecarim, Rek'Sai can all try and reach onto someone like Kobbe, reach onto Humanoid on the Syndra, and then they grab Morgana with it. To me, it was much more about kiting backwards in the way we've seen Morgana being played now with like Glacial Augment and these kind of things. I thought he's going to go Zoe. because it actually worked pretty well for him in game 2 when he had it. So that one surprised me quite a lot, and I'm not sure it's actually going to help SK too much in this draft.
I feel like the mentality is that he saw Syndra and he was like, okay, do I have a champion that can survive this lane phase? And do I have a champion that can help empower my Rek'Sai to get in through the scatter the weak? Because I think that's the issue. Like, while you have all of this engage, you can drop the black shield on the Rek'Sai, and then hopefully Rek'Sai can actually get in and find the unburrow, and then likewise he can survive lane. But I do agree, it didn't really fit in the larger scheme of things. I think it was a very like shoot from the hip, reactive type of pick that Pirean was looking for because it was a blind pick Syndra.
Yeah, and sometimes in those situations, it's like, yes, you then negate that power and you can black shield it, but what else does it really offer you? And it might turn out not to be the best decision that you could have made. Something else, what could have fit here better?
Again, for me,
Zoe.
Orianna, maybe. Deficio brought up a good point because we were talking about this. He's like, you don't pick Orianna into Syndra Jarvan because you would just die, but
yeah, we'll
you're
see
looking
how
more for
it
your
plays
5v5.
out. We'll see how it plays out also. If you're just joining us also, we do have a technical delay on stage ahead of Game 4 between SK and Splyce. League officials are now working on getting everything ready, so hopefully we'll get into the game whenever we can and whenever everything is set up. So we are still at 1-2, still at match point for Splyce. Now that you've seen the comps, what are the probabilities of Splyce taking it?
I think they're very high.
Yeah.
Right here, I think they have a lot of ways to protect Kobbe, who's going to be the big win condition with Shen top lane. We actually saw in game 2, Chachi using all these TPs to bot lane as well, just to try and get them ahead. I think he will do exactly the same here. The moment we hit 2 items on that Vayne, I think it's pretty much game over. And I think Splyce, they know this. So that we had the Duke interview where he basically said, listen, we knew that SK would try and go for more early game because it didn't work with the full late game draft. Now we're trying to force them to be aggressive, and we think they're going to make a mistake. And when that happens, we will win. So that's very much we don't actually believe you can snowball. So we have Vayne ready to just carry the game when we get there.
Frosk?
I think it's a mental read. I love Duke's plan right there. I agree with Deficio. I think the big question for me for SK is like, what kind of damage can Werlyb do on this Hecarim pick? You know, is this something that is deserved to be permabanned for an entire series? Or if Kobbe gets massive on this Vayne, Hecarim can also get to a point where if he just flies into the back line and then just forces Kobbe out of a fight. But I don't know. I wasn't really inspired by the first time we saw it. And because I haven't seen enough tape of the champion, I also don't know how powerful Hecarim top is. I know exactly how powerful Vayne is. That champion is terrifying.
Well, we've heard that Hecarim is extremely strong. You know, we
lot of damage, man.
know it, but the question is Werlyb and Hecarim as strong in
also, Rek'Sai, you think you got Selfmade and Werlyb just flying back at Kobbe? If he mispositions once, if someone's just not on top of it and they don't defend their ADC, they do have the tools to do it, then...
That would be the worst Braum of all time then.
Yeah.
If he's like running off somewhere over on the side, yeah, he's like, I want to kill this guy. He's obviously going to be there. I think Syndra also provides even more CC coming in on that side. So the whole thing is literally peel for your back line, also with Shen on their side. So it's going to be very difficult late game. But that's the thing now. I think SK are forced into picking for early game, and that's why I said last game was kind of meta-defining for this series. That Splyce showed you can't draft for late game against us, we will win then. It forced SK to go back to a style that it's not always been too successful for them, because this series, they've actually done well when they got to like 40 minutes. Now they don't want to get there.
Mm-hmm. And what I want viewers to kind of watch for, especially when they're watching Splyce, because this is always coming down to 5v5s, watch where Kobbe stands and how his team zones for him. You expect the Vayne will be standing next to the Syndra because the Syndra threatens. You can't dive back onto him. I'll just scatter the weak, push you out. You expect that Braum's constantly going to be shielding up Vayne, moving with her, disengaging with his Q. And the nice thing is even though you have a Jarvan in this composition, he's not necessarily there to force an engagement unless they find a clean pick or it's like time for the go button. You know, people got whittled down or something like that. But because he has the Demacia flag, like again, Kobbe just goes sick for this game. This can just be Splyce moving very slowly around their ADC until they see their moment where they lunge forward.
Yeah, to me it just looks like it's set up for Kobbe and for Splyce to close it out, but they do have to do it. Now, we've talked a lot about picks and bans, and while we wait, we can also get a bit more insight for SK, because Laura is standing by with their strategic coach.
Thank you, Sjokz, but it is not the strategic code, it is Broken Shard again. How are you feeling now? It's match point for Splyce. How are the guys on stage?
I mean, we just need to regroup ourselves and get our thoughts together so that the last game, something like that doesn't happen again, where we don't really have answers to what they can do on the map. This game, we give ourselves a lot more tools to really pressure Splyce. And obviously, like, I feel like a lot of the players are playing champions that we've been practicing a lot as well. So I think we have pretty good chances to snowball this game.
Can you talk me through what went wrong during the game 3? Were you expecting the Vel'Koz pick, for example?
I mean, we kind of could guess that they could play some kind of weird mages with Tahm Kench, like Kobbe's played Victor in the past and Cassio. So maybe the specific pick might have been a bit weird, but we kind of expected them to play some kind of wave clear mage. In that game, the players weren't really able to execute on the windows that were opening to them, and we decided that this type of composition was just not suited to us.
Okay.
And we were just going to try something else for the fourth game.
Awesome. Now going into game 4, I went into the audience and asked some questions to people sitting here, and I found Alex in the audience, and he wants to know, why are you losing to late game comps when you have the edge in the early game?
The thing is, like, stage and practice are completely two different things. In practice, games are much more hectic and snowbally, and we're able to push our early advantages. In the stage games, we're not finding the same early advantages that we have. So it's a bit difficult, especially with a rookie team, to kind of get used to the fact that scrims are going to be like X and stage games are going to be like Y. To be honest, Splyce were losing late games with late game comps, and we were winning late game with early game comps. So, Alex, it's not so as simple as just like pick late game, win late game.
All right, well, thank you for your insight, and thank you, Alex, for the question. Now
Thanks,
back to
Alex.
you, Sjokz.
Alex is on Broken Shard's list, man.
That guy
Alex
went
is gonna
in.
get Broken Shard is right now going straight into the other. Alex, where the hell are
I would love is Alex Miller, the owner of SK. He's like, why are you guys doing that?
Oh my god, I love that. Great stuff, Law. Apparently he knows nothing about strategy also. Broken Shard, he's not the strategic coach.
I like that, yeah.
Sorry.
He's the head coach.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, we're making a bit light of the situation. I think everyone will forgive us for that since we've been waiting a little bit. But he did give some good insight. He said, well, things are just not translating every time to the stage, and I think that's also to be expected.
Yeah, and again, with a rookie, squad with a lot of inexperience, I like the word that he also used in tools, that he wanted to empower his players to have tools that they could try to force plays into the early game against Splyce. Now they actually have to execute on them, because in game number 1, things went very sideways.
Yeah, I just heard that they were trying to track down Alex, but they can't find him anymore. So maybe
He left.
ran away. He's ran away. We don't know. So yeah, as we refocus in on this game, sorry, it's just really funny. I'm very sorry.
I just love how he went and he's like, why are you guys losing? Oh, damn, Alex, they have families.
Yeah, and then he's like out. So I did get an update that they are back on the new server, and they are now remaking the picks and bans, so it will be the same composition as before. So in terms of, SK has been through this, right? The first game they played on stage, they went through the remake against Fnatic.
Yeah, that's true, and they won.
And they won, so I feel like they can thrive. Excuse me, I just heard that we did find Alex.
Get him in
Okay,
the
and what are we going to do?
Are we going to interview Alex?
Okay, we're gonna see Alex.
Oh.
Hi, Alex.
That's Alex.
Is that a Splyce hoodie? No. It's some other non-defined brand. Hey, Alex, you're doing a great job. I think maybe you can join the crew because I like your questions.
And we all lost to Twitter and Superior Analyst.
Yeah.
So,
I didn't lose to Twitter.
No.
Frankly, Alex isn't part of the problem.
And seeing how we are completely losing the plot, the game is ready. So we're going to go back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. We are back on a non-defined rift. There we are. Okay, let's put on our serious faces here, guys. It's game 4. Splyce are 1 game away from facing Fnatic in round 2 of the first ever LEC Playoffs. SK have drafted a relatively early game comp. Splyce have drafted more scaling.
Come on, Alex. Let's see if they can do it for you. This is the early game that matters.
Let's talk about, we kind of broke down a lot of the matchups before we had the extended pause. Is there any way you guys would want to look first? Any way you'd want to discuss first?
Well, no,
wait a
level 1
second.
flash. Oh, he has no flash.
With the taunt, he's got no flash. And Splyce come out on top early on.
So I'd like to talk about Kobbe getting first blood on Vayne when SK need to snowball bot lane to get the win here. Because he gets 400 gold off that. He's going to get a longsword and an extra potion. That should make the 2v2 pretty easy.
Definitely evens it out a little bit for them, getting the extra longsword, a bit of extra damage. We have actually seen a very similar level 1 where the Vayne gets a kill in the Fnatic game up against XL in week 8. It was a bit more of an invade that time, but having a Braum at level 1 just makes it so much easier for you to get kills. Concussive blows is so easy to stack, and although Crownshot and Dreams will be able to pull the wave here and get the wave pushing in their favor, you still think Kobbe and Norskeren are ahead.
So let's have a look at this level 1 and see exactly what Splyce decided to do. do. So the first thing you'll notice is that the bot lane has decided to group up with the team, and they're going to start moving through. They're going to come in from behind Werlyb, and they're going to sneak into this burst. So he has no visibility, right? So as we roll the replay, what you'll notice is that Werlyb has no information right now that this is happening, right? And remember that at level 1, he has no flash. So if we zoom in a little bit closer, you'll see how Vizicsacsi went over the wall with the taunt, and Werlyb has no idea that he is behind him. And with the duo at the bot lane, remember Werlyb, no flash, no way to get out of this situation. They're expecting Werlyb to be here, and then they come in for the collapse, and they end up locking him down. So really good stuff from the Splyce at level 1, and they set up for a very quick kill to start the game off very well.
Yeah, and we've seen them do this already, right? In game 2, I believe it was when they used the Rakan to hop over the wall. They scouted out SK so well in these early levels. They see 2 games of Werlyb going to that same position. Now he's on the Hecarim without a flash and set up for a very well thought through first blood.
You can see how hard a lane it could be for Splyce though in this bottom side. And flash in already by Selfmade onto Humanoid. Cleansed flashes away. And with Selfmade being knocked back by the scat of the weak, Humanoid's able to survive.
So Ender and I are laughing at each other right now because one of the things we talked about was I really don't like this matchup. I think that it's a really good one for the Syndra. But then Ender was like, maybe they'll look for an early gank mid. And we both said, if she's running cleanse mid, I don't see it happening. And then at level 3, he comes in, flash, knockup. And you can't cleanse the knockup, so you guarantee the binding as well. And now he's looking for a repeat gank.
Humanoid has nowhere to go apart from underneath this tower and just can walk back to it safely. Pirean using the minion dematerializer here in the mid lane just to try and get that extra push off with the Morgana.
Yeah, and gonna be able to do that with the extra pressure he was provided with as Kobbe takes a nice trade in the bottom lane. Remember, he has the extra longsword to go for this fight. Now, looking at the summoner spell choices from this bottom lane, we see a difference because both ADCs went for the cleanse themselves. They see a lot of, hard CC on the other side where in these fights they need to stay safe. Wait a second!
Crownshot, one more order would have had the concussive blows, but the ignite comes out and Crownshot rends down Braum. Flash away from Dreams, flash in by Kobbe, one more order! Oh, it's enough! He gets him! Not going to chase him underneath the tower, but ends up being a 1-for-1 trade in the bottom lane.
That's a crazy 2v2 right there, where you can see the early game power of Kalista plus Galio, but Vayne is no slouch either into these 2 picks. All the damage went down onto Norskeren to start things off, so it's Kobbe who gets yet another kill in this lane.
I do think the press the attack really adds a lot of early game power to the Vayne, and when you combine that with the silver bolts, and of course the extra longsword that she got from First Blood is definitely a great setup for Kobbe to be in. So he's now 2-0 on this Vayne very early on, and remember that for SK, their whole game plan and win condition was snowball through bot, rely on this early game Kalista to get ahead, and this is not the situation you want to find yourself in.
No, it's not. And while Kobbe did get 2 kills in this lane, I think SK do have some hope, and that is because there's basically no summoners left. It's just the cleanse for Kobbe that he still has. So we see Selfmade now level 4 pathing towards this bottom side of the map. Feels like they would love to look and punish, but it's Xerxe who spots him out.
They know the Krugs are there. They've spotted him out, as you say. So Selfmade will just do his Krugs instead. It's still the push advantage down towards Kobbe and Norskeren for the moment in that bottom lane. Across the rest of the map, you can see Chachi actually having a bit of a CS lead towards the top side. He's backed away. He's got himself Ninja Tabis in the matchup against the Hecarim. Mid lane pretty even, but bot lane is definitely the place to be at the moment if you are a fan of action.
So once again, the Morgana is going for the Glacial Augment. I don't have time to talk about as, oh yeah, he's going to get spotted out on a ward, so he's likely not going to be able to do much with this. But the Glacial Augment in the Morgana mid lane, we already saw this in game 1. If you've only just joined us, this Morgana is very much about utility, primed to provide support for the rest of the team. And typically in this matchup, the reason why she struggles is because, ooh, we don't have time again, because more fighting.
No.
Just keep talking till
yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll keep talking. But basically, the reason why this is typically a bad matchup is because on the Morgana, you want to put early points in your W, and the range isn't especially long. So you actually have to walk up to the caster creeps in order to threaten the enemy caster creeps to clear them out. And at that range, Syndra can just sit near the melee creeps and just harass you back and basically make your life difficult. But because she has no summoner spells, she's forced to play defensively, which means that Morgana can always just walk up to the lane and has priority. So the early gank from Selfmade was so important, and it has made this matchup so much easier for Pirean to play.
Yeah, and while mid lane definitely got the help from Selfmade, bottom lane, not the same story because it's Xerxe been constantly pathing around there and providing vision, even though there hasn't been a gank. You just saw Crownshot was forced to reset, to miss a minion wave. They lost a plate down in that bottom lane, and the Ocean Drake went over towards Splyce as well. So I think that Xerxe getting a little bit of the upper hand in this early game by playing around his very strong Vayne at the moment.
It's definitely working out for Splyce. They have about an 800 gold lead, 7 minutes into the game. And Chachi actually having a pretty easy performance in the top lane on the Shen as well. 15, 16 CS up. Obviously has a lot of experience on the Shen pick itself.
Yeah, and you expect to see the Shen win the early laning phase. We're going to have to hold that thought because Xerxe gonna have to flash over this wall. And Werlyb, that's not even Selfmade going for the red buff invade. Usually it's those
invading.
two. That's crazy.
It's very aggressive play from the mid lane.
Morgana got it. Morgana got it.
Gets it with the Tormented Sword. Obviously not the best, but still, being able to force the flash away from Xerxe, get the push pressure in mid so you can actually go for that invade, and then still just be able to get out scot-free is very good stuff from SK.
Yeah, but take a look at that trade here from Vizicsacsi. This is what we were sort of talking about with the Shen in the early levels, especially with the buffs to the Q. His trading against Hecarim is going to be very, very nice. He basically taunt forward, land that pretty easily on towards the Hecarim, get down some auto attacks, and use the dodge field to make sure he can't be traded against. Now, Selfmade won't be able to find this gank, I don't think, unless he can get the Black Shield down onto him. That is the unique strength of having the Morgana in the mid lane, is that it provides you the safety net and the CC immunity for Selfmade to approach as the Rek'Sai.
A little bit of an item disparity in the bottom lane as we saw Kobbe go back, get the Xerxe Greaves and a Vampiric Scepter. Selfmade looking for the flash and burrow here onto Humanoid, who flashes away, but Pirean with the binding won't quite connect. Humanoid still had the cleanse if that binding had hit him. And across the board, like a little bit of a back and forth, a little bit of a to and fro between these two teams early on. The taunt's going to land here, but the concussive blows comes out as well. Justice Punch knocked into Norskeren, who puts up the shield, but there's a lot of Ren stacks coming in. The fake call comes out. Crownshot knocked away with the Condemn. And the Splyce bot lane continue to try and trade onto SK. Of course, they have the Ocean Dragon picked up, so they can take these trades and then use the sustain from that Drake.
Yeah, the trading definitely going in the favor here of Vayne. You see the strength of the Vayne in towards the Galio, where you can knock him away or dodge away from the initial engage, and Norskeren positioning as well in front of the dash of Dream, so he couldn't use that to escape after good trade. Now both junglers will be headed towards the bottom side of the map.
Going for the dive.
Norskeren there with the Glacial Fissure. Catch out Dreams. Kobbe's gone very deep. Selfmade there. Lots of damage coming out. There's a hero's entrance as well as Selfmade pops. The Void Seeker gets one. Unstoppable onslaught comes out from Werlyb as they jump onto Xerxe as well, and that's a second. 2 kills across to SK as they counter the dive.
The tower dive was just way too greedy here from Splyce. They knew they had the lead on towards Vayne, but we heard Duke talk about it before the match. They didn't need to win bot lane. They just needed to survive it, because that's SK's win condition. And now all of a sudden, 3 quick and easy kills puts them in a much better spot.
So keep your eyes on Kobbe in this situation. It's the fact that he flashes onto the backline to try and secure that kill that actually puts him in the dangerous situation. Remember, he's a lot of the damage, but it means that Selfmade and Werlyb can just dive on top of him, and now all of the tools have been used. So the moment that Werlyb arrives in the fight, it's literally just a matter of cleanup, because there's nothing stopping him from just running over the rest of Splyce.
Xerxe was still only level 5 in that fight as well, to Selfmade's level 7, so didn't have the Cataclysm, didn't have that extra damage. And SK, after a little bit of a weak start, have actually come out swinging here and equalized that gold differential.
Now notice SK's decision-making on top of the map, because after getting the win down bot lane, you might think, wait, we want the 2v2, but no. Because Shen used his Stand United to get into the fight, they're going topside to avoid the TP mismatch, where they wouldn't be able to play around their bottom lane. It also gives them the added benefit of there being a Rift Herald up here, whereas no Drake will spawn for the next minute. So overall, it's a very solid map movement here from SK.
I very much concur, Ender. And I think that now SK are looking to try and push that as much as they can. They're going to use the Herald immediately towards the top side. And also keep your eyes on the mid lane. You'll notice that because all of the members of SK have actually gone up towards the top side of the map, Pirean is immediately forced to play very defensively with Jarvan hanging around that mid tier 1, and the risk of a potential dive means that SK have just basically thrown everything towards the top lane to try and secure the first tower of the game.
They just about get it. Kobbe was actually hitting minions for a little while there. Maybe would have been able to get the tower if he had decided just to focus it down. But still, goal pretty much even between these two teams just as we come past the 11-minute mark, with Infernal Dragon up in 20 seconds or so. It seems like that's the position on the map that Splyce are going to play towards.
Now, there will be some big cooldowns missing if there is a fight that breaks out around this objective. No Stand United for Vizicsacsi, no Heroes entrance for Dreams down on the bottom side. But apart from that, both teams are relatively well equipped for this fight, but notice the vision control. Because the map was split and Splyce controlled bot side, they have all the control words to dominate the vision.
Humanoid caught out, decided not to use the cleanse, taunted, straight away uses the cleanse, but the Soul Shackle's going to come down as well. He pops the Unleashed Power onto Pirean, Dreams gets the kill, down towards the bottom side, the Void Rush comes out from Selfmade, double knock up though, and Kobbe can open up with this Vayne. They're going to catch out Dreams, who goes golden. Crownshot caught in the Cataclysm, running away. Dreams down towards the bottom side, Werlyb coming in, the knockback with the decimating charges on Kobbe. Crownshot will take him, Dreams will die, and still Werlyb holds off on the ultimate. SK come out on top in the fight though.
Ends up being a 2-for-2, but as you rightly said, SK are the ones that come out on top. They're the ones setting up siege onto this tier 1 and will secure more plates. And honestly, the amount of time that Splyce were able to stall out as Xayah now in danger.
Chased out, he was baiting for a long time there. Just tried to keep fighting against Werlyb, but couldn't do anything.
Ends up just killing himself. He ends up dying isolated once more, increasing his total to 24 as SK look to build up an even bigger early game lead.
And the most impressive part is that Werlyb didn't actually need his ultimate when he came in. He used the charge initially to just assassinate Kobbe, and that meant that he held on to it. And I don't think Vizicsacsi was really respecting that when he went for this pointless duel over by the blue buff.
I do think that the cleanse should have just come out immediately from Humanoid. The fact that he holds onto it for too long means he doesn't actually dodge from the Soul Shackles, so he dies to the Ignite and the Galio. And you think at this point, oh, Kobbe, he's just going to find a bunch of kills, but then you see the Zhonya's coming out from Dreams, means that Kobbe gets indecisive and doesn't commit to Crownshot. So Crownshot in a 1v2 actually ends up forcing the enemy back, and that provides time for Werlyb to then join the fight. So the indecision from Kobbe around the Zhonyas from Dreams means that he ends up dropping in the fight, and that's why SK are able to take it.
And ultimately, without this kill on the back half with Vizicsacsi, again, no idea what he's doing right now. It was just an even 2-for-2, and you can see that without having Werlyb there right at the start of the fight, the 5v5 was a little bit more challenging for SK to maneuver.
A long time ago, though, we talked about the Hail of Blades Kalista in this bottom lane. We said how strong she can be, how Uzi played her incredibly well in the RNG versus IG match. 3-1-1 on Crownshot already. If you want an early game powerhouse, if you want someone who will spike at that 20-minute, that 2-item mark, a Kalista with a bunch of kills under her belt is definitely that champion.
She certainly is, and you kind of need her to be that strong. Typically, she doesn't have to be this strong at this point in the game, but the fact that she is definitely a big advantage for SK. Now, I think she's working towards the Runan's Hurricane second. Typically, I like to see the Rage Blade second. I personally think it's a really big spike, but I have seen preference differentials between the two AD carries. Norskeren going for a bit of a trade, but it's definitely a little bit more of a team fight itemization choice where you can then get rend onto multiple targets rather than just trying to build as many as quickly as possible onto a single.
Hold your thought.
Sad United's use here. Xerxe going in. Pirean flashes away. And Xerxe just going to get caught out by the tower. Good stuff from Pirean to escape. Did have to burn his flash, of course, but it's a big ultimate used by Xayah. Now Selfmade is waiting around the corner here in the top lane. Norskeren and Kobbe giving him respect, giving him the time of day, and just retreating back behind that remnant of a tower.
Void Hunter looking for a plate, wasn't able to find anything because Norskeren and Kobbe were playing very defensively. And remember that the Shen ult is unavailable, so SK feel pretty confident that they can look for this fight, and it's just going to force Kobbe and Norskeren back, which then allows Selfmade full control over the topside jungle.
Yeah, and the tides have really turned in this 2v2. Granted, Selfmade is giving a lot of control over towards the duo lane, who's currently pushing topside, but because they invaded this whole top area of the map, it becomes very easy for Pirean and Werlyb to knock down this tower. And look how far forward they are. They're sitting inside of the bush, looking for a dive or looking for a pick or looking for something. This team really is willing always to take the 50-50 fights. If they see an opportunity, they will pounce.
And it's very easy to forget how poorly this game started for SK, you know. We saw a kill going over to Kobbe at level 1. He was able to get into the lane with a longsword with an extra potion. But SK have found the picks, have found the plays to turn it around, and now actually in looking a very strong position at the 15-minute mark. They said this is an early game comp. Duke said we wanted them to play an early game comp. Well, it's working out well for SK so far.
Yeah, and a lot of it is off the back of a couple of small mistakes from Splyce, but also just some good team fights coming out from the side of SK.
Be sure to check out our POV stream at twitch.tv/RiotGames2 and our YouTube channel. Should we go to a Game 5, we'll see the game through the eyes of the supports, but which one is entirely up to you. Spam the chat now, Dreams or Norskeren, depending on who you want to see.
I believe right now we are looking at the game through Vizicacsi's eyes. Yes.
I believe so as well, but they haven't put that in the auto queue, so basically guesswork.
Yeah.
It's either Vizicsacsi or Werlyb.
Shen gameplay, always the most riveting.
Hey, he's got 3 kills.
That's why I said always the most riveting.
I don't like your sarcasm, Vedius.
There was no sarcasm there. I love Shen.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a pretty direct question here, guys, and I pre-warned you about that.
I am a really good player.
Oh, Norskeren's actually fighting in the bottom lane. Crownshot uses the hero's entrance. Noskeren forced back, Selfmade gets behind them. Kobbe having to jump away with the final hour. Dreams tries to get underneath the tower, but can't land the taunt. Xerxe here in time. Werlyb diving under the tower as well. Forced back. Pirean was coming in from the side, and Splyce should just give up the pressure on this tower. They can't fight against all 5 members of SK.
SK had the players down here, the numbers advantage, and they will get the tower, but I actually think it's a big mistake from Selfmade at the start. He saw blood in the water on Kobbe, and he got both summoners off of that champion, but had he just focused Norskeren right off the bat, it could have been an easy kill here for SK.
Can't blame him for trying to target out Kobbe. He's played Vayne 5 times in his career, has never lost on it, hasn't died on the champion this split at all.
Well, he has twice.
Yes, now he has. He hadn't before today died on a Vayne at all this split. Splyce definitely on the back foot as SK continue to advance. 2k up. Next Dragon is a mountain for them if they want it. That will be spawning in about 8 seconds time.
Ooh, good binding, landing onto Xerxe. As SK playing this early game extremely well. They've been able to secure... Ooh, they didn't quite get the bot tower, but all of the outer towers are down. But already 18 minutes in, it feels like SK have full control over the map. And I always get so impressed with what Selfmade is able to do on this Rek'Sai. It feels like that his presence in counter-ganking towards the bot side of the map, the fact that he was able to alleviate a lot of the pressure from Pirean in the mid lane, and overall his impact in this game has been a large part as to why SK have been able to have such a strong start.
And he's going to continue to be very important to this team as well, and I think we're seeing a little bit of a different style in terms of his build path with the early BF sword. That means he's itemizing in towards a second item, Guardian Angel, and that's something you don't always see on the Rek'Sai. It's usually going to be the Black Cleaver for the armor shred and the extra moon speed CR. All those stats are very good on the champion, but instead he knows that he's actually going to be diving more into these fights. I think that when you have a Hecarim and you see this very strong Vayne on the other side, he wants to look for that ult all the way back into the back line, and the GA will give him more of the tools to do that.
Well, they've continued to trade here. We'll get the decimating charge back onto Chachi. If he charges when Chachi has that Spirit's Refuge up, has that circle of damage reduction up, it actually doesn't do any damage, counts as an auto attack, so not actually going to be able to do too much. We'll still displace him out of it. And I can come back to my question. So we talked a lot about SK having an early game draft, having power early on and wanting to play through, you know, the first 20, 25 minutes of the game. But where is the break point? Where is the point where Splyce start to take over team fights, where Splyce start to be the team in advantage? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4 items?
I would be looking more towards 3 items here for the side of Splyce. I can get 2 items. They can contest very well, but it's not very clear-cut to me at that point that they win. Ultimately, what I see as being the biggest problem here for SK is Vizicsacsi and Xerxe just stacking armor on these 2 tank champions, because Morgana in the mid lane is not going to provide you a whole lot of damage. She's mainly there to set up, you know, the CC denial on your AD carry. Look for some pick potential, have the CC in the fights, and SK do not have that much in the ways of damage other than the physical.
I think that's a really good point, Ender. And as we can see, a lot of AD is being built on the side of SK. But I love the fact that they're just not slowing down. And something that Splyce has often been praised for is their ability to kind of stall games out and just buy time to the point at which they can team fight. But SK have just been unrelenting in their pressure. They've been grouping up, they've been setting up good vision, and I've been impressed with how they're now working on this final tier 2 at only 20 minutes into the game. It takes a lot of confidence to play with this level of bravado and aggression.
I mean, for the same amount that we praised Splyce in Game 3 for their strong early game into mid-game performance, SK are proving they can do exactly the same thing. Assuming they can take down this mid lane tower, assuming they can, you know, get an Inferno, get a Baron next, then they should be looking at closing this game out in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. That is if they can, and that's always the challenging thing, right? Trying to siege against the Syndra is always very scary because of her ability to get that stun and potentially start a fight. But I do agree with Ender. I think what we're kind of waiting for is these big armor items to start coming through from the side of Splyce, and then they'll feel a lot more confident forcing these fights. But also now that the Rage Blade is finished on Kobbe, I think that's a pretty big deal. I'm just really scared of this Rek'Sai right now. Level 11, 2 points in the ultimate. If you try to force a fight right now, I just think there's too much damage on SK's side, and I don't think Kobbe would be able to survive it all.
Yeah, I think Werlyb also finishing off the Trinity Force as well is going to be a very big spike for him, because one of the biggest strengths, I think, of having the Hecarim in your team is not only does he, you know, duel very strongly against all of the tanks in the top lane like the Shen later on in the game, but also his ultimate, because he has such long range on it and can't be interrupted during that cast, can actually just fly towards your backline. He can dive over your frontliners. You can just ignore those tanks and really have a high impact by diving in there and causing a lot of frustrations for someone like the Vayne.
I see Splyce being able just to stall out the game just a little bit at the moment, as SK maybe will look for something like the Bound. Of course, with the Kalista, you can take it so quickly. You have that rend that you can build up. Was nerfed a couple of patches ago, but still very powerful tool in terms of taking down those big monsters and objectives. And it feels like SK can't quite get that vision line as deep as they want it to pressure for this mid lane tower completely.
Yeah, I think what SK are just going to be doing is waiting for this Infernal Drake, play a little bit slower for the next few minutes, because around 25 minutes, they actually have a really good ability to force around the Baron. They have the Mountain Drake. If they can get another Infernal, it'll be great. They also might just fight.
Yeah, Norskeren forced to flash away there. The Scatter Weak did come out from Humanoid, but because of the binding connecting, Norskeren had to be in a bit of a tricky situation. Twin Shadows comes out here, and maybe that's all SK need. A little bit of a pick, a little bit of chip damage on the Splyce players, and they can go for this tower. Don't have to take it all down at once. You can just chip away piece by piece and suffocate Splyce out of this game.
I was actually a big fan of how Pirean used the Fog of War to just land that Q. Like, Humanoid walked up, he again didn't cleanse, and it forced his support to use Flash. And I think he needs to be a little bit more free with how he uses that cleanse, because right now he's put himself in two situations that ended in disaster for the side of Splyce. And it could have been much worse if it weren't for the use of Flash from Norskeren. So Humanoid needs to be a little bit more careful, show a little bit more respect to the playmaking power of this SK and pick potential.
Well, just coming over the 23-minute mark, 7 kills to 5 in favor of SK. They have a 3,000 gold lead, double Infernal now alongside the Mountain, and they continue just to chip away at this mid lane tower. It's down to about a quarter HP. SK not going to force it.
Okay, I just got a... It's an Infinity Edge on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I was wondering what...
Wait, he actually went Infinity Edge?
You know what? You know what? Go hard or go home, right? You are in
No.
Series-defining game for your team. You are the player that has been looked at as the best rookie, one of the best junglers in the league.
And you are trolling right now if you're building an Infinity Edge on Rek'Sai. That's not your job. You have, like, I guess he's worried because, oh, we have Morgana, not enough damage dealers. Guess I have to be the carry now? Like...
So I'm struggling, to be honest. And
if it works, it's genius.
I've had my fair share of crit Rek'Sai and solo queue. But when you're 1-1-1 at 24 minutes, I'm not sure I agree. It's also such an expensive item that you're really investing a lot into it. Okay. Now he's going for a Ruby Crystal, so he's not even going hard.
Okay. So I understand it's not a normal build path, guys.
Sure.
What does it give him?
Damage.
Cool.
Critical strike.
So that's all he's doing. He's trying to assassinate one player on the backline. He's trying to 1D Kobbe.
You could do that without an
trying to headshot Kobbe every time.
Yeah, so there's ultimately the difficulty is that if you just get instantly blown up, you're in trouble. And Rek'Sai does so much damage just with, you know, items that can give him HP that Rek'Sai should be fine. Now, one of the strengths of Rek'Sai is she actually has some of the highest AD ratios in the game. You're going to go on value.
Xerxe with the taunt onto Crownshot, but he cleanses and flashes away. Backline jumped on here by Xerxe, but already forced out. Great taunt by Dreams. Teleport coming in. There's the Glacial Fissure. Werlyb knocked back. He uses the Onslaught of Shadows defensively, but here's the hero's entrance. Fate's call comes out. Selfmade on the flank. Has the Infinity Edge. Remember, he could crit someone. Kobbe.
He's doing it!
Infinity Edge does all the work. Kobbe almost dies.
Ultim, you
there
coward.
We go. He void rushes in, but the Stand United is too much. Kobbe gets the kill.
He didn't land a single crit there. His E did a lot of damage.
That's not his fault.
His E did a lot of damage, admittedly, but...
You can't predict RNG, Vedius.
This build sucks.
This build really sucks.
Okay.
All right, so, thank you. So, not a crit, not a crit. Lots of damage. And if he'd ulted immediately, he might have actually gotten the kill. But then...
Norskeren gets called out. Okay.
So now they're going Baron.
Wait, they're doing Baron while Selfmade is dead.
What is
They're just
this
baiting
game?
out the team.
What is...
Okay. Let's bring it back just to a little bit more serious here, guys.
So, we are very serious right now, Medic.
Yeah.
This build is something we really struggle to get our heads around.
I understand that.
Right? And so what we need to bring into context is the fact that SK were actually in an amazing spot. They had a very good early game, right? And they had all the tools to win this game. And now they run the risk because their jungler has decided to... Now, I'm not going to say that's going to lose them the game, right? Because...
It is a risk they didn't need to take.
It is a risk that they ultimately didn't need to take, and it is just... It is baffling.
And also, Duskblade is just better, right? So...
Anyway, rather than delve into that conversation, the bigger thing is that Kobbe now just picked up another kill. He's now sitting at 3 items, and SK are just kind of struggling to now break that tier 2 line. So now they're kind of posturing around the Baron and threatening this. And you already talked about how the Kalista can be very threatening. You're now looking for this pick if you're SK as you kind of dance around the Baron buff.
And Werlyb is here in this middle lane. I don't think SK are going to pull the trigger on the Baron too quickly. They've been a little tentative around it thus far, but there is another Infernal Drake coming up in a minute, and they still have complete control over this middle lane with some deep control wards inside this eastern quadrant of the jungle on Splyce's side.
However, it was 7 minutes ago that Vedius said they've done such a good job breaking down all these towers. They've done such a good job. They already left only tier 2s here, and still Splyce's 2 remaining tier 2s stand. They have stalled out this game. They have built up some of these items on their AD carry, on their mid laner. They have a very tanky Shen with the Warmogs, with the Sunfire Kate, and you wonder whether SK kind of missed their window in the early game to really accelerate this.
I don't think so. I don't think that they've suddenly, like, the game is over for them. They're still 2,500, 3,000 gold ahead. They have a Hecarim who's going to be stronger in the side lane now against the Shen. They have full vision control around, like, the river forward, and they're the ones still dictating the pace. It's just, the longer the game goes, arguably the harder it is, because you run the risk of getting into another one of these team fight situations where you just kind of look at this comp from... But actually, I think both sides actually have pretty solid team fight, but ultimately, okay, they started the Baron. This is risky, super, super, super risky, but look where Selfmade is. He's nowhere near.
Selfmade down towards that Infernal. There's Chachi with the Stand United.
Just come back off.
Just push mid, take Infernal. It's actually free.
As a note, I have been informed by production that Selfmade 2 days ago tweeted, Infinity Edge is the only viable second item on Rek'Sai.
Right. But he didn't build it in the earlier game.
Just saying, that's what he tweeted out. Now, mid lane tower goes down. Good call on that ender. SK can now pull down towards this Infernal Dragon. It would be their 3rd of the game. 24% bonus AD and AP.
And yet we're in a position now where Splyce do not want to give them the chance. I think Splyce are comfortable looking for a team fight. They have Kobbe where they want them. SK wanted too, though. Both of these teams, remember game 1 and game 2, how intense the team fights were, how they turned games around on a dime. Well, we're about to get another one of those.
Selfmade on the Infernal Dragon here. Crownshot there as well. Splyce maybe looking for the fight because they've split up SK. Werlyb has the flank. There's the Infernal. That's all the buffs going over to SK straight away. Chachi has a few spears in his back. Werlyb caught out with the Scatter of the Weak. Crownshot's in the pit. Werlyb has the possibility of an onslaught of shadows here, but SK just want to disengage. Crownshot can jump across the wall, remember, with the Pierce if he needs to. Actually, Pirean's going to jump in. The base call comes out. SK want the fight. Splyce, the front line is Chachi. Humanoid from the side. There's the Glacial Prison. Xerxe caught out by Werlyb. It's all on Kobbe. Watch the AD carries here. Kobbe steps forward into the hero's entrance, knocked up, and look at the damage coming out from SK. That Rune Ants from Crownshot's doing absolute work. Chachi takes one. We have a hit of the Stunners game. As Kobbe's still on the front line, he gets one. Can Kobbe do it? He's still alive. He gets Selfmade. He gets Pirean. Somehow Kobbe managed to survive and takes down 2. And Pirean and Werlyb have to run for the wind.
SK get the dragon, but they lose the fight. It is Kobbe who stays alive, and now it's Chachi hunting down the horse.
The taunt doesn't quite connect, but look at the healing coming out onto Chachi with that Warmogs. Kobbe stayed around, condemns Werlyb back, and pins him in his place. Splyce win the fight.
So, that was pretty crazy. Let's have a look at how this side. SK could have gotten out, but instead they wanted the fight. They then decide to commit onto Xerxe. And at this point you think, okay, not the best start, but then Splyce all funnel into this choke point. At this point you think it's over. Hecarim ultimate into Dreams ultimate, but the Blast Cone actually separates the whole fight, which gives the freedom for Kobbe to then turn it around.
And it was actually a huge Scatter the Weak from Humanoid that interrupted the damage coming through from Crownshot. Crownshot had the AoE damage coming in from the Runon's Hurricane, and he wasn't able to apply it onto the 3 members that got CC'd in the corridor. That was the moment that shifted the entire team fight and allowed Kobbe to pop off so hard.
felt like it was SK's fight, but now there's only 1,000 gold between these two teams. SK did get the Infernal, remember, so they are in an okay position in terms of Dragons. If you are watching us from North America, the LCS Spring Playoffs is starting soon with FlyQuest versus Golden Guardians. You can watch that, the countdown now, over at twitch.tv/LCS. When we close out Splyce versus SK, the LCS is switching to twitch.tv/Riot Games, and the post-game lobby will move to twitch.tv/LEC. So if you want to stay tuned for that, go to twitch.tv/LEC.
I believe Golden Guardians and FlyQuest will be playing later on this evening.
That's what I said.
Yes, sorry, my apologies, but the point is, it's supposed to be an exciting series just like this one is, as SK are still in a great position to bring us to a Game 5.
Two very evenly matched teams over in North America, two very evenly matched teams here, it seems, as
See,
well.
that was the point I was trying to get at.
I got there. I do it for you, Vedi. We're a great team.
Thank you very much,
Now,
man.
Kobbe has gone from 2-2-5 to 5-2-5 now. 4 completed items with the GA. There's 4 on the side of Crownshot as well, and you have to feel these late-game teamfights are going, well, mid to late-game teamfights are going to be defined by the AD carry.
This is just a battle, ADC on ADC. They have equal itemization at the moment. It's Kalista versus Vayne, and if Kalista can actually kite around in these fights, you get the big Ren damage coming through, you can go up against it. But we just saw Kobbe absolutely outplay SK around that dragon, and oh, it's gearing up. We're going late with this one, and we're going big.
So, we talked earlier about armor. Ooh, we might not have time. Look at Werlyb, he's dead.
Werlyb, Hero's entrance comes out. He's not dead yet. Vedius Dreams comes in, has the taunt as well. Catches Xerxe, catches another. Selfmade looking for that flank position. Could get onto Humanoid. Norskeren takes a little bit of chip. Xerxe there with the Cataclysm as well, but he's just going to run his way out with the EQ combo. And Werlyb definitely not dead yet, as he has escaped down towards the bottom side.
He's split apart for
Kobbe! Next, Kobbe just going in onto Selfmade here. Jumping forward with the flash. Selfmade gets away. Norskeren with the Glacial Fissure though catches out one. Xerxe there. Xerxe joining the fight as well as Kobbe. Continues to tumble forward. Continues to try and condemn SK to defeat, but can't quite land those final shots.
Kobbe saw the Infinity Edge Rex.
Xerxe's going to catch Selfmade. Oh, he's not tanky enough. He goes golden, but all he's doing is stopping his death. Splyce get one. Crownshot knocked in, uses the cleanse, jumps forward, it's the AD carries going in, Humanoid, he's somehow he survives, and now Crownshot has to dance backwards, use that martial cadence, come back away from the fight. SK have Werlyb, no onslaught of shadows yet, but Pirean has the slows, there's the binding onto Norskeren, Crownshot there, Xerxe can't quite land the stun, but puts down the Spirit's Refuge, he's going to be alive for the moment as he gets back away from the fight with Gargoyle Stoneplay. SK looking for the resets here, they've caught out one, Selfmade stood down for 20 seconds, but the Baron could be in their sights.
Ends up being a 1-for-1 in the end. Norskeren traded for Selfmade. The fact that the jungler's not there doesn't actually bother SK as they start this one off. Remember, they have the Rend on Crownshot, but it will be in vision. So SK gonna back away from that one. Both teams really need to reset. You can see Xerxe will have the opportunity to go back to base. And we return to a neutral state.
Yeah, SK have other ideas. First, they want to pick themselves up their second mountain of the game. You get that with a Kalista on your team. They need to play around Baron Nashor coming up next. That is going to be where they draw the line and try to burst that thing down, because now you look at it and there's so many summoner spells. The flash is missing on Crownshot, but not just him. Kobbe and Humanoid also are going to be quite vulnerable.
So this is where the fight kicked off towards where the dragon was. Would have forced to use his ultimate to get out of the pit, and then it just kind of devolves into chaos where kind of both teams are stuck in this choke point. Kobbe can't really approach the fight, Crownshot can't really approach the fight, so they can't really convert it into much. But then Kobbe notices that Selfmade is in the mid lane trying to get priority, so he just hard commits onto him, thinks he can find that kill, but if that tunnel wasn't there, it would have resulted in something. But then the taunt as well come from Vizicsacsi actually into the spell shield, means they can't get a kill onto Dreams either, but they do at least get the flash out from him, and then of course Vizicsacsi. Unfortunately, you should never shop while basing, and you definitely shouldn't base while in your own jungle.
Wait, that's what you usually should base.
Normally you should base behind your towers, Ender, somewhere safe.
That is true.
Not when the enemy team just want to fight.
Well, Humanoid dodges away from the binding here. Werlyb is there, has the onslaught of shadows. It feels like the intensity of this game has just gone up a little bit, just a notch, just a tad, as Selfmade looks for a flank position here. Crownshot getting a lot of Ren stacks off. Norskeren down to half HP. Xerxe is going to have to use the taunt to get across the wall, and SK maybe looking for a bit of an engage, but Werlyb takes a chunk from those spheres. You can continue. Oh, Norskeren had to flash. Xerxe caught.
Just turns on this.
But he can't
He taunts him up. knocked back. There's the Void Rush to dodge it out. The Glacial Fish comes out as well, but he's dead. And Hero's Entrance now gets into the backline. Xerxe with a great lockup onto Pirean, onto Werlyb. Crownshot, though, could still do some damage here. The Fate's Call pulls them back. Norskeren very low. You can see Humanoid ticking away on the Tormented Soil. Kobbe trying to get on towards that front line. Gets that shut down onto Pirean. Now he's on Crownshot. The Stand United. It's enough. Will it keep him alive? He gets away from the back of the fight, and Dreams goes down as well. It's a double kill for Kobbe, and Splyce come out on top.
Splyce absolutely dumpster that team fight. Now they're looking for more. Kobbe on the prowl. What a play from him. They single out Selfmade at the start, and from there it's easy, and it doesn't matter if SK have triple Infernal, double Mountain, it's still Splyce to get the Baron.
And this time we saw how squishy Selfmade was and how quickly he died. He took a tunnel into the enemy jungle, and he just walked straight into Vizicsacsi. The Black Shield wasn't in range, which meant that that was the prime opportunity for Splyce to turn and fight. And just keep your eyes on Selfmade in this game. Or in this play, he uses the tunnel over the wall, goes onto the shed. Like, what? He's just asking to be engaged on. The Black Shield gets melted immediately, and then they kill him. And at this point, the rest of the fight is in the favor of Splyce.
Yeah, it's just a huge mistake from him. And Splyce, it's just time and time again, you see one player live with basically 0 HP. Norskeren right there, Humanoid also super chunked, but it's Kobbe who went virtually untouched in the team fight. And actually, great condemn there onto Werlyb, who's looking for the charge to burst the GA. They take control.
You just start to see maybe a little bit that veterancy from Splyce paying dividends for them. 17 playoff appearances on this roster compared to just the one from SK. 2 rookies on SK, of course, as well. Do want to give a little bit of credit to Humanoid, who's played a few of these last team fights really well on the Syndra after having a pretty weak early game in this matchup. And Splyce now, feels like it's one fight away from victory, one fight away from a matchup against Fnatic in round 2 of playoffs.
Yeah, just one team fight with this Baron buff on the side of SK, and you're gonna walk away with the victory. I have to point out Humanoid CS at the moment as well. He's up about 130 over Pirean, so he is pumping out the damage in these engagements. A 2,000 gold lead for him, just built up basically off of solo laning advantages, and it's a big reason why Splyce now find themselves with the gold lead.
Pirean waiting just around the corner, looking for those bindings, can't connect. Selfmade in position to burrow in. Has he been training well? Going to use the oracles to sweep out that ward, but immediately knows that Splyce are aware of his position. Twin Shadows used as well. SK just trying to delay as much as possible as this Baron buff slowly ticks away.
So we briefly talked about in the draft about this 4-1 composition that Splyce do have. You can see now with the Shen here, no teleport as well. It's actually very easy for Splyce to force a numbers advantage with the Baron buff as well. So it's something that SK have to constantly respect. And impressively, Vizicsacsi is actually forcing the Hecarim back. So we talked a little bit about how Werlyb should have the scaling advantage later on, but he's just so tanky at this point. And with the Baron buff and powered minions as well, it's just too difficult for Werlyb to really approach the wave and come out on top.
Yeah, the Baron buff is the ultimate equalizer when it comes to 1v1 matchups inside. Oh,
Crownshot! Straight into the GA. The Unleashed power is just too much damage. Dreams forced away as well. Pirean opened up on by Kobbe here. Dreams gets the Justice Punch in. Selfmade just way too late before he even joins the party. Will pop the Void Rush, but shut down onto Crownshot. Shut down onto Dreams. SK's hopes in this game are being shut down by Splyce.
It is just Pirean and Werlyb left to defend. Now most of Splyce are relatively low at the moment, so I don't know if they can look for the end, but they surely look for the inhibitor. Chachi just went back to base and he has the TP to regroup.
He's going to use it. Werlyb and Pirean are the last line defense. You just said it, Ender, but Splyce, they have Fnatic set in their eyes. They want to make it to round 2. Let's see if SK can...
Gets onto the back line. He shuts down Humanoid, but he will go pop straight into the GA. Now there is a counter minion here, so 20 seconds on the rest of SK. They'll take down Werlyb. It's all on Pirean. Dreams up in 7, but the Nexus towers have already taken damage.
And Kobbe has gone legendary with 10 kills. Splyce look to close.
Splyce, it looked like SK may have taken game 4, but Splyce come a-knocking. They sweep SK under the map, and they prove that they belong amongst the best teams in the LEC.
After a good regular season, Splyce come into playoffs as heavy favorites, and while game 1 definitely showcased some mistakes, they cleaned things up. And they were able to get some very impressive in the late game, in the final game that mattered the most.
Yeah, the team fights early on in the series were impressive to watch from them. That game 3, they showed a completely different style. Yes. It was impressive from them. The 1-3-1 comp, they show that it's not just the one-dimensional play style. They have other tricks up their sleeve, and now going into round 2, after 3-1 victory, looking pretty solid.
well. And it was something that you mentioned as well in the game, and that the armor items really did come into fruition later on into the game. Having that front line for Kobbe to play around just kind of unleashed the beast. You know, they soaked up so much damage. You said so many members got so low health, and just kind of showcased that SK's composition could only do so much. And unfortunately, they just couldn't get through that front line, which then allowed Kobbe to clean up.
What I think I really like from Splyce in this series is that little bit of versatility that they showed in Game 3 as well, playing completely through the early game, shoring up that mid game that has been a weakness from them. It feels like they've used the couple of weeks we've had from the end of the split to now to really work on their weaknesses and become a stronger, cohesive unit.
They certainly have, and on the other side of things, SK, it's a team that, again, not everyone expected to be making playoffs in their first split back in Europe, and they played admirably. Look, they contested, they won game 1, they made it here to the playoffs, and they challenged Splyce. That's not something that every team could say. And honestly, SK look very good, and I'm very excited to see them return in summer.
I think you can pick out every single player on that team and look at the performance they had today that was really good. Like, they didn't always all perform well in the same game, but Dreams in game 1 had a really stellar performance. Even in this game, had some incredibly good taunts. We saw Pirean have some good plays. Crownshot was consistent. Werlyb on the Hecarim was giving us a little bit of extra spiciness in that top lane. And then Selfmade. I mean, we've said so much about Selfmade across the course of the split, but I think he is gearing up to be one of the best junglers in the LEC in the future.
I think there's evidence to show that there's definitely room for growth with Selfmade, but for his inaugural split, he's definitely been a very impressive and impactful player, and I look forward to seeing what he can bring in the future, along with many other SK players. With the likes of Schalke and Misfits, expectations were definitely against them, and you guys already talked about it, so I'm curious and excited to see how they do next split. But for now, we've got to focus in on Splyce as they join the ranks of Fnatic, Origin, and G2 in that round 2. And what they will be fighting Fnatic for is a spot in Rotterdam and a spot at the finals. And that is definitely a big challenge to overcome, given Fnatic's performance over not only the second half of the regular season, but the absolute dismantling of Vitality yesterday.
It definitely will be. Just in case people don't understand our playoff format at home, the winner of Fnatic versus Splyce will play up against the loser of Origin versus G2. And then the winner of Origin G2 will play the winner of the match between the loser and the winner.
Well, they'll go on to the
final. They go into the semi-final match, and then they all go on to the final in the end. So the match on Saturday in Rotterdam matters more than ever. It's not just the third place decider, it's a decider of who gets into the final.
Yep.
If you want to vote for your key player of the series, you need to head on over to @LOL Esports on Twitter. We've narrowed it down to Sjokz, Kobbe, and Norskeren. That's a spicy one. I mean, Kobbe maintained his undefeated record on Vayne. He's never lost on that champion.
I think one of those, this is always a really hard one where realistically you wish you could vote for all 5 players, because every single game there was I think we can give a lot of credit to Xerxe for like the first 3 games, for example, right? But his impacts in game 4 and maybe, I think his impact in game 4 just wasn't there, right? And so I think different members showed up at different times. But for me, ultimately, Kobbe was the most consistent of all of them throughout the series. And I think that he is definitely worthy of praise of helping Splyce get to round 2.
I think I can agree with that. Over in the LCS, the Spring Playoffs is about to start with, you guessed it, FlyQuest versus Golden Guardians. You can check out that countdown right here at twitch.tv/Riot Games. Here from Berlin, we're actually going to get ready for our post-game lobby, where we'll be joined by Xerxe and Norskeren to discuss today's series and more. If you want to catch all of that, you should change to twitch.tv/LEC. If you're watching on YouTube, though, you can stay right where you are, because we'll be right back after a break.
welcome back everyone. Before heading into PGL, I want to have a word with Chachi and you. Congratulations guys. What an awesome series. So, few questions before diving into the game stuff. Duke, you have the final word on the draft, right? Okay, so Chachi, what do you want to say to Duke for letting Hecarim through after the draft?
I mean, I don't think it was necessarily that bad because we had some picks into it, but at the same time, maybe it was a good ban since we didn't have that much practice into it, but I think it was fine.
It went really well. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, I take responsibility of the Hecarim not being banned on the last game. I think if I had to change one thing out of all the 4 drafts, it would be this. And going on off stage after the draft, it was the one mistake afterwards that I thought maybe I should have banned Hecarim.
And they showed interesting things even from the very start of the game. I have a replay I want to see, and we saw the caster talking about it during the game. It is the level 1 from you guys. Chachi, talk me through the communication here. It's behind you, actually.
Yeah, basically, we practiced a lot of level 1s coming into this week, and then this was one of the cheeses we discovered that could be good. And we knew that it's a flashless Hecarim. Actually, he was covering like quite well at one point, but since he doesn't have flash, it's very hard to escape this kind of gank, and I was just telling the team the cooldown of my taunt and when we go.
Duke, what did you think about this level 1?
I mean, we prepared a lot of level 1 because we saw how Fnatic made a big run, and we saw the difference that we have compared to a team like Fnatic is the preparation of the first level. So one of the key points that we focused on during the last 2 weeks were practicing a lot of level 1 with special training designed for level 1. And we actually have way more strategy than this, and this is one of them of those that we identified were good against SK.
Awesome, I'm looking forward to see more from you guys. Now, Chachi, did you expect the series to be so close? Because you had some issues in the early stages of the game.
To be fair, I expected us to take the series for sure, but at the same time it was much harder in the first 2 games than I thought. Like it went to 40-45 minutes, which is very exhausting for a best of 5 series, and I could already feel it in the last game that overall as players we were just lacking a bit in the focus, and also like the delay didn't really help much. I think we just got out of the zone a bit, and we struggled to get back into it.
Everybody's talking about Splyce and the late game. It's actually becoming a meme now. Do you feel like you're trapped into this late game playstyle?
Sometimes we draft for the late game, like in this game, for example, we had the Vayne, which is assuring us that we get the late game done. But for example, in game 3, we drafted a heavy early mid-game composition and we executed it quite well. So I think we can just play these styles. It's just we sometimes opt for the late game rather, and sometimes we mess up as well and it goes late game.
And comfort style is good sometimes. Now, Duke, we had a talk before the game and you said that you were kind of tired of Splyce being called as the underdogs. So what should we call you guys? What is Splyce now?
I mean, we are just a team that was expected to be top 7 or 8 according to the Analyst before the season, and now we are top 4. So every game, apparently, it's a surprise for people watching our games. I would say we are just a contender and a challenger. And when we play against Fnatic, I think we have all our chances. I think today it was a pretty bad series. I think I expected to show way more, looking at how the trainings went in the past 2 weeks. So I think we had a lot of on-stage nerve issues. That's also why we tend to go late game. I think our mid game on stage has been still pretty rough, but I'm confident that maybe after we got this game out of the way when we play against Fnatic, we'll have a strong showing.
It's interesting because when you talk about the scrims, you say everything is going well, and then on stage you play, I wouldn't say poorly, but not great according to you. So what is different, and how do you motivate your players to play better game after game?
I mean, during the regular season, we were not that hot in scrims, to be honest. Like we had sometimes pretty rough week, even like for example the week where we won against G2, we had a really rough week of scrims. But during those 2 last week, I think we had a super high win rate in scrims, so we were super confident going into coming into this match. But yeah, I think it was maybe a bit of nerves, and but I'm confident that we can be way better in the mid game at least.
What is your take on this, Chachi?
Yeah, I think we had really good results in scrims, but the problem is sometimes we just don't manage to replicate the same level of focus week by week, and then we drop back in level on stage as well. So this is what we need to fix coming into the Fnatic game.
Agree, and you'll have a big challenge facing Fnatic here. How is it gonna go?
I don't think it's that big of a challenge as it looks. I honestly think we can take the series, so we will prepare going into the series with that mindset and we will take it.
All right, and I'll be looking forward to this one. GG once again, merci beaucoup Duke. And to wrap up this week, let's send it back to Sjokz for post-game lobby.
Welcome everyone to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Sjokz, joined by Deficio and Kobbe. Of course, after that epic best of 5 that went all the way to 4 games, we heard a lot from your coach already. He said maybe a bit nervous in game 1. He thinks you actually didn't play as well as you had expected to play. What do you feel?
I feel like in game 1 we are usually just a slow starting team, and we usually get better throughout the best of 5 series. And I'm not sure if it's nerves or we just need to get a bit warm and then we start playing better. But for sure, I think we didn't play too well in the first game. And I mean, generally, I'm happy, but we could have, like game 3 was really good from us. And I would have liked to show that every game instead of going to 40 minutes in some games.
Yeah, game 3 was actually super clean. I
This
think
was insane, by the way.
But this was also crazy. Can you tell us about this, Kobbe?
Well, this was really close. I actually thought I had flash here, but I didn't. So I got hit by some CC I shouldn't. And I'm really close to dying, but Chachi has a really good channel here that just does it so I can clean up the fight here.
Can someone explain to me why, when there's a Vayne in a game, and in the beginning you always say, well, in team fights, if she's untouched, she's gonna kill everybody. As the enemy team, you know that as well. So why is it so hard to kill Kobbe?
Ulti makes it obviously hard to kill her.
didn't
Q
even have
makes it
flash.
hard. No, but again, it's pretty hard to like instant target her unless you do catch her with early CC.
Yeah.
And also, you gotta keep in mind, there's 4 other players on Splyce. They're not even looking at the enemy. They're looking at Kobbe. They're like, oh, where is he? Okay, I'm gonna stand right on top of him. I'm gonna shield for him. You know, I'm gonna ult him with Shen. So you're not just dealing with him. You're actually dealing with 4 players protecting him.
Yeah, Deficio actually said during the game that he felt bad for you because SK was actually doing quite well at some point, and it was all on you, and he felt like it was an enormous responsibility put on you by the team, but I guess you feel comfortable in that role.
I mean, I don't think so. When I played Vayne and I got 2 early kills, and if we didn't screw up the early dive in bot lane, I think this game is just really easy for us. But we messed up a bit, and I feel like if I play Vayne and I get to those 30 minutes and get my items, it is my job, even if everyone else is trying to kill me, because that's what they should do.
You are a player of the series as well, with 71% of the vote. So I think in your cabinet, you now have all pro, AD carry, as well as this player of the series, probably some players of the games, and perhaps some other votes, which we don't know the results to.
What are you hinting towards?
Nothing. I'm just, you know, it's confusion. There's something that is...
Coach of the split Kobbe. Congratulations, you got it, mate.
That's a curveball. I do want to also button this up for SK Gaming because I think we should look at this 2 ways. In one way, they've shown great things this split in their inaugural split. I think they also really challenged Splyce. But I do want to make that little caveat that in this game, the guy who we talked about, the entire split for me, really dropped the ball. I think Selfmade did not help his team at all in that last game specifically. And I think that's something they're going to have to reevaluate.
Yeah, I think just looking at last game only.
Yeah, just last game.
That was extremely weird to watch. And if we're talking about, you know, star players who can carry the team forward in playoffs, like Kobbe did here with Splyce, you were really looking at Selfmade in some of these final games. But it wasn't even the fact that he didn't like solo carry the game, because you can't expect that from a jungler. It was more the fact that building IH on Xerxe in this important game, when actually you should just go on GA Xerxe and just be a little bit of a tank who still deals pretty decent damage. Probably actually the same damage as with IH, I feel, unless you get lucky crits. Those kind of things are just really weird. And then some of the plays he ended up making, it seemed like a little bit of tilt maybe just generally coming in. Hard to obviously be in the mind of the player, but I think their SK actually had decent chances with the way the game was going to win. They had double Mountain, triple Infernal. They got a bunch of early kills as well. I think there were ways for them to finish out that game. I'm not blaming it all on him, but I don't think he helped them actually win that last game.
Did you guys see that he bought the IE? Did you guys talk about it in the comms?
Yeah, Xerxe was like feeling he was getting behind, and then we see a BF sword, and they're like, okay, I guess he's going early GA. And then we see the pickaxe, and then you see it's Infinity Edge Xerxe. And then I'm a bit scared, you know, for the one shot.
If he crits on you, it's over.
Yeah, but if he doesn't, it's really useless. But I'm not a Xayah player, so honestly don't.
He died very quickly,
Cop out.
obviously. But
Yeah.
I think overall, SK in the last game had chances. I think in the third game, when they were trying to stall, you guys were obviously pretty far ahead. We also got to see some rookie tendencies with them rushing for the Baron, where I know if you just stall, you will lose inhib, you will probably lose a Baron, which really still sucks, but that's definitely a better way to try and get to full late game than rushing a Baron where you're guaranteed to die.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I
it's
think
just some of those things where I think maybe next split, they would actually look better in this kind of best of 5.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get at. It's not that I don't think we should crucify any of these players
No,
for the
not at
mistakes
all.
they made in their first playoffs. I think they still showed fantastic things, and they kept other teams out of the playoffs that have wanted to be here, and they pushed Splyce. So we're going to be looking forward to summer for SK, but for Splyce, this means that we've got our matchups for round 2. Fnatic is going up against Splyce in the first series, and then G2 is going up versus OG. Now, I'm having a bit of trouble with this because I know you guys hate being called the underdog all the time, but I mean, from our perspective, it still feels that way because Fnatic played so well. Juke did, or Vizicsacsi did say, this is a series we can totally win. We feel completely confident. How do you feel, Kobbe?
I mean, I agree with that. We can totally win. But obviously, we're going to be the underdog since Fnatic went to World Finals, and now they're starting to look like a really strong team again. And it looked really convincing against Vitality, but at the same time, I think Vitality really played like, inside word. But I think it's going to be a close series where I can definitely see us winning.
Yeah, I have a memory, but I can't really grasp it, of a very close Fnatic Splyce series of some years ago. I might be wrong. But you guys, we looked at the records before, and you guys, when you go to playoffs, you always end up pushing it to 5 games, or very often against teams that end up in the final, or sometimes even winning. So you haven't been very lucky. You haven't been very lucky in that regard with the route. But I do think that this could be one of those moments where you can finally shed all that stuff, you know? You don't have to be the underdog anymore. You don't have to be the 3rd best team. If you win this, we have a whole new conversation of Splyce. You know, is that something you guys would want?
I mean, yeah, even today we really didn't want to lose because that would just prove everything right about what some people are saying about Splyce. And I think this is the big one. If we lose, you know, it's fine, but it's not fine because I'll be really sad. But if we win that series, I think we can really go and make a name for ourselves. And then there's G2 Origin waiting. So
exactly, that's also the other game. I do find it interesting because there's many other teams that do worse than you that we talk better about. You know, maybe that is something we have to check ourselves for because Splyce is consistently showing up in playoffs.
Don't look at me, I'm not on the broadcast.
Anymore. You're actually always a Splyce fan.
I used to cheer for the Splyce a lot and predict
now you
to win series. Now, obviously, it would be kind of weird if I did. But to be fair, though, I wouldn't mind them beating Fnatic. You know, I'll take that.
Because then you don't have to take out
What do you mean by
Fnatic.
that?
Well, I mean, it would be great to not... Well, not that. I mean, just win. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, so what do you think about that matchup? Now you've seen... I also want to say that I don't think this was the best Splyce. Like, I've seen you guys play better throughout the split than today, maybe, outside of Game 3. So if the best Splyce shows up and the best Fnatic shows up, Deficio, what do we got?
I mean, if it's, let's say, peak both teams, I would probably give it to Fnatic. I like, though, that Splyce are showing more creative drafts. A lot of flex picking coming around, the Vel'Koz as well, which was a big surprise, I think. That really made it difficult for SK in that game because they're like, okay, we're getting pushed in top with Jace, and then there's a Vel'Koz bot lane, like with Tam Kench. What exactly are they going to do here to not fall really far behind? I think those kind of things are always super interesting in these best of 5s. Duke is talking about a million level 1 strategies. Like, there's a lot of things that can very quickly swing a game in favor of them. And when you guys played Fnatic in the last game of the regular season, it was quite a stomp, but it was a level 2 gank bot lane that gave 2 kills over to a Vayne.
Yeah.
And that obviously kind of ruined the entire early game. The same thing happened for us against Fnatic, also completely ruined the early game. So if you remove that part, you might get a much closer game there. And then suddenly people start believing more that Splyce can actually challenge Fnatic. But people will look at that one game and say it was a stomp, therefore Fnatic heavy favorites.
Do you think that is true that you have, like, do you feel like you have a lot more in your toolbox, a lot more strategies coming into this year?
I would say some of these different strategies and potential weird picks I've had for a long time. Just didn't really have the right situation to pull them out. But as a team, we've been looking at a lot of other teams in LEC and even other regions, and we just figured that we need to be more creative and like both in draft and gameplay, because we can't just play 2 standard and 2 by the book all the time. So that's where I think we're really evolving right now,
Okay,
which will make us stronger in the best of 5.
I definitely think so. I'm sorry, but I just got the confirmation from production. You actually never played Fnatic in playoffs, so I don't know if I just made that up or something.
It was the 3-2 against
yes,
G2, where
that was it.
everyone predicted G2 like 3-0.
So that makes it even more exciting, actually. That also means we get the Reckless versus Kobbe in a best of 5, and I only bring it up because I don't know if you saw PGL yesterday.
I saw some of it, but then I didn't watch after.
Yeah, I get that, dude. It's long. But anyway, we asked Reckless about the All-Pro, and I asked them who they voted for, and Reckless actually said that he didn't vote for you because he thinks that he is one of the only players that matches up against you better, mostly in lane then, I believe that is. But what do you think about that, and how do you look at that matchup?
I mean, I guess he has his reasons. I think when you vote, you shouldn't look at your, like, by the way he voted, it was only by the 2 games he had against us and not by an overall thing. So in a way I understand it, but it's still kind of weird.
You think they should look at like the general performance?
I mean, maybe that's just me. I didn't vote for him either because I didn't think he performed that well this split compared to what you expect from Reckless. And I think he's playing much better now. And there's obviously not much bad you can say about him, right?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sadly, when AD carries are having these small like 1v1 things, you can always just say it's the support. This guy over here, man. Whoa. I mean, what can I do?
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to that matchup. And then there's G2 OG. We've talked about it a lot already. But Kobbe, who do you think is going to win, G2 or OG?
I would say it's going to be at least 4 or 5 games. And I would give the advantage to G2. But I'm really not sure. I really think it can go both ways. But I would say G2 just by gut feeling.
Yeah. I think that's the total expectation. I think you can also agree with that expectation, at least, Deficio.
I mean, G2, they got first place in regular season, right?
Yeah.
So I assume based on that, they have to be favorites, but I'm all in on the OG hype train.
I mean, you have to be. They're paying you. Like, you cannot.
It would be very weird if I was jumping on the G2 one.
Also, what's very interesting is, of course, G2 and OG will be in Rotterdam no matter what, because whoever loses that will be in the semifinal against the winner of Fnatic versus Splyce on the 13th and 14th of April. You can get your tickets at eu.lolesports.com/Rotterdam. And if you need more convincing, there will be all kind of actions and activations outside of the games. For instance, Xpeke and Deficio will be there signing whatever you want.
Both days.
Both days.
From 12 o'clock.
So I don't know if you need more reason to buy tickets and to come and watch the games.
Well, if you do buy a ticket to come get a picture with us, please don't leave after. Actually go into the venue and watch the games. Don't just buy a ticket for us. That would be weird.
And also important, the LEC Spring Champions will then represent Europe at the Mid-Season Invitational, this year being held in Vietnam and Chinese Taipei between the 1st and the 19th of May. So we'll see as well. Of course, we always forget that, but it's a trophy, and then the real work after that internationally also starts. So time for a bit of fun. Kobbe, we actually also invited Xerxe up, but I think he was feeling a bit tired after all the games. Okay. But we wanted to take a look at his tweets and more specifically his paintings after games. Can you explain to us what he does and why he does it?
I'm actually not sure because I never see it when he's drawing because he usually does it on off day, and he's telling me he's spending like hours and hours on these paintings, so I'm not really sure how he does it.
So here we go.
Let's see.
So this is Splyce versus Sjokz.
That's him playing Sejuani for sure.
Yeah, there's an Aatrox for sure.
This looks like an old one. This is not as good as what he's drawing now.
Oh, he's gotten better? The artist has evolved?
Yeah, like he's drawing much better.
All right, I don't know. Do we have another one production show us? No, this is it. So unfortunately for you, Kobbe, we were going to ask Xerxe to draw the result of this game. So you have to take his place. Are you down? Deficio will help you.
I guess I can try, but I'm not...
Go ahead. You can go over there.
So we're going over there to draw?
You can go over there.
Wait, do you have to draw... It's 4 games, so I guess we only do the final game.
Draw a summary. Draw a summary.
Okay.
This is great.
I love how I'm getting pulled into this. So the tools we have freehand. You know, you can just do like whatever. Okay. We have one, if you ever need this for whatever reason, you probably don't. This is an arrow, okay? Here's a circle. So you can do like a really, you can do like this, and then like a smile. There you go, that could be you.
Okay.
As an example, yeah? Your turn to draw something.
Okay, is it on a normal one now?
It is on normal freehand, yes, you can just draw.
So...
Do you want to keep the face or do we kill it?
I mean, maybe kill it because if you do it like Xerxe, he usually has both the logos, so maybe there's like a Splyce logo here.
Okay.
I'll just make like a nest. This is a snake.
Yeah.
And
Yes, we need the SK logo.
SK.
Then. So I just type S.
Yellow SK.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
And then obviously it's me playing, so I need some champions.
Let me just do this.
And some.
That's a 3, by the way.
3-1.
There we go. Nice.
And then he usually writes the scores as well and draws the champions, but
scores right there.
Yeah, but like for every single game and KDA and stuff.
Oh no,
but that takes too long.
You got to draw Vayne now.
Draw Vayne. That's gonna be interesting, but basically like
two
this.
legs.
Yeah. And that here.
That's your face.
Yeah. Some long hair, or actually it's not that long. And
okay.
And then I'm not sure how we. This needs to like go really small into detail, but basically like
I put
the
this
little.
now. That's nice.
This thing. What was my KDA? It was
1 million or something.
Yeah. Let's just say 100.
100. And then I'm doing a sad face over here because SK lost. There. Oh yeah, we can draw like this is. How's
I mean, I didn't even build Infinite Edge in the game, but the Xayah, it's like I don't know, it's like a sword that goes up.
Yeah.
Right.
Like this.
And then
you do like. Oh, whoa! Let's not do anything. All right, everyone ignore this
just
part over
back
here.
a bit here.
Yeah, this doesn't. This is an Infinity Edge.
Okay. 100 KDA. And he usually writes if he's the MVP as well.
It's actually 10-8, but you already wrote 100. And if we clear the screen, we kill everything. So that would ruin everything. So now it's 100 KDA.
Yeah. That's an M.
Ooh.
There we go.
That's more. I mean, it has to be enough. Again, this is Infinity Edge, just so everyone knows. I was really going out the wrong path here. I'll leave this on.
Oh, thank you so much, Kobbe, for doing that. And like,
I'm not gonna draw Xayah and Vel'Koz too. That's a bit too hard, I think.
That's difficult. This was extremely entertaining. I bet Xerxe wishes he was on the show now.
I think Kobbe did a much better job than I did. The Vayne was very nice.
I love how you immediately thought back to some moments with Kobbe on the telestrator, and you were like,
that's the thing with the Infinity Edge and the handle, and then the top part of the sword. Yeah, I was like, this could go really wrong.
Yeah.
So it ended up being that.
Yeah, I like it.
But the unhappy face surely was good enough.
Yeah, the unhappy face was fantastic. I think that wraps up the series also for us. So now that we've seen the first round, it's hard because you used to be like an unbiased analyst, so I could just ask you a general question. I'm still going to do it. Have your expectations as for who will get in the final changed by what you've seen this weekend?
Not really. I mean, again, Fnatic played the exact same way as they did in regular season. So I think if you believe they were going to make the final based on regular season, then yesterday's game just didn't really change that for you. Obviously, the Splyce SK series was a little bit closer. And I think maybe if you compare how convincing the wins were between Fnatic Vitality and Splyce SK, you would again stick to Fnatic right there. But Vitality also really did kind of fall apart. So I'm just actually right now extremely excited to watch the Splyce Fnatic game to see if Splyce can prove everyone wrong once again. And if they do manage to beat Fnatic there, I think honestly nothing stops them from going to the final where they can face OG.
How big is the belief that you guys can make the run to the final, to the trophy?
I mean...
Is it bigger than previous years? Let me put it that way.
I think so. I think right now we're playing better and we have a higher ceiling as well than in previous lineups. And just how we've evolved and how we're playing, I feel like it's much better compared to last year where we got third place, but as a team, I feel like we weren't nearly as good as we are now. And I just really hope we can show it in more than like one game in a best of 5.
Why are you guys better than last year with this lineup? Because I think a lot of people on paper were obviously a little bit concerned with Niski not being on, you know, Mickey as well.
Well, the secret is that it has to look worse on paper to get higher. That's like the opposite of Misfits, right?
Interesting. It's a good strategy.
Well,
great strategy.
Successful. So we'll check in with you, of course, next week. The best of luck for that best of 5 versus Fnatic. We're also going to take a look at some Alienware big plays as we close out our first week of playoffs in the LEC. First up, yesterday, Bwipo, he got camped by Vitality, but still managed to pull off some fancy moves on Gangplank. As the pirate says himself, mercy sank with my ship.
Go back to the physical damage as Kobbe just nukes it.
Yeah, trying to extend that trade, uses the Cutlass for the slow, a few more autos, wants to get forward. Oh, buying a bit more time, but playing that one so well! Oh no! Oh man, baited, outsmarted, so well played.
It was such a bait, but here comes Mowgli, here comes Jackdaw, and the rest of Vitality.
Flashing forward, Mowgli's just gonna move in, he should just be able to take this one down. Bwippo's still alive!
Wait, what?
Bwippo!
Jackdaw?
I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry.
No way!
I'm sorry.
No way!
I got TP though, but Talia will roam without TP.
I can stay, by the way, go behind him, but I think there is a ward here, so...
I hold him. Might be dead, might not. Might
He's
heal.
dead, he's dead.
Yo, Talia top.
Yeah,
Sit
Jarvan
right
top as
now.
well.
Should I TP? Woo! Holy shit, I'm surfing.
Yeah, the definition of tilt, that is the replay you get then, because that is so annoying.
Very annoying. That's very true.
So basically, Kobbe, you know, you got to tell Juke and everyone, just, you can't go top ever, because that's going to happen, apparently.
I mean, yeah, I guess just go bot instead.
Just go bot instead. Yeah. Also, in the same series, we also got our very first look at the reworked Kayle. Spoilers, she is pretty OP in the right hands. Vitality had no idea what hit them, as Fnatic's Nemesis completely took over the game.
Jackdaw's really trying to catch him.
Yeah, desperately running forward, but there's not a lot of damage here. Nemesis is going to cut through him, but the ultimate now coming in. We'll be able to finish it off with the help of Jinx, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Kobbe steps forward, but that's a very strong Kayle. It does get taken down. Nemesis on the edge of death. He's going to manage to live. He's been in Attila flashes forward. Once the reset takes a lot of damage, though. Out comes the ultimate. Bye to Attila. They take it down. Nemesis on the edge of death. He's going to manage to live. He's been in
Do you need help?
I think they need help.
Okay, I have here for you if you come to me.
Oh my, look, he's literally on the Nexus 1v3, he does not care!
Hook comes in, he's just gonna keep it going. Does he get the chance to use the ultimate as well? He does, that's the double kill, wants a few more. They're walking right into the fountain, they just keep feeding him, that's the Quadra. Is he gonna get the penta? I cannot believe it!
Are we going?
They're going.
We're descending, I guess. Let's go help kill. Penta, I'll go now, go Nexus, go. Let's go. Finally. Let's not give up, not give up, no!
Jackdaw. Really close, Jackdaw.
What are you? Okay, do it again. Do your little whip.
That again? What is that?
Stand aside. What is he doing? Is he Ivern?
Is something coming in?
Okay, let's start
Jungler?
position.
Jungler?
Top laner.
On your back,
Kayle.
No.
Kayle.
You got it.
Yeah, you got it.
What is this?
So if you haven't been watching Ready Check,
Oh
we did
my
charades,
God.
and that is Deficio's
How would you
Kayle.
guys do Kayle? I tried to do like
First off,
melee
wings,
range. Yeah, I should have started with wings, obviously. That would have been way easier.
Also, like that movement.
I tried to do I'm in melee range, so I was like doing this. And then now I'm ranged, you know, doing this.
Oh my God, I wonder what you look like when you're like dancing to disco music.
There's probably a reason I'm not dancing a whole lot.
Yeah. Also, what I also found really cool is that Nemesis was just, like comparison to Caps, Nemesis is so cold-blooded. He's like, oh,
True.
yeah, Penta.
I think he
Whatever.
might have ruined a couple of ranked games after this because people saw the pentakill and they're like, okay, obviously you gotta pick kill no matter what
But Kayle
because
is
she's that
very
strong.
though.
Yes, I just want to say that at 17 minutes he was 5-0-5, so he already had like 2.5 items. I'm not saying anything away from the penta, just saying Kayle itself will not always do that. At like 20 minutes, he had 12 or 13 kills after that pentakill, so he was very, very, very fit. Normally it takes Kayle a lot of time to get to that point. But yeah, if you get there early, you will do that.
Yeah, so Kobbe, if they pick it, just don't give him 5 kills.
Yeah, my solo queue kills look a bit different because
Yeah.
everyone tilts there and then you just FF before you're level 16. So.
Then you never get there.
Yeah, you never get there. Okay, final replay when it comes down, or when it came down to it rather, in game 4, Splyce and Kobbe pulled off some massive team fights to win the series. Let's take another look.
Actually, Pirean's going to jump in. The face call comes out. SK want the fight. Splyce, the front line is charged. Humanoid from the side. There's the Glacial Prison. Xerxe caught out by Werlyb. It's all on Kobbe. Watch the AD carries here. Kobbe steps forward into the hero's entrance. Knocked up. And look at the damage coming out from SK. That Rune Ants from Crownshot's doing absolute work. Chachi takes one. We have a little status game. As Kobbe's still on the front line. He gets one. Can Kobbe do it? He's still alive. He gets Selfmade. He gets Pirean. Somehow Kobbe managed to survive and takes down 2, and Pirean and Werlyb have to run for the wind.
Baron buff is the ultimate equalizer when it comes to 1v1 matchups inside. Oh,
Crownshot! Straight into the GA. The Unleashed power is just too much damage. Dreams forced away as well. Pirean opened up on by Kobbe here. Dreams gets the Justice Punch in. Selfmade Humanoid just way too late before he even joins the party. Will pop the Void Rush, but shut down onto Crownshot, shut down onto Dreams. SK's hopes in this game are being shut down by Splyce.
Cool little fist bump to Norskeren. Must be cool for him because this is his first playoffs, as far as I know, for Norskeren.
No, he's been...
Rocket, right?
Rocket.
Oh, it wasn't Rocket.
He got 3-0 by Splyce, actually.
Exactly. So how was it now winning with him? Because we always see him as a super excitable guy.
I think he was pretty calm today compared to what he normally is.
Yeah.
Not sure why, but I still think he played pretty well. And obviously I remind him of that series sometimes, just to make a bit of fun. But I think he's doing really well. He's a good player.
Yeah, I agree. I think actually both supports had a fantastic day.
Fancy watch as well he's wearing there.
Yeah, he's wearing a Rolex, I think. Am I supposed to say that? I don't know. Anyway, that'll be it from us because honestly, between the drawing and whatever we've been talking about, it's been a long day, but it's been great. But there is more League of Legends because across the Atlantic, the LCS playoffs is now well underway with FlyQuest versus Golden Guardians. And then after the last game over there, you can also check out our rebroadcast of Splyce versus SK. Now, we'll be back next week, Friday, for Fnatic versus Splyce, and then Saturday for G2 versus OG. We already can't wait. Well, you have to wait just a week. Thank you very much for watching this weekend, and we'll see you next week for more LEC playoffs. Goodbye.
People just don't like Splyce. They're so boring, they don't do anything. But we're never bad, we're always really close to actually making it.
We are just done being an underdog, and out of the 4 teams playing this weekend, I think we are the strongest one.
Werlyb is proving that Vizicsacsi can.
Here we go. He's going to force the 4v4. The charm comes out. They root up on his Dreams. Crownshot jumps across the wall. Over here goes Pirean. Baby on death will knock him back as Xerxe locks him up. And in a game of inches, it looks like SK are the ones to strike first. The shutdown comes out from Crownshot, and they were an inch away from losing, but SK take game 1.
What keeps me going is my own skill, that I know that in the right situation I'm able to win everything.
Kobbe comes in with the side, the blade caller pulls it back, it's a triple for Kobbe. He gets popped into his GA, the second Nexus tower will fall, and Splyce will strike back and tie us up at 1-1. He's on the inhibitor already, here goes Humanoid, jumps into the middle of the mall, the Ring of Frost, they're onto Pirean, but he shuffles them back with the soldiers. Organic destruction from Kobbe, and they take down 1, and they're just going to clean them all up. And after an impeccable early game, an impeccable mid-game, Splyce are 1 game away from winning this round of playoffs.
Well,
no,
wait, that's level 1 flash. Oh, he has no flash.
With a taunt, he's got no flash.
Kalista. It's 4v4, it's 4v4. Kalista 1 HP. Rek'Sai no play. Kalista nothing. He goes on me. Yeah, nice.
The Splyce come a knocking. They sweep SK under the map, and they prove